there's a lot of anger out there right now.
A lot of rage.
There's a lot of rage. There's a lot of, you know what? And it's ladies' time.
It's ladies'
time to go out there. You gotta run. We gotta run these pieces of shit out of every job that they have, right? We gotta go chase them down. And what better to celebrate all of this than women slowly killing their husbands, and sometimes very quickly killing their husbands.
Technically, HLN has made their entire network about Black Widows. Basically, it's all forensic files, which is just like, here, have some Gatorade. In no way is it. What's the name of that beautiful tasting thing that you put in cars?
What do you? The beautiful tasting thing that you
sweet
put? Antifreeze.
Antifreeze. For some reason, they made antifreeze like taste amazing, and I don't know why they decided to do that.
I'll tell you why. It was a very curious mechanic. It was like, oh, you know what we got to do is it's like, what's nice is that it also makes a nice breakfast juice. But it's very strict. ID Channel has been teaching women how to kill men for a really long time, and I think it's about time. Start taking these lessons literally. This is good for you. This is teaching you. This is a reach out.
All right.
Well, the Black Widow subset of serial killers falls mostly under the hedonist comfort killer category. These women kill mostly for profit, usually aside from life insurance policy, although some admit to getting off on it.
When you say sizable life insurance policy, sometimes you realize, and Betty Lou came back with $8,000.
I going to stream? No. Did I feel like streaming anyway? You betcha. I was asleep and woke up to a
moist that women get from this
to a dream where I didn't want to go to bed.
I don't know how sexual it is in nature.
Something with Wolverine and the Wolverine origins.
But mostly it's about
it was him hanging out with his brother. It's fucking weird.
Than a sexual component.
Fucking weird.
We'll get into the differences later on about the differences between male and female serial killers and what each one of them gets out of it. Although some killers have said, for example, Carla Faye Tucker, who killed a couple of people with a pickaxe, she said that with every...
Uh-oh.
She said with every fall
I
of
just
the pickaxe,
felt like I could not go to bed.
That's right. We covered that case.
I woke up and I was like, I want to stream.
Oh yeah, on the episode titled
I felt wrong not streaming, and I just fucking streamed.
You get all of the chips left over in the
I'm gonna text that pup.
Which is good. So
I'm
you
gonna
want to
text
kill
that
him
pup.
right after
Tell
they
him
just buy
I love him.
jalapeno kettle chips.
Tell him I love him.
The best-known male equivalent to the Black Widow would be H.H. Holmes, who either took out insurance policies on victims like his business partner or murdered them.
I mean, I might just be fucking alone tonight. I don't care. I'm gonna talk to the fucking ether. I'm goddamn.
I am Minnie. No,
I'm jacked up on fucking Mountain Dew.
I am Nanny.
You know, you just pulled
No, I'm not jacked up on Mountain Dew.
No. I am Minnie. You are Minnie.
I'm Minnie. See, if you don't do it, then I'm Minnie.
You ever notice when you eat too many sour things, you no longer can taste sour things, and it rarely ever happens to sugar and hot things? Like maybe some hot things.
Serial killers. They're even more unique in that they actually know their victims personally, their spouses.
Does that happen to a lot of other stuff? Like, I know sugar,
it's strangers.
And it shows that
you can't taste it if you've eaten so much of it. Like, you just get to the point where you're just like,
the context of it's still just about the dudes and not about
like your taste buds like, I'm done.
Well, it's not necessarily about the dudes. A lot of
is
them
that also true for like not sugar?
Like, for example, Marianne Cotton killed 11 of her 13 children. Because
is that true?
Take out insurance policies
like not sugar.
Kids.
Like,
they kill them,
if you had too much of it, like I know sour.
Different, sort of children
I just can't taste sour right now, and I was like, I bought these 3 big ass blow pops. Sour apple, my favorite.
That was a whole different thing. Like these,
and I can't taste the sour, and I can taste the sweet, and I'm like, the whole fucking point is to taste the goddamn sour
whatsoever.
Okay.
It's just the
I just can't fucking taste it.
Yeah, well,
It's the most late term abortion that can possibly be.
Yeah, I don't want to be controversial, but I'm against it.
I'm against it.
I'm against it.
Also, they're just doing the NWO's job.
Hope you're doing well,
In
by the way,
lessening the
He-Man.
population. We need more. We need less mouths to feed out there. All
I
right?
know it's true about
Because-
sour, so I
That's
imagine
really
that would be
true.
Yeah, I
true
don't know if that's
for
the
sweet
right
too.
stance to take.
Hey,
polluting the
Real,
ocean
thank you
with
for
all
the
these
lurk,
cars.
you wonderful person. Go
You could say that,
fucking
but I'm saying
stream,
the
man.
biggest problem is these
Go fucking stream, dude. Dude, he's been trying his best, man. It is so difficult for him. And I mean, man, in the sense of
Technically,
like,
that little
bro,
dog of yours is sucking
dog,
up quite a bit of
G,
oxygen as well.
kind of like that.
No, she was chewing on a dead mouse last
I don't
night,
mean
so part of
like
her-
you're
she
a
is
man,
now
Heathen.
starting
I'm
to
saying
fix the problem.
that
Wow.
you know what I
Officially
mean.
into
You
the
know what
food
I
chain.
mean, Heathen.
Congratulations, Wendy.
Wow.
I'm doing okay, just struggling a bit with my hand.
That's
Oh
adorable.
Now,
no,
narratively,
hand
the
struggles.
problem with a lot of
Oh
Black Widows
no.
is that their stories end up being a bunch
So,
of
Heathen,
and thens. For example,
I was
Marianne
also
Cotton,
struggling to go to
AKA
bed.
The Durham County.
I was struggling. I was like, I told Nix, I was like, boy, I am not gonna do anything. And I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just gonna go to bed. I love you, but I'm probably gonna go to bed. And I woke up
You founded your
after an
kayak company
hour,
because
and
you
I'm
love the
like,
ocean, not
this is the
spreadsheets.
perfect
You
time
need
to
hire.
stream.
I need Indeed.
I'm like, son of a
Indeed,
bitch.
You do. Indeed Instant Match.
Could've
instantly
invited the
delivers
boy
quality
over.
candidates matching your job description.
I could have.
Cotton Mouth.
Yeah.
I mean, he is invited
How
to
much
hang
weed
out
do you
if
have to
he's
smoke to get that
awake.
No, while she did end up with quite the body count, 21, including those 11 to 13 children that I
But
mentioned.
he
her story
probably
is pretty
isn't.
straightforward. She murdered a husband, and then a kid, and then another kid, and then another husband, and so on and so forth.
Oh my.
Same thing with Nanny Doss, aka the giggling grandma.
I like that one.
I do like the idea of that's a good wrestling name.
Oh, yeah.
350-pound man dressed as like with a babushka on, just power slamming dudes.
What's his finisher? He kills your child in front of you. So it's more of an
Oh.
emotional heartbreak.
Now, we would cover Belle Gunnis on this episode, but honestly, Belle needs an episode
But yeah.
all of her own.
No,
And you've got to wait
like-
until Harold Schechter releases his new book about her.
I
Hell's
was
Princess,
just
which is out
like
in
in my
booklet.
bed, dreaming about Wolverine, and then I dreamt about hanging out with a dude in my own bed playing the Switch, and the Switch was
And
in,
you know, right now,
I don't know, like some fucking kind of way, like it wasn't a Switch you would fucking play. It's not your grandma Switch over here. It's a goddamn. It's wrong geometry. So it's a Switch with wrong geometry. And I was like, man, it's like it's from your country because the guy's Asian, and I'm like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? What am I talking about? Why would I say that? Why would like we were hanging out in bed together? It's like, dude, I'm clearly with this man,
weapon, usually derisively,
and
but
I'm doing
that
shit
statement
like
does
that.
have
That's so
quite a bit of
fucking
truth to it,
weird.
At least up until the 70s. Almost half of all.
And then I had a dream where, and then like it ends up where it goes to the origins of Wolverine.
Get caught. Now, interestingly, in the 70s, when America was experiencing
And
serial killer boom,
I gotta say, my cinematic universe in my brain is fucking stupid.
With guns and strangulation
I'm
becoming
gonna have
more
to say
common
it.
than
It's
they had in
dumb.
previous
It's
decades.
real
It's
dumb.
kind of like if
Like,
everyone was getting in the pool.
like,
Oh hell yeah, it's murder time, and everyone was just.
I'm
jumping in the
like,
pool.
you know that scene
Oh, this
from
ain't
the
water. It's piss.
from
Why? Oh.
the Wolverine movie where he's going through time and space and stuff like that. The actual like good part of like him and his brother
That was Caddyshack.
like hanging out,
There's another Duke in the pool.
like living their lives and stuff like that. And I was like, what would and my brain was like, oh yeah, I would love to see I would love to see Logan go through puberty. It's like, no, fucking don't.
We get
No, I
respect for
fucking don't.
whatsoever.
That sounds like a nightmare. I don't want to see. Like, I would love to see it in fucking maybe he's a Western or something. Like that would be fun. But I would like him to be an adult, not a fucking pre-teenager.
Mostly second-wave feminists argue
that's not
that
fun.
this increase had more to do with women gaining more agency, women's rights and stuff.
Preteens, preteens and teenagers suck ass. Like
to something else, possibly the lead.
Yeah, I know it.
What do you mean?
There was lead in paint
Like,
everywhere. So essentially, like lead
I don't know.
poisoning
Like
could have
I don't
been
think I could
rampant
fucking do
throughout the
that.
country for
That sounds like a
decades.
fucking nightmare. Like why would I put that?
Gas. Is that a lot of people? Some
And
people
it's like,
think
what
that
happened to
lead in,
Wolverine's
gas
pop?
in,
What happened? And my dream was like
increased
that.
violence
And
in America
then
because lead
something about
poisoning
My
does
Little
lead,
Pony.
to violence, and some people think
I don't
that
know
when we
what it
switched over to
was.
unleaded gasoline, you
Like
can
it
see
was
a
old
correlation in
Western
the drug and
times
violent crime.
with
Now, correlation does not
Wolverine
necessarily
and My
equal
Little Pony.
causation, but
And
it
I
is
was
an interesting
like, the
theory
fuck
nonetheless.
is this?
I gotta say, when I took
Whose
care of
horrible
Teddy Bear, my
fan fiction
Pomeranian, he would
is
eat the
this?
walls. And he really
And
would.
the
I was so happy
answer
there wasn't lead in the paint,
may
'cause it would've made him more
surprise you.
violent. It was pretty violent to begin with.
It's mine.
Oh yeah, wasn't that the dog? That
It's
broke
my
skin when it
horrible
bit me?
fan
That was
fiction.
Gidget. Oh, the Chihuahua! Watch out! Watch! I'm a New Yorker or whatever. New York
Like,
stories. If you want to see
What am
Gidget.
I
She was-
doing? Like that
Let's
is
get back to
fucking
Black Widow. Usually
dumb.
the only thing that trips up a Black Widow is
No
the
one
sheer
wants to
amount of
see that
eyes
shit.
pile up around
That's
it.
so
For an example of
dumb.
that, let's take a look at Tilly Klemic,
Ugh.
aka the Polish
So, like,
prognosticator.
They're
And all I'm saying is
domesticating
Marcus made an incredible name for Tilly,
like,
and My
Little Ponies to be like war horses and stuff, intelligent war horses.
I am
Stop.
pretty certain.
Yeah,
It has merit as a thought,
I made up all the names,
but it doesn't stop it from
You've
being
done a great
really
job.
dumb.
If this show fails, you can go with the work with
I
the
was like, we
WWE.
already have Logan
the greatest
Wolverine. We
characters
don't
of all
need
time.
this.
Tilly Klemic was a squat Polish
I
immigrant.
don't know. You
living in
probably have
Chicago
had
who had a
weird
penchant
fucking
for
dreams as
paranormal.
well.
In 1911, she started predicting the deaths of neighborhood dogs, saying that she had dreamed of
You
their
probably
deaths.
had garbage,
Sure.
weird dreams where it goes all of nowhere.
I never see you in the morning. You never get up. I had dream last night.
Yeah.
Oh, you tried to walk away
Yeah.
because you said people who describe dream are boring people.
I'm not.
Oh, you
No.
got to go to
No
work.
one said that.
I keep a story very short.
All right. It's good.
I had a dream. Oh, you beautiful doggy. What's the doggy's name?
Ralphie.
I saw a
hell
dream
yeah.
last night. I shot it in the fucking head.
You did.
Brain
is that the
fucking
story?
dream.
Is it the bad? Yes, have a good day at work.
All right. Well, another great run-in with the Polish prognosticator.
Well, sure enough, after
Alright,
Tilly
and
laid
then what I'm
claim,
gonna
whatever
do-
dog happened to be
I'm
bothering
gonna
her
flip
at the
it.
moment would die soon after the prediction. This was the perfect foundation for Tilly's later crimes, as it was, of course, Tilly herself
flip
who
it?
was poisoning the dogs.
Oh man.
And that's the greatest way to make sure that all of your predictions come true.
Go back over
Is that you
here.
do them.
Yep. That's it.
Now, after 3 years of establishing
I'm
a
gonna
reputation
select
as
this.
a force
So I was
seer of
also
death,
watching
Tilly
anime.
predicted the death of her
I
husband.
was
for
watching
29 years,
One
a
Piece
man
today,
named
and I
John
watched
Mitzvah.
I mean, at some point,
some
if
of
you're
the
the
Chopper
police in
arc
this situation, you'll be like, well, either Tilly
of
is a psychic,
One Piece. And I'm
maybe
like,
she's
yeah,
the
this
killer.
is
No,
what I'm
she's a
looking
psycho.
for
Just
in an
wait then.
anime. This is
3
what
weeks
I
after
would
she made
make
that
if
prediction,
I was
John
making
brought
an
back
anime.
the quote-unquote heart
And I'm not. I'm
problems
making a graphic
until he
novel.
collected a
So,
sizable insurance
completely
policy.
different.
There's no motive for any
Yeah.
crime here, none at all.
Completely
Have you
different.
seen my new babushka? So many
You know,
emeralds in the shape of the Polish
Graphic
eagle.
novel.
The
I would say
most
completely
beautiful
different.
creature that ever
Never
forgot
watched?
the recipe for ice.
It's
I put
alright.
it on the head. No, I have new
It's okay.
work slippers, a new work apron, new work top shirt.
Well, Sergeant, we interviewed Tilly Klemic, yes, the Polish prognosticator. First of all, she's 100% innocent, and second of all, funny jokes. She is funny,
jokes.
so we got to let her free.
Well, after John's funeral, Tilly visited a matchmaker service specializing in Polish gentlemen. And
Oh my god. It's worse than like Farmers Only.
And after she visited the matchmaker service, she picked up another husband named Joseph Ruskowski. He only lasted 3 months before Tilly once again declared death was coming for poor old Joe.
Tilly, actually, I feel fine.
Uh-huh.
Tilly, I was actually, I don't know if you remember when
I'm
you met
still
me, I was
working
named
on my
healthiest
hero,
Polish gentleman
my
of the
hero
month
with my
by
son.
Polish Gentleman
Ah.
magazine.
How are
Which
you
means
doing, Go?
You can
I hope you're doing good. And I'm sorry, I'm just gonna look. It's okay, dude. You're
Sure
streaming.
enough, death
You're
came
fucking
for
streaming,
Joe
bro.
until he collected another
You're
life
fucking
insurance
streaming,
payout.
bro.
And after
Let's
Joe
see.
Ruskowski
Hold up.
was Joe Guzkowski.
Yeah, you're fucking
who was
streaming,
in and out
bro.
just as fast as Ruskowski.
You're
The Polish
fine.
didn't exactly go far with
You're
the names. They
okay.
kind of kept it all in the same family.
No, we did not.
You're
This is how
right.
you know somebody's Polish.
Been a
Yeah,
This is
while,
how you
eh?
know that they're Polish.
And almost immediately
been a
after that
while
came
since
Frank
I've been
Kupchis.
here.
Frame Kupchis.
Hold
I think
my
it's
head up
Kupchis,
high.
and
It's
he
been a
is,
while.
the
No, I don't wanna
saddest part about
cut-
this is
I
that
don't wanna
the most
cut this
Polish thing
entire
of
layer.
it
Go
all
fuck
is that
yourself.
None of them learned from the mistakes.
No,
From the previous husbands.
There's
None of them
a-
did any reading. They
No.
just jumped right in.
I'm gonna make it 4 months with her. That's what I'm gonna do. They that last
I
guy
wanna
made
get
it
that
3 months.
rabbit.
Frank lasted 4 years.
Wow.
But that might be
Come here.
because Tilly was getting her kicks in
Come here.
other ways.
God damn it.
Neighbors who had problems
here,
with
rabbit.
Tilly got seriously ill
Pile of
after
shit.
eating
Come
candy
here.
made by
I
Tilly
love
by
you.
way of reconciliation. Apology candy.
Everybody come around
That-
to
that-
Billy's house and give out the candy
We
for
miss you,
all the
Kazu.
children
We
here.
did.
Here,
It's been a
Bosha,
while
kiss Scorch,
since
put it
I've
in your
been
fucking
here.
hole, put it in
Oh,
your
my
That's not how we
hair.
are anything.
Here, I have some. I give. You see, new babushka. It's got the solid rock of the capital of Poland. At the very the capital of Poland is just one big rock.
Tilly, I gotta say,
I
the last
just
time I
wanna
had your
pet a
candy,
bunny.
I got sick. I don't know what happened.
But I am here now
You
streaming.
will die soon.
Just happened when God stream, I
Well,
stream.
yeah, other neighbors actually died.
When you move,
And
I
relatives
move. Just
of
like that.
Tilly's
When I
dropped
move,
dead
you
from
move. Just like that.
mysterious illnesses,
When I
which
move, you
usually
move.
resulted in
Just
a
like
will
that.
payout for Tilly. And then finally, in 1921, Tilly decided it was Frank's time to go. She predicted he would die within 2 weeks, but this time she decided she'd have a little fun with it.
Uh-oh.
Every morning when Frank woke up, Tilly would be right there beside him, mocking him, telling him things like,
You'll be dying soon.
"That's true." She'd say, "Your time is almost here."
Honestly, I would marry her, though. I would stay with her for, like, as long as I was alive.
Oh, yeah, and then she started knitting her mourning hat for Frank's funeral in his presence.
In the Polish community, there are many different types of hats. There's a mourning hat for mourning at a funeral. There's a mourning hat for the time of day, for the morning. There's a lunch hat. There's a go into an amusement park hat. And there is a go into court to get your children back hat.
Yeah, but the strange thing is, no shoes.
No shoes.
No shoes.
No shoes. No shoes because your feet are become rock-like from working in the root fields. I'm not sure what else that they do on the dirt farms deep
Yeah.
in the wilds of Warsaw.
Like the
Daddy
thing from Fantastic Four.
Prism.
And then to make sure Tilly really drove the point home, she
Daddy
bought a bargain
Prism.
coffin and asked her
How
landlady
you
if she could store it in the
been?
building's basement until it was Frank's time.
Excuse me, landlady, can I please put this super gruesome Tupperware here in your
Hope you've been doing
basement?
well.
Yeah.
Hope everything's
Look at
been
a
going
coffin, Tilly.
good.
Is it a-
You'll die soon.
Dang it.
Oh.
She is reminds me so much of my Nana.
Yeah.
My Nana was the Polish woman on the side, and my Nana was disavowed by everyone. She was like left alone to
What do you
die.
mean
in a nursing
disavowed?
home.
Like, we disavow? Disavowed.
They were all for Christmas. She used to send for all of the family. I just remember this going through this outline. She used to send gifts that were just big Ziploc bags filled with safety pins and razors. She'd send this kind of shit.
Was she a toy maker like that Dan Aykroyd SNL sketch where it was just like broken glass and nails?
But no, she was very bad. She used to lock my father in the cupboard underneath the sink, which is why my father left his home at the age of 17 to volunteer for Vietnam.
Your father volunteered for Vietnam.
Yeah, and then he got McHale's Navy. If you just volunteered, you get the sweet things.
Oh, I
you know
didn't
the sweet
know.
jobs.
No,
Just
maybe
about to
Kelly
start
was trying to play it
working,
smart with
but
Frank's
doing
death.
good otherwise. Should be a bit more relaxed day
She
today.
had
That's
her
good.
cousin by the instrument of death, so as to
Good,
not
that's
raise
good.
suspicion.
Yeah,
They
that's
chose
good.
A rat poison named
I
On rats.
didn't feel like sleeping.
I like. The
I
names
was
of
gonna
things
take
back then.
tonight off. Just
Very
take the
easy
night
points,
off.
I
Oh
guess they didn't
well,
want
whatever
to do,
happens,
like,
happens,
reverse
kind of
psychology
thing.
and said, like,
You know?
delicious food for rats.
Yeah, exactly.
And sure enough,
Yeah,
died 2 weeks
I
to the
just felt
day after
like
Tilly
I was just gonna
predicted
take
his
the
death.
night off. It was gonna
What?
be good,
even after this,
and I just
she still got another husband.
So that we're on to 4 now.
We're on number 4.
I feel
She's
like
killed
sleeping.
3 husbands so
Mhm.
far,
Yep, and multiple neighbors and relatives
and dogs,
and many dogs.
oh,
I
my-
felt
So this last husband was named Joseph
unrelaxed.
Klimp, again meeting him through the Polish gentleman matchmaking service, who somehow
I mean,
had
they
not
would-
gotten wise to the fact that
I
Tilly was
felt
on
completely
her fourth go-around in as many
unrelaxed,
years.
and I'm
They're
not
Polish.
feeling
This
great
is- I mean,
either
she's
right
the
now.
number 1 client for this matchmaking.
I just
She really is.
feel-
She's the only one who keeps coming
I feel
back.
all
But This
right.
Polish gentleman dating service also specializes.
I could
in the
be better.
longest
Could be
happy
worse.
trails that you
I-
can get
I
in
don't-
any. It's like any treasure trail that slowly turns into a bramble patch above your
Oh.
prune yard, which is what I call my balls.
I'm
My
real.
prune yard.
I'm
You
real
call your
okay
balls the
right
prune
now.
Yard.
Yes, yes, I do. And also, it does sound like she's murdering.
I
the
wish I
entire
wasn't
offensive line of the
just
Green Bay Packers.
okay.
It does, and that's unfortunate. They still won the Ice Bowl, though. I'll tell you that.
But I
much.
got.
Oh, yeah, and
I have
this was,
wonderful people like
Little
Heaven
Poland, Chicago
and
Polish.
Kazu.
So this is
wow.
like a
I've
special
got
kind of
lovely
They all
people
had
that have
heart
come in.
disease. I mean, how long?
They were all gonna die by 47.
Exactly.
She just had to wait.
I mean, that's the great thing with Polish people working in the factories. Unlike Germans, they can't get their fingers cut off. They already look like they are because they're perfect for machinery.
You're being an asshole.
Polish people have
your
little hands that are
you think
perfect
it's
for
okay.
machinery.
I'm
I'm saying they're good
Polish.
workers. I'm saying they're good workers.
I can do the Polish joke.
Luckily for Joseph, people were starting to get wise to Tilly's scheme.
I would hope
because
so.
she was getting a lot more aggressive and just started throwing out death predictions with each person that refused to put up with her shit.
I love her though so much. We would just be good friends.
When Joseph fell ill again after a prediction, doctors tested him for arsenic and came up positive, and all of her other husbands were exhumed and all tested positive for arsenic as well. And when Tilly was arrested, he supposedly told the arresting officer, quote,
The next one I want to cook a dinner for is you.
The Polish prognosticator got scary.
Yeah, she literally is the opposite. She is the fatter gypsy instead of the thinner gypsy from Stephen King.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I would love that if it was like fat.
The strange thing about this one is,
Nah,
after Tilly
yeah,
was
true.
arrested, the
I
whole
just,
thing actually
I don't
turned into
know.
a bit of a witch
Sometimes I
hunt.
get
It was
there where I'm
suspected
just
that
like,
Tilly
it's
had
getting
poisoned
close
up
to Christmas, and I'm
20
like, I
people,
want,
with 14 of those
I
poisonings
just,
being
you
fatal.
know, I want to
The
be
papers
out
assumed
there. I
was
want
no way
to,
that
I
just
want people
one
to
woman
notice
was
me.
capable of all this.
You know,
So they started printing stories naming her, quote, the high
I want
priestess
people
of
to
a
notice me.
Bluebeard
I
clique.
work very
really good
hard.
title.
I
Bluebeard
work
Clique
so
also sounds like a
hard.
place where it's just like, don't try
It
the
feels
sushi.
like it.
You know, do not-
And it's
don't
been
eat the
steady
crabs,
going.
go with
It's been
anything
nice,
that's
you
boiled,
know?
You can eat, but don't try anything
I'm
else.
not
Anything.
complaining
None of the international
about
foods.
so many
But
wonderful
in the
people.
end, Tilly and the
I
cousin
just-
who bought
I
the rough on
always
rats
want
were the
more.
only ones to go away.
So
But
once I
Tilly
get more,
was awful until
what
the day
happens?
she died, as she had a hell of a time mentally torturing that
Uh,
cousin while
what
they were in jail.
happens?
And one
I get
time,
to do
she
this.
Even went as far as
I get to do
convince her
this
cousin
full
that the
time.
guards were going to
And
take the cousin out
That's
to the
what
yard
I'm
and
hoping
hang
for.
her, just cause.
You think that they're going to do today? I bet
Nice.
they will. They will make
Nice.
such a fine screaming
Well, I'll have to
Christmas
fucking,
ornament
we'll
for
just
them.
have to fucking do
Here
it then.
come
That
closer,
sounds
I
great.
poke your feet with a fucking rat bone.
Good.
Some goes,
I just want to be popular so I can start doing this full time. But I understand it takes time.
God, I would
Nobody's
love her. I
perfect,
honestly
and
love
it's
her. She
just
sounds like she's a member
it's
of
a
my family.
slow going
Sounds like a
process.
fun character on Lock Up Raw, that's for sure.
Well, Tilly
It'll
Clinic's
probably
reign of terror
be
finally came
maybe
to an
2.5
end on November
years
20th,
until somebody
1936.
picks up my my graphic novel that I'm going to be
That's what
doing.
she wanted.
She did.
It'll probably
exactly
be
what she wanted.
2.5
Now, you
years,
may be asking,
but that's
how
okay.
are all these
That's
people
all right.
eating food
Like,
laced with rat poison
so
and not
far,
noticing?
Sure.
like this
back
is
in the
like
day,
what it
how are all
looks
these
like so
people
far.
Food laced with rat
That's
poison.
not
Did not
horrible.
notice
That's
it.
not
That's a
bad
great
at
question,
all.
Kizzle.
Yeah, no problem, Henry.
Well, back in the day, rat poison containing arsenic was readily available.
But I
over
watched
the counter.
this
All you had to
famous,
do was tell the chemist, "Hey, I got a
This
bunch of
famous
rats."
artist who was stating that
It was also
I don't know. I put his video
odorless,
in the
and
Discord.
colorless.
Well, how would it attract the rats?
I put his
Just put it
video
on
in the
stuff that rats
Discord,
like to eat.
and
Oh, I-
he's
yeah,
like,
'cause
"There's a
they
few
thought
myths
that if
that
the
need
rats
to be
smelled something funny,
disproven
then the rats weren't
about
gonna
getting
eat it."
better in art."
Mhm.
Yeah, but rats don't give a
And
shit.
one
They'll
of the
eat
bigger
human
ones
flesh. They'll eat
is,
shit out of a used
you
baby diaper.
know,
They don't give a shit.
you need to
Oh,
practice
and arsenic
all the
poisoning
time,
is
and it's
not a pleasant
like,
death.
no,
The
don't
victim
practice all the
violently
time.
convulses,
You only have a certain
and
amount of
vomit and
time a
faces
day
are damn
in
near
which
endless.
practicing
You know it.
actually
You know when
does
it
anything
gets
for
going.
you.
'Cause I've just been sick on my own.
So, like,
I shit 4 times a day, and
you
I'm
only have about 4 to
However,
5
a lot of the
hours
time,
in a
it was
good
hard to tell
day
arsenic
to
poisoning
actually
from the
learn
regular run-of-the-mill
what you're
horrific late 19th,
what you're
early
doing.
20th century
And
diseases.
also,
People were dying
don't
from
draw
horrible shit
from
they didn't know was going on
imagination,
all the time.
draw from
It's
real
like,
life.
Yeah, like Ripper's fever and
Because
and
all art,
Hookfoot.
and
You get, like,
he's
weird-ass
very
diseases where
good
it's just like,
at
I've
art.
got
I would
boil
say
hams,
he's
drop
very good at art.
Never good.
And,
Part of
like,
that also had
he's
to do
like,
with
don't
some of
draw
the
from
absolute dumb shit
imagination,
ways doctors would test for
learn
arsenic poisoning.
before you
It got
draw
better
from
over the years,
imagination.
but in the beginning, they do shit like cut out a piece of the stomach
Like
and throw
almost
it on a fire.
all
And if the
things
cooking
that you
organs
see
smelled like
in
garlic,
media that look
then
so
it was
pretty,
declared that arsenic
well,
poisoning was
it's
the cause of
not
death.
from
Like,
imagination.
yep,
It's
garlic
from
definitely poison. Oh wait a second, no,
it's
no,
literally from
we cooked a bunch of
real
garlic
life
on here earlier.
work.
We were doing
Like real
a
life
French cooking
physical
class. We need to
things.
really we need a forensic fire,
And
forensic
that's
stove,
true.
and then a normal cooking stove. Okay.
Someone's cooking their lunch right by the burning
And
flesh.
he's
Yeah,
like,
and
don't
if it didn't
overexert
smell like
yourself
garlic,
and stuff
then
like that.
was
And it's
all
like,
the proof they needed, and
I know
you
that.
was set free. Hey, all right,
but it's
there
not
you go.
overexerting myself
Month of the
when
last
literally
podcast on the left
this is the
is
only time I can do it.
I mean, we all know that the holidays are coming
And
up.
today
They've
I took a
already put up the
break.
lights. They've already started the
I was
music
like, maybe
in
I should
all the
paint my
stores.
orcs.
You know, what do
And
you
I
do
just
during the
felt,
holiday
you
lights?
know
How
what?
many errands do you
No.
have to run? How
You know
many
what?
gifts
I
do you
painted
have
a
to
few
send
orcs, and then
out
I
to
was like,
people
you know
in
what?
other
I'm good.
towns? Stamps.com
I need to
can
take
help
some
you out with
time
all of that.
to just
With the
chill
holidays
out
almost here, who has time to go to
and
the
do
post
nothing.
office? It's gonna be busy. So many people are sending stuff. That's why you're gonna use stamps.
Sometimes you just need time to chill out and do nothing.
U.S. Postal Service, right to your
And I
fingertips
agree with
in
that.
fine print.
I
Here's your
agree.
US postage
I
for
just-
any letter, any package, any class of mail using your own computer and printer, and then the mailman picks it up. Stamps.com
You know,
makes it
I
easy.
made the
They'll send you a
mistake
digital scale,
of not
automatically
putting
calculate
myself
your
out there
exact postage.
years
You
in
can print
advance.
postage any day, any
So
time.
I'm having to live
Stamps.com
with choices
is
I made.
always open. We've used Stamps.com here at Last Podcast on the left to send out our wonderful Patreon t-shirts. And we
Like,
love this service.
that's the
Right now,
truth.
you too can enjoy the
I have to
Stamps.com
live with the
service with a
choices
special offer that
I've
includes a
made.
4-week trial plus
That
postage
instead
and a digital
of, you
scale
know,
on postage. Go
practicing
to Stamps.com,
and making
click on the
myself
microphone at
better.
the top of the homepage, type in LEFT. That's Stamps.com.
But 8 hours a
Enter
day of
LEFT.
practice is not a bad thing.
Now let's take a look at another Black Widow whose loose tongue led her to prison.
But if you're going with that prominent
I just like to
artist,
see a movie about a black widow
Yeah.
with a loose tongue.
4 to
And then it
5
goes from
hours
crime
is
and
better
drama
than
to pornography.
is better than
Mary
8 hours.
Elizabeth Wilson.
Practice anatomy, practice all this other stuff.
Welcome
Just,
to Hogwarts.
but practicing, you're supposed to be practicing smarter, not harder. And I'm like,
It is not our abilities that show what we truly are. It is our rejoicing.
I guess he's right. You know, my figures aren't perfect, and it's not due to lack of trying. It's due to a lack of poor management skills on my part on drawing figures.
And that's
It's very annoying.
To stand up to our #1 cause of death. We can't do this alone. Join us in the fight.
England was known locally as the Merry Widow
But-
of Windy Nook.
Doesn't mean that I've
I didn't
done
come up with
anything
that.
wrong.
like
It just
that.
means that I
love
have to
Windy
keep
Nook.
practicing.
I've been watching a lot of British.
This means that
home,
I have to just
buying
keep
shows because
practicing.
HGTV isn't on Netflix.
I have to keep
It
going.
seems like a fun little name for a gal. I would like her as a neighbor. You know.
Yeah, the Merry Widow of Windy Nook.
Because it seems like a happy single woman,
Yeah.
which is kind of fun. But a Windy Nook also sounds like a fun, cute name for a room that you just go fart in.
I would love to be rich enough, but still trashy enough to have a fart room.
From 1955 to 1957, just
Put your mother-in-law in there when she
Everyone
comes to Christmas.
learns differently too. What works for one won't work for you all. True.
from 1955 to 1957,
True.
just 2 years.
And I don't
Wilson
know.
took down 4
I don't know.
husbands,
Heathen, you've
who
been
sometimes
here
weeks
longer
after
than
the
most
wedding,
people.
and each murder
Have
gave the
I
Merry Widow
improved?
a hefty payday. Now, people may have just chalked all this up to bad luck had Wilson not been so cavalier
Like, have
after
I,
each death.
like,
After one husband died, she jokingly asked the Undertaker.
like I know
for
Kaz
his
has been here long, but I don't know if he's like
Very
paid
funny,
attention.
Mrs. Wilson. I'm so
I
glad
understand.
you can make a joke
He's a
even at
busy
times
man.
like these. It
He
makes me wish
big
I
busy
had you
man.
as a
He's
wife.
strong.
But unfortunately,
He's strong
I can only
with
give you a
the
discount
powerful
if we
energy.
chop off his feet.
That is a fun cemetery.
Yeah, and after her next wedding, when a friend asked her what they were going to do with all the leftover sandwiches and cake from the reception, Wilson told
Yeah.
her they should just keep them for the funeral.
I do agree with the learning
Mrs.
differently.
Wilson, thank you for inviting me, the mortician, to your wedding.
Yes, I think you have. I see more detail appearing in work, and you're getting faster at doing things.
Now,
Yeah.
If you do plan on
Yeah.
having a funeral soon, may I suggest birchwood for the casket?
Oh my!
And after that husband dropped dead, police took notice and exhumed the other husbands and found Wilson's weapon of choice was beetle poison.
Beetle poison.
Beetle poison.
How much? That seems like it would take quite a bit of beetle poison to kill a person.
Yeah, it looks like John Lennon took 4 bullets worth of beetle poison. Ended the 60s, ended the 70s, began a dismal beginning to the 80s.
Now,
Uh,
even though Wilson's
just
reign was
don't-
relatively short, most Black Widows had relatively long careers
No.
compared to most of their male
No.
counterparts.
Putting
8
myself
years or
down
so.
does
There are
not
quite a
help.
few reasons for this.
Figuring
First,
out what I need to
there's
do
no crime
and
scene to
actually
speak
do
of.
it.
As Peter
Apply
Bronski
what I've
points out in
learned
his book,
and
Female Serial
make an
Killers,
effort
Black Widows
to
don't
make
need
it better.
dismember co-eds on the roadside. Most of the time, the victims
If
die
I
in
feel
their
like I'm
own
not
bed or at a
learning
hospital.
fast enough, then
Second, there's no
work on
real
the
way
things that I need to
confront
work
the Black
on.
Widow as she hides in plain sight, and usually no one
Look
even
at figures
suspects
and
there's a
stuff
killer
like
in the
that and
first
try to
place.
make myself
Let's
better.
just take the FBI's serial killer classification system. As
Don't put
Bronski
myself
lays it
down
out.
because it helps
If you're
no
a
one.
long-time listener, or if you've been watching Mindhunter, you know there are 3 different categories when it comes to serial killers: organized, disorganized, and mixed. Organized, they're the pickers and stalkers. They're intelligent, social, and controlled until the berserker mode kicks in. Gacy, he's probably the best-known example of the organized serial killer.
Him and I would put BTK. For me,
Oh, very much
BTK is
so.
the top of the pyramid for organized killers. Where
Yeah.
he is the one,
Yeah.
he stalked them for days. He would have long, protracted fantasies.
putting
and
yourself
part of it
down.
was the hunt. That's what
We
you
will
mostly
shout at
excited
you
for.
if
I would
you
actually
do.
put a
I
lot
know.
of times Black Widows in this category. A lot of times it's because they are a lot of times doing it
I
for
just-
revenge or money.
Sometimes
and then you
that I
basically
put
get to
myself
stare at your
down
victim. You
and
literally get to
all I can do
sadly
is
make
just
love for your
accept
victim,
that I put
even though
myself
a lot of
down
times you're not
and
having
accept
fun.
that, you
So the
know,
opposite of an organized serial
if
killer
I'm
would be
not
Richard Chase.
in a
for
position that I feel like I need to
and
be,
those are the
I need to
disorganized
get
killers.
better.
Those are the dumb ones.
has nothing to
The
do with
spur of the
anybody
moment
else,
type guys.
and it has
These are your
everything to
Henry
do with my own
Lucases,
mentality.
Gary Ridgways. These are your wrong place, wrong time murderers who usually leave the bodies where they lay. But then there are those that are mixed. Bundy was organized, but when you lost,
I just see all these prominent artists on Twitter and everything like that, and I'm like, I'm not them.
Oh, I forget. That was one of our first.
I don't do this.
A lot of emails.
I don't do this for a living.
Now, this is a fraternity or a sorority rather in Tallahassee.
This is something that I do on the side.
Where Henry actually attended university.
Two, I have made incredible progress on Twitch.
Ted Bundy well inside of this sorority.
I've made incredible leaps and bounds.
Escorted out.
I was asked to leave.
I have literally
and one of the
jumped
from
have, like, nothing to 200 people this year.
And I left voluntarily.
I had nothing, and literally jumped to 200 people.
I pulled a Franken and I said, "Investigate me."
That's right.
And I have to ask,
in just a few months, and I didn't do that with everybody else. Nobody helped me. It was me. Now, was I pushed to do it because my friends were doing it? Yes.
Never do that. Never have one of those.
But did I still do it?
From that face.
Yes.
I had this,
just because I was pushed in the right direction by my friends.
My hair was past my shoulders.
And a lot of other people have jumped in to help me. Like,
Spice.
I don't want to discount them. Like, without you guys, I would not be doing this.
Yes, it was true. And I do believe that it was.
I wouldn't have a PNGtuber. I wouldn't have all this other stuff.
Oh, you don't think it was
like, without you guys, you know, supporting me, talking me through the days and stuff like that, I wouldn't be here. And I keep putting myself down because, you know, I feel like
months, if not
I want to be more than what I am, and it takes time.
Definitions, they also leave their bodies at the crime scene, a mark of disorganization.
Thank you.
So it's not necessarily
thank you so much, Hubert.
Organized. It's not necessarily disorganized. It's something different altogether. And one of the reasons why the FBI
also Christmas is a time to reflect.
Is because in all those studies where the FBI
Christmas is a wonderful time to reflect.
Spoke to men.
Now.
But
am I as fast as in growing as some people?
Recently,
no.
The authors approached 20.
No, not even close. I'm nowhere near a lot of people when they grow.
Only 7 out of that
there are some people that just they hit the right spot for people, and there you go. You got it.
Women, female serial killers prefer to keep it to themselves
because women are better at crime. It shows that they're better at crime. They don't need all the fucking stupid validation that these other male serial killers need.
These people that, you know, they feel like they come out of nowhere and they are just sweeping.
Essentially,
they're just sweeping, and you're like, how do they fucking do it?
Like, he couldn't have been happier in the world than sit and talk to you how his mind works.
And it's like, it just takes time.
But these
nobody's perfect, and no one's asking for perfection.
They're getting out.
Time to reflect and make some goals for the next year. Yeah, exactly. My goal for the next year, get a fucking overlay. Because people love overlays for some odd reason.
And go buy some tomorrow.
But also, I promised a few people that I was going to have an overlay.
Details. Remember stuff like when you went on your first date, like stuff like little details and stuff like that.
Ladies are going to be in it.
Keep it fresh.
And a dude is going to be in it.
Told me one day she doesn't like popcorn.
And it's going to be where people, if people raid,
6 years of murder.
You know,
just with that.
I've told you I've told you it. Yeah.
While most Black Widows use poison and leave the bodies where they lay, there are examples of physically violent Black Widows, such as Betty Lou Beats, aka Trailer Park Betty.
Ooh! See, this is what I've been excited for, because normally when we cover these, it is a lot of poisonings. But I want to see some women getting fucking bloody.
Oh, there are.
I want a large Marge.
Oh, yeah. Well, since 1975, the Black Widow, or not 1975 exactly, but sometime in the 70s, Black Widow started going out of fashion. Ladies started using guns.
I need to do that.
Using knives. Ladies started strangling people. So it definitely has moved.
Make
away
a goal
from
for
Black
myself.
Widow poisonings, but that also has to do with us eventually passing laws saying like, "Hey, you got to put a taste to the rat poison.
Yeah, but they made it taste
Yeah,
amazing.
yeah,
That's the
yeah.
antifreeze
No, that's
problem.
antifreeze.
I know.
Yeah, but yeah, they kind of made them put, and I think actually recently they made a rule where you couldn't put it in pellet form anymore either. I think that was just this year. FDA said no more rat pellets.
What if you poison the rat and feed the rat to the person?
That's going to be deadly.
That's what
Like-
I'm saying. But
That's cool though. That's a good way to do it. It's roundabout.
Am I going to be able to do it? I don't know.
But it's still.
I hope so.
Now Betty is a bit like Eileen
Now,
Wuornos.
What
Now,
I
Betty
want to
Lou
do
has her
is be
descendants.
able to be like
She was
Simon.
supposedly sexually abused by her father when she was a kid and suffered through a string of violent and sexually abusive relations.
I want to be like
It's
Simon.
not always
where-
the case, and it definitely isn't.
I don't
any
want to be
excuse,
like
but
Simon. No,
usually
no,
a
that's
female serial
that
killer
is not
physically
true.
violent
No,
is
no,
preceded
no,
by
no,
a
no.
violent and
I don't want to
sexually
be
abusive
like
past.
Simon.
But on the other hand,
I want to be
you can
like
say the
myself.
exact same thing about male serial
But I
killers.
want to
Of
have.
course, it's a mix between nature and
I
nurture.
want to
We're
have
together,
a very
together. A lot of these
active
people, like,
community.
just start
And I have a pretty
bad,
active
like Jeffrey
community.
Dahmer, and get
I
worse
just-
because you have no
They're
reach
always.
out. You have nobody
I
there
want
to,
more.
to help you out.
I
You
always want
accept
more.
because of your
I'm
fantasies
always like,
are too
but
taboo for anybody.
we
for you
need to be
tell
so
anybody.
active. We
Or
need
you're
to.
like this.
We.
Yeah, and
I want to have the
we
best
oftentimes go and
community.
we blame the person
I don't
who
want to be
sells the
like
gun to
Simon.
the person who goes
I
and
want to
commits
be
the
like
massacre.
myself.
Whoever sold Dahmer those blue barrels.
But the
we gotta
output
talk
that
to
Simon
him. How
has
many
is
blue
what
barrels do you think the
I'm
guy
looking
needed? He lived in an
for.
apartment.
Yeah, he
The
does not
output
have
that
a
he gives
commercial
off
license. It's
is
like a
something that
guy
I'm-
walking off the street.
I'm
I should not be
like-
able to go and be like,
He's got
yeah, I
a
need an oil
lot
drill.
of
Like, you're
output.
like, why are you getting an oil drill?
And,
It's
like, that's what
getting
I'm
a business
looking
for my fucking self. You know, like, that
towards.
shit
I
me
still
all
hope
out.
that I
Well,
can
there's never been
someday
any
commission you
studies,
for
speaking
that
of
rep
nature
sheet
and
for
nurture, there's
that
never been
otter
any
character
studies,
of mine we
on
talked
women
about
as
once
far
I
as
get
we've
my
done
finances
kayak
in order and be able to afford it.
bedwetting,
Totally.
fire, arson, and
Totally.
cruelty to animals. But in that small study that was done, in which those
I'm
7
totally
women spoke,
up for
almost all of them did
followers,
report
subscribers,
cruelty to
and
animals
whatnot.
when they were kids.
And it's time for Ben Kissel's famous
I
funny
am
line
up
of humor.
for that.
My McDonald's triad is a Big Mac, a large fry, and a
But, like,
chicken nugget, and a
I just
medium
need
chicken
I
nugget.
just need more people.
Wow.
That's all.
Oh, wow.
You know,
That's all
I
it
don't
really
like
comes down
Tuesdays.
to
I
is that I
like
just need
And
more
get him his
people.
chocolate. I think Kissel's having a bit of a Monday.
Wow.
So Betty's
And
first
it'll
marriage was in
come.
1952 at the age of 15
It'll
to
come.
a man named
Be right
Robert
back.
Bryant.
A way to
They
get
had
food
6
before
kids
starting
together
work.
before
Gotcha,
divorcing in
gotcha. Go get
1969,
that
with
food.
Branson surviving the marriage. Next was Billy York Lang, who married Betty Lou twice. This one
But,
he
like,
did attempt to kill.
I don't
but
want
this one was in
I don't want
self-defense
Simon's
by
community.
Billy's admission
I do want to
that Betty shot Billy
let
in the
everybody
stomach
know.
after
I don't
Billy
want
broke her
Simon's
nose.
community
Now, was that
because
after the first
I
wedding?
want the
That was
goats
after the
community.
That was after the second wedding, I think. Yeah, because they got married in
I
1970.
want
They got
you
divorced in
guys to
1970.
be able
Then
to
they got
tell
married
us all
again
that
in
other stuff.
1972,
Like,
and then got
I
divorced
want more
again in
people
1974.
to be here
That is
and stuff like that. And, you know, and
I guess
already
so.
I have that with
Then after
Heathen,
that was
and
Ronnie Threlko.
I already have that
They
with
married in
Heathen
1978.
and
That one only lasted a
what,
year.
and
before Betty
Raven.
tried to
I
run
already
him
have
over
that.
with the truck.
It's just it's kind of a fun couple where it's like everyone in the town knows when they're fighting, when you hear certain screams.
Right.
Like, no, we don't call the police. They work it out.
And
Ronnie and Betty Lou, they work
I've
it
got
out.
it
They
some
work it
more.
out.
They'll be
They'll
back
work it
together.
out.
It's an Anna hugging tomorrow morning. Let
Yeah,
me
or
tell
she
you.
run him over with a truck finally, and she always said she was going to.
You know what? I would like to find out if this is the song.
And it'll
Hard-Headed
just
Woman
take
was
time.
based on.
The Cat Stevens
And then
song.
I can have as many people as I
Is
want.
his name Mustafa Stefan? What's his name?
Yusef Islam.
And
Yep.
I
sorry.
also,
And they just let
next
him into
year,
the country, not
I wanna
because
be
of
able to
religion.
say
It was
that I
actually right down
have
to singing.
the first
That's so sad. I love, don't
2
you
or
make
3
fun of
chapters
this.
Oh, I
out.
love Cat. I listen to Cat Stevens all the time.
Like,
Yusef Islam.
that's something I want.
Well, Ronnie took Betty trying to run him over
Is
with the
I
truck
want
as his
2 or 3
relief, and
chapters
he also
out.
survived.
Like,
But her fourth husband, Doyle Wayne Barker, would not be so lucky. One night, Betty shot Doyle 3 times in the head with a .38 special and had her daughter, Shirley Stanger, help to bury him under the tool shed out back behind the trailer.
And that's how you create a tool tree. Where do wrenches come from? Where do hammers come from? You've got to murder someone, bury them underneath the tool shed, and the tree that springs will indeed
And I
provide you
need
all the
to
tools you
finish
need.
the background on this.
Well, there was no life insurance money that I know of involved in that one. Betty Lou did inherit Doyle Wayne's trailer in Gun Barrel City, Texas, out near Purtis Creek.
Now, nothing I like better than just sitting with a nice hot cup of wine in Gun Barrel City, Texas. They are so proud of their guns. And just parts of guns. The most penis-like part of the gun.
Oh yeah. What kind of wine is your favorite? Pinot Noir? I like watermelon strawberry. That's my favorite kind of wine. And I had an orange apple wine the other day. Pretty good.
Oh, yeah, checked it out. Gun Barrel City's got about 5,000 people. They got a Walmart.
Good.
And they also have a Lowe's.
That's all you need.
I love Walmart and Lowe's. I shop over here. I go to a super center that's got a super Walmart, a super Target, a super Lowe's, and a Home Depot all in one. And I have a fucking pig and shit of a time.
Absolutely.
So in 1982, Betty would marry her second and final victim, Jimmy Down Beats. One night, after only a year of marriage, Betty told her son, Robert Branson Jr.
This has been a great year, though.
To put a bullet in Jimmy Don's brain.
That's all because Jimmy Don always had a song being like, whether it's out on the streets or up on my feet, ain't nobody likes to fuck like Jimmy Don Beats.
It's actually a phenomenal song, and I would buy that album in like a heartbeat.
You just say it again and again, and finally she's like, he's got to go.
Is it the best year? No. Is it a good year? Hell yeah.
2 in the head. Branson then helped his mother bury Jimmy Don's body under a decorative wishing well in the front yard of the trailer.
Let's see if it keeps going.
You can tell because it's got a flower on the front of it.
Let's see if it keeps going, you know?
This is for family. All right, this is for family. I got to tell you, the well back in the behind the house, that's for work. Ain't no such niceries on it, such as a flower.
I do think the movie The Ring would be better if it wasn't a little girl, if it was this guy who was just like, come here, do you watch the tape? 7 days! 7 days!
Oh no, it's Jimmy Don Beats!
Oh, yeah!
Can you hear that song? When I'm out in the streets or up on my feet, ain't nobody like to fuck like Jimmy Don Beats.
7 days.
So the next day, Branson went to Cedar Creek Reservoir and set up a fake out. So Branson took Jimmy Don's boat out on the water and planted Jimmy Don's fishing license, his heart medication, and a life jacket inside. Betty Lou then called up the police and reported that Jimmy Don was missing. When the boat was found drifting soon after, it was assumed that Jimmy Don had fallen overboard and drowned. It wasn't until 2 years later that someone rolled over on Betty Lou Beats, although the only identity that I could find of that someone was a quote-unquote credible source. Oh, come on. Either way, it was the son who broke under pressure, and Betty Lou was arrested for both murders. Now, while many of Betty Lou's advocates say that Betty was driven to murder by her abusive husbands, Betty Lou's story during the trial was that it was actually her 2 kids, not her, who murdered her husband.
Trailer Park Justice.
I
You're always
know.
flipping on each other. You just don't do that. You don't give up your own kid. Oh, whatever. You got to be proud of your crimes.
Yep. But the jury did not buy it, and Betty Lou was sentenced to death by lethal injection. While her advocates continued to plead for clemency, which she probably could have gotten, Betty Lou had the bad luck to have her execution date fall during the governorship of the happiest executioner in Texas.
Who's that?
George W. Bush.
Oh, the world's most funniest president who should be convicted of war crimes?
Yes, the cutest war criminal of all time. Him and Goebbels. So cute and fun. He paints dogs.
Oh, I love
Back
that.
with food.
He's smiling now.
Yeah, and in fact, instead of granting clemency to Betty Lou Beats, George W. Bush made it a special point to be in Texas the day she was executed.
I mean, honestly, if you're gonna do it.
Oh, no.
I'm super excited. Can I pull the lever?
That's why I don't take
I'm
naps.
good at it. I can pull on a lot.
Then I get
Do I pick it
weird.
up or down?
Everything becomes weird.
Governor,
Even take a note.
Again, sir?
Don't fucking take naps because it makes everything fucking weird.
I decided to drink alcohol this morning.
Makes your brain
Also, what I
weird,
decided to
makes
do was
everything
give us a
weird.
Forever war, but you'll see that in about 10
Like
years.
day naps suck.
Yep, Betty Lou Beats was one of 153 prisoners to die under Bush's watch.
Good
I'm
God.
calling it.
Oh,
The naps kind of suck.
broke that record.
Did he really?
Well, Rick Perry was governor for longer. George W. Bush was only governor for 5 years. Rick Perry was governor for 16
153 in 5 years.
5 years, yeah.
Ooh, we got to do an episode on those serial killers.
Well, we've mentioned this before, but it does bear repeating. The only person granted clemency in Texas while George W. Bush was governor was Henry Lee Lucas.
Wow.
Yeah, I found that
because
struggling
your father
not at the nap at work with medication for hand.
Or it could be
I'm telling you,
that
day
Henry
naps
Lee
suck.
Lucas was a member
Because
of
your
the
body's
Hand of
like,
Death
yeah, you
of
went to
George
sleep.
W. Bush
Embedded
was
in
probably
the
You're in
CIA
dreamland, baby.
Use their connections in
And you're
order
like,
to
what?
save
No, I'm
Henry
not.
Lee Lucas's life because
It's
if
like,
he would not have been
yeah,
granted
we're going to
clemency,
give you that
then Henry Lee
melatonin you
Lucas
need
may
and then
have
make you all
told
wonky
a
and shit.
story or
The
two.
Bill Cooper episodes will never officially
It's like,
be
I hate
over.
you
Because
so
guess
much
what?
right
We're
now.
still living in that reality, buddy.
Or could it be Henry Lee Lucas is Oregon energy wasn't needed by the aliens because he was what they called too dumb to power their ships?
And that's part 1 of Black Widows. We'll be
All
back
right.
next week with more Black
But,
Widows here
like,
on Last Podcast Under That.
Oh my god!
It
I don't
has
know why
been
this episode
a
was, like,
great year.
surprisingly fun.
Yeah.
I guess it's
It's like it feels like it's like a pressure's
Big
off.
Battle
They married
Barracks
them.
is
Yeah,
pushing for
I
affiliate.
don't know. There's
And
something
I'm
about it where it's
like,
they,
yeah,
they
man,
found
go
something
for it, bro.
attractive about these women. They must have liked their personalities.
Just gotta
I'm not
push.
victim blaming
Gotta
here.
fucking
People
push.
get into
Gotta get
unhappy-
there.
People get into unhappy,
Well,
horrible
that's
marriages
true.
all the time.
Yeah, and I like a strong-willed woman.
Oh,
Right?
yeah.
I think it's fun. Somebody's like, it's kind of fun to feel the danger a little bit of
Sure.
you could kill me. Nallie's
Right.
4 inches taller than me.
Oh,
She
yeah.
practices drop kicks all day.
Mm-hmm.
She could kill me in a second. She could do it with her beautiful legs, and I'd be smiling as she puts me in the scissor lock as I slowly fucking die, and I'm still like saying like, "Thank you. I'm so excited for this." We've already said that that's our goal. If I go past 90 and I can't think or like shit on my own anymore, she is to sit on my face until I'm dead.
Well, that's true. And when you're doing your wedding vows, if like your wife really laughs
Like-
at the line like "till death do us part,"
I
she's
don't
like,
know.
"Won't be long." that's one of those red flags. Big
You
red flag. Yeah.
You die soon.
I don't know.
This is I didn't know that's an improv.
I'm
That's
in,
an improv
I don't know,
on the,
land.
fucking vows that she just did.
You ever
Oh,
be in
my
that
goodness.
land where you're
All
just
right,
like,
thanks so
I don't
much
know.
for listening. Let's see here. What do we got to tell the folks? We got Omaha
I
now.
don't know.
First up, we are
Okay.
going to
I'm
be in
all-
Omaha
I'm all
tomorrow,
janky.
November 18th. The
That's
first
it.
show is sold out, but the second show, we've still got tickets on sale, so be sure to come out to that. I think that's at 10:30. It's our last live show of the year,
That's
and
it.
it's probably going to be our last live show until April or so.
Just know that our 2 shows will be similar because we got a running
I'm
show.
gonna-
But if
I'm
you come
gonna
to the late show. That's normally
mauling
when we
him up.
probably be hanging out. More
Hit
so
that.
is after that show because in between our time is limited
Gonna
because they
small
got to
him
clear
up.
up for the next audience
Gonna
comes out.
small
We can't
him
really hang
up
out in
good.
between the first and second show, but we'll hang out after the second one.
Absolutely. And let's see here.
Also,
Oh,
can
a
anyone
bunch of stuff going on.
on Twitter, I was going to say at Henry Loves You, at Marcus Parks and Ben Kissel, at Instagram, Dr. Fantasty, at Marcus Park and Ben Kissel, the number 1, and LP on the left for everything. Can someone tell me where to eat in Omaha? I want to know what's the good steak. I want to know what's the good steak or what's the
Steak
good
time.
barbecue. Yeah, that's what I would like.
Well, Omaha is so great. They let you pick out the cow. You get an hour with the cow while it's alive to bond
I'm there
with it.
frequently.
And then, yeah,
Ugh.
and then they kill it right in front of you, and you just get to eat it right
Ugh.
there.
You
It's
don't
so
understand how excited
awful.
that would make me.
So bad.
It's a part of even thinking
So
about them
bad
killing
to
all
be
these
there.
elephants and shipping the
Oh
parts
my
back.
God.
I hate
know
being
it's
there.
fun. Obviously, it's a horrible tragedy, but at the same time, I would eat a bit of elephant, but I want it to be raised for its meat.
Right,
You know what I mean?
exactly. Oh, that's a
Ugh.
stupid decision to overturn that. That's right. And
Right,
rate and review
I
the show.
just-
Let's get to number
I
1
don't know.
here.
Yeah, let's get to
My
number
goodness,
1.
You know
we
what?
can do
I
it.
don't
know
know
we
what I
can.
want.
Our numbers are better than all these people. There's some stupid
yeah.
algorithm they use.
What do I
There's
want?
something going on.
I don't know.
We don't know what's going on, but something's going on.
Something's
here.
going on.
We've seen the documentary.
What do I want?
And thanks
don't
to
know.
everybody who gives to our Patreons. If you guys want to give, patreon.com/lastpodcast on the left is the address. Thank you. No matter how much you give, we absolutely appreciate it. Thank
All right. All right. It's our favorite podcast updated again. What is it? Oh.
Have you heard about the Flatwoods monster?
Yep.
What about the whirling Wimpus? You know what the hell a devil dog is? How about a sheep squatch? You're ready to meet all these strange critters and more today. These might sound like elaborate fantasy creations in some giant Dungeons and Dragons Forgotten Realms campaign, or creatures from the Lord of the Rings, maybe the Game of Thrones universe. Nope, they're from our world, kind of, maybe. They're cryptids. They're animals such as Sasquatch or the Loch Ness Monster that have been claimed to exist but never conclusively proven to exist. Despite a lack of hard scientific evidence, many believe that the creatures I just named are all too real. Some people believe they've had actual encounters with them, with Pennsylvania's White Bigfoot, the so-called Tennessee Wildman, and many others. Some also believe in non-creature mysteries like the mysterious lights over Brown Mountain in North Carolina, saying there's no possible way they can be scientifically explained. I talked about these lights in the sister show to Time Sucks, Scared to Death. Technically, these lights not thought to be cryptids. They're not creatures, but could those lights be attributed to cryptids? Perhaps. Maybe they're cryptid adjacent. So we'll include them today as well. What do all these strange creatures and phenomena have in common? All supposed encounters with them and folklore about them has come from Appalachia. Yes, that is how I'm going to pronounce it today for the most part. I know on last week's preview for this episode, I said I prefer Appalachian, and I still do prefer that pronunciation, actually, but since I'm from the north, not from Appalachia, it feels after completing this week's research more appropriate for me to say Appalachian. I'll thoroughly break down my reasoning today regarding the history of this word whose correct pronunciation has been hotly debated by many for a long time. Then after all that, I'll possibly end up pronouncing it both ways throughout the episode. The mysterious allure of the Appalachian cryptids has existed for centuries for the Europeans who settled the land and existed for longer, perhaps much longer, for the indigenous people who lived in the lands of Appalachia for thousands of years prior to the arrival of foreign colonists. These people believe that Appalachia, a region on the eastern side of the U.S. that stretches from New York to Georgia, is positively teeming with cryptids. We've actually visited an infamous Appalachian cryptid before, Mothman, arguably the king of Appalachian cryptids. There are so many more weird, wild creatures allegedly roaming the hills, mountains of Appalachia.
It's fun.
There are so many that there's even been a popular long-running TV show called Mountain Monsters, now on the Travel Channel, that investigates, quote-unquote, these Appalachian cryptids. On the show, John Trapper Tice, Jeff Headley, Willie McQuillan construct elaborate traps to try and catch these creatures. And allegedly they have caught some, if you believe that a bunch of CGI effects and prop and costume designs constitute catching a cryptid, which I do not. Sorry for the shade, mountain monster people, but come on. 69 episodes and counting, and still no truly undeniable evidence. Can't catch one long enough to bring to the lab for proper examination. Still no cryptid alive or dead for a team of scientists to examine, as opposed to a team of Travel Channel actors wearing lab coats and holding clipboards and calling themselves scientists. Look harder! Mountain Monster Team! Enduring popularity of a program like this showcases just how many people believe that cryptids might actually live in the woods.
I want to believe.
Land that outside of
I know that there's
for sure
nothing.
An interesting cultural melting pot of Scotch, Irish, German, Scandinavian, tribal, and African American influences, but mostly Scotch Irish. Talk about that. Appalachia, home to a lot of different folks, a lot of interesting folklore, a lot of good stories. We love interesting stories here. Let's explore some Appalachian imaginations or real encounters, depending on how you see it. This week on a chock full of cryptids, bluegrass jamboree, real or merely legend, wackadoodle or witness edition of Time Suck.
This is Michael McDonald, and you're listening to Time Suck.
You're listening to Time Suck.
Happy Monday and happy holidays. Meet Sax. Happy holidays. Happy Hanukkah. Merry Christmas. Merry Xmas. Merry Happy Joy. To whatever you happen to be celebrating. Hope you enjoy your pine trees, scented candles, Jesus birthday cake, Santa cookies, leather chaps, straight vodka. However you're celebrating, whatever you're celebrating. Thanks for including the cult of the curious in your holiday plan. Hail Nimrod. Hope everyone sacrificed enough Cocker Spaniels to keep you, from smiting them on Christmas morn or something. Hail Lucifina, I picture you in a sexy Santa outfit, complete with garters and a lot of red, see-through stuff. Praise Bojangles, and glory be to Triple M. Michael motherfucking McDonald, of course, has a holiday album called In the Spirit because he is God's one true angel. Doesn't fill your heart with joy? Well, congratulations, you're fucking dead. Okay. It's bluesier than, most would expect. That's what an artist does. They put their own stamp on it. We won't be playing this forever, but you gotta hear this next part. And now he goes. Oh! What's he saying? Only he knows. Fucking scatting! Yes, he can scat! Of course he can. That's akin to the air banjo level of talent. I know today's topic is not holiday related, but it's the one our space leader chose, so it's obviously the right call. A couple quick announcements, and then we'll get to this weird shit. Hearts go out to those affected by recent tornadoes in Kentucky and elsewhere in the Midwest. Mother Nature, God, she can be a real bitch sometimes. Terrible to happen anytime. Obviously, feels extra terrible with the timing now. Some good news.
It feels like it,
charity
but
for the third straight December, the Bad Magic Giving Tree is brought
it is just
joy.
fucking tornadoes. Tornadoes just come and they just fuck shit up. They don't care what time of the year it is.
$15,000 from Lindsay Nice savings account. My favorite number.
They'll just fucking fuck people up and don't care.
So we really do have a
which is tornadoes.
A fine.
They don't give two rats asses.
Now going to have an epic holiday thanks to this community. Thank you. Quick note about the 2022.
By the way, hearts do go out to
Austin, Texas,
2 people in Kentucky. I don't know if there's any viewers that are Kentucky residents.
I've always hated that city. No, this is not my fault. The club will not be opening in time. I was very excited to go, but 2022 going into now.
But I do want to make sure that people. I do want to say that my heart does go out to them. People in that part of the world.
I don't know.
I mean, every natural disaster, my heart goes out to it.
So new replacement date
but I mean,
that weekend, Funny Bone in Richmond, Virginia, replacing Austin.
I hope that there's more than just hearts going out to them.
Date we're locking in for the fall. Other dates still on: San Diego, technically La Jolla, the Comedy Store, Hollywood Comedy Store, Orlando Improv, Bricktown in Oklahoma City, Punchline in Atlanta, Comedy Zone in Charlotte, Tempe Improv, the Wilma in Missoula, and more at dancummins.tv, Wise Guys in Salt Lake City. A lot of different dates. You can also follow me on Instagram and Facebook for show announcements. And now let's fucking get into it. Now for our Space Lizard voted in topic, actually many topics, because of just how many cryptids there are allegedly roaming the mountains of Appalachia. Let's put some yip in the yaw. Hog folk, dog folk, please set your differences aside. Focus today. Let's all explore the mysteries of Appalachia together. Appalachian cryptids. The Virginia moonshine man possum. The green briar skink skank. The tittle whisper dragon. The Johnson City. The Rocky Branch giant rape beetle. These are not the cryptids we're going to talk about today, because I made those ones up. Thank God. The Rocky Branch giant rape beetle. Not a thing anyone has to worry about. What a terrible cryptid. Super horny one. Maybe tries to bugger you out on some trail. Picture running into some backwoods hillbilly at the trailhead, warning you not to proceed. No. These fucked up won't be walking up this here trail. Not this time of season. Oh, not when the Rocky Branch being in the rut. I'm sorry. What? What are you talking about? Rocky Branch down right, baby. Clean your son. You ain't seen pain. You ain't seen fear. Let the Rocky Branch hold you down, bucket in the dirt. Ain't no clench throwing no to keep Rocky Branch out of your trash pile. Then you hear some loud insect noises in the distance. Like a wild-eyed dude starts running off. Get down in your motor carriage. Lock your side windows. Rocky Branch going plug your trash pipe. So fierce. Middleman, fill you inside. There's fire. Even though I just imagined that whole fake scene, I'm kind of scared of that fucking guy. I might be more scared of that guy. The name of the Rocky Branch giant rape beetle. How big is that thing, by the way? How big is its fearsome appendage? Why does it seem to go for loopholes? Those questions will probably never be answered. I hope to answer others today. First, I'll be talking about what Appalachia is, starting with the controversy, of course, over how to actually pronounce Appalachia. We'll also look at its history, its geography, music, and unique mix of cultures that have come together to create what we now know as Appalachia. And we'll dig into some of the stereotypes surrounding Appalachia, look at why it's overwhelmingly portrayed in the media as a backward, superstitious place full of hillbillies. I mean, I just added to that stereotype with my crazy hillbilly beetle warning. Why do I assume that that kind of guy would live somewhere out in Appalachia? We'll look into that. Next, we'll get into the many, many cryptids. The big old time suck timeline. Cryptids of Appalachia. Then after the timeline, we'll examine a few more cryptids. Just a pair of them whose sightings we don't really have dates for. Along the way, we also might run into rogue archaeologist, former University of Montana student, go Grizz. Unofficial, official, self-proclaimed time suck resident cryptozoologist, David Hatcher Childress, the star of History Channel's Ancient Aliens, may not have time to stop by, though. He's undoubtedly hard at work on his 25th book. Not kidding. He released his 24th book, Hanabu, The Secret Files, the greatest UFO secret of all time, earlier this year. That's epic. Other awesome titles include Yetis, Sasquatch, and Hairy Giants, Lost Cities of Ancient Lemuria, and the Pacific. I like how he added the Pacific to that one. Like he's like, Lost Cities of Ancient Lemuria doesn't feel like there's enough fodder there for a proper book. What if I had the Pacific? The Enigma of Cranial Deformation, Elongated Skulls of the Ancients. David's a busy guy. For all that, we'll quickly revisit Appalachia's most famous cryptid. One we actually have already done a full suck on already, Mothman. Let's get warmed up with Mothman.
It's a shy. It's a boy. I didn't like the position this boy was in, so I changed up his position.
Slightly less sleepy little town, or oil town. About the same
Oh my God! It be he.
Where most of the Mothman lore.
As you remember, he was in a very different position. He looked too fierce. He didn't look scared enough. So I made him scared. So I gave him a little bit of a scare like that.
5 men: Kenneth Duncan, Bob Lovejoy, Bill Poole, Andrew Godby, and Emil Gibson.
So
digging a grave for Ken's father-in-law, Homer Smith, in the cemetery near Clendenin.
Vertically.
Claimed to see a man-like figure fly out from some nearby trees and glide low over their heads. He wasn't even high on bath salts or anything. Didn't even have an important blood vessel pop in his head. Ken's sighting would be referenced in the November 18th, 1966 edition of the Gallipolis Daily Tribune. Though it would mention that the 4 other men helping dig the grave didn't see it.
Lamp?
No, is suspicious a bit. 3 days later, though,
just a
November
little
15th,
bit.
1966, multiple people would see it. There was another Mothman sighting in Point Pleasant. So he set off the Mothman craze. 4 young, supposedly mentally stable locals, all around the age of 20. Roger and Linda Scarberry, Steve and Mary Mallett were driving near Point
Hello,
Pleasant.
how are y'all doing tonight? We're just listening about cryptids.
Fuck yeah! Claimed to have been followed by this creature. Linda noticed 2 large glowing red eyes in the darkness behind the old North Power Plant along Highway 62. Roger stopped the car on the road. 4 locals observed a bipedal monster, about 7 feet tall, with wings folded against its back in the woods. They sped off and the creature followed. Terrified, they reported the whole thing to local law enforcement. Then the local paper caught wind of the sighting, and the next day a story was printed about the monster in the Point Pleasant Register. How did all these little towns have papers? And the legend was off and running. And many other sightings in West Virginia, even some around the world, would follow. You can hear more about these sightings in episode 124 if you want to double down on your Appalachian cryptid intake today. So what is Mothman? The most popular theory outside of paranormal explanations is that Mothman is a sandhill crane, or some other sort of strange bird, perhaps an owl. An owl greatly exaggerated in the minds of the people, thinking that they saw Mothman. That's true. If you see an owl, you think you've seen a fucking giant 7-foot-tall monster out in the woods, well, your eyes are worse than mine. I can't see for shit in the dark. Second explanation is that Mothman is an alien of some kind. Maybe a monster from Native American folklore called the Thunderbird. It could also be a strange mutant. Maybe an angel. Maybe some kind of unidentified flying machine. Whatever it is, owl, crane, alien, mutant, angel, transformer, Polish supermodel. The lore around Mothman took off like it did around no other cryptid in Appalachia.
Yep.
Point Pleasant held its first
People
annual Mothman festival in 2002,
love
and pre-COVID,
Mothman.
according to event organizer Jeff Wamsley, The average attendance for the Mothman Festival was 10, 12,000 people a year. A lot more folks showing up for Mothman's Festival than for the Rocky Branch Giant Rape Beetle Festival. 0 attendees ever in its history. That's Mothman. A cryptid many have now claimed to have spotted, but also a famous cryptid no one has yet been able to take even one good photo of. Mothman burning out a few words alone. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time for Mothman takes a photo we can find. He's not a bird and he's not an owl. Oh, no, no, no. He's a Mothman. If you're like, that's a good melody. It's because it's Elton John's. What about other lesser known Appalachian indie bands? Only true hipsters know about them. Cryptids. Fucking deep cut. The B-side cryptids. Like the Snallygaster.
I'm okay, just getting ready for work. Yeah, cryptids, my beloved.
Prohibition in the late 20s, early 30s.
I am simply taking a break from building my first Gundam model. Oh, damn.
I love that name. We'll meet them soon.
You're building your first Gundam model? Oh, man.
A lot of confusion surrounding Appalachia.
Oh, my goodness. Wonderful.
What Appalachia even
excellent.
Is, what are it?
You're getting into the modeling. Well, let me just tell you that you're about to get fucking lit, bro.
That hot button issue.
With some super glue.
It actually does get a lot of people unusually fired up.
Zappagap?
In a short essay,
Zappagap, you're about to get fucking messed up.
Circulation of 7 people. One random Eastern Kentucky.
And it's going to give you a fucking, if you don't air it out,
Appalachia does not exist.
In there,
at least doesn't exist.
You're going to get fucked up, buddy.
Appalachians exist. Appalachia.
And it's not a good high.
Appalachia is fiction.
It's a terrible, it's like the fucking high you get from markers at school.
This person has been listening to this episode. They probably
where you immediately, you get high for a second, and then you have a headache for the rest of the fucking day.
There's speculation over the true origin of the word. Speculation originates with
that's glue high.
Live in the area of northern Florida.
If you're not constantly sniffing it,
back in the 1500s,
like getting it right into your sinuses,
Muskogean people.
You're getting fucking nothing, and it gives you a fucking horrible goddamn headache.
Tribe members who spoke related languages in the southeastern U.S., including Chickasaw, Choctaw.
Now, personally, I don't get high.
And Appalachia, amongst others. Only about 300 people in the world.
So I don't feel the effects at all. So I just get the horrible fucking smell, and I get a headache.
Disease, massacres, a lot of early fighting with the Spanish.
And my brain starts swimming.
Then later, a lot of tribe members being captured and taken in as slaves.
I might be getting high. I don't remember it.
Population. By around 1700, less than 2 centuries after encountering the Spanish, less than 1,000 remained. How many were there originally? No one knows for sure, but likely tens of thousands. Spanish conquistador, Panfilio.
Well, thank you for stopping by and chilling out with us even for a little bit,
first Europeans who encountered these people. Embarked from Spain in 1527 with 5 ships and 600 men on a mission to colonize Florida for Holy Roman Emperor and King of Spain Charles V. And in 1528, his expedition, shortly before most of its members died in a combination of fighting and shipwrecks, including Narvaez, they reached a chiefdom called Tocobaga, at the northern end of Tampa Bay.
My girlfriend is really into Gundam and other nerdy stuff like Warhammer, so she's getting me into her hobbies.
Everyone here is
good.
And these people told Narvaez that there was a nation called Appalachian up north, home of the Appalachian people.
Well, you better start getting into fucking painting, bro.
Word the Appalachian used to name the region.
We have a Warhammer.
Appalachian, perhaps derived from Appalachian word Appalachia, meaning other side of the river. Or
bro, we got tabletop gaming.
Word.
We got Warhammer,
meaning dwelling on one side. Hittite, another Muskogean language spoke by the Hittite tribe.
We got all that shit.
After barely reaching the Appalachia, the Narvaez
for your convenience,
fighting,
we've got Warhammer for your convenience.
Storm. Almost all of them drowned off the coast of present-day Texas. Only a few make it back to Mexico City.
Oh my
god! Years later, they have to fucking walk and take years.
Fucking,
not even kidding. Worst fucking expedition ever. 11 years later, the Hernando de Soto expedition, another Spanish.
Wait, turn down my mic just a little bit, like right there. Is that bad? Right there? A little. Is that loud enough for everybody?
Florida, probably near Lake.
Is it too much or too little?
Miccosukee. The site of that old town has been known as the Martin Archaeological Site since 1988. That year, Florida State University archaeologist D. Calvin Jones, Indiana Jones-ish, Uncovered early 16th century Spanish coins, olive jars, chainmail, crossbow quarrels on the grounds of Governor John W. Martin House in Tallahassee. That site now considered to have the best claim to be the winter encampment of the DeSoto expedition and part of the DeSoto Site Historic State Park. And back when DeSoto was alive and not just an important historical figure, he adapted the Native American name Appalachia, applied it to the coastal region bordering Appalachia Bay, as well as to the tribe that lived around there. Appalachia is still the name of the bay in the northeastern Gulf of Mexico, occupying an indentation of the Florida coast to the west, to where the Florida Peninsula joins the U.S. mainland. And DeSoto and his party cemented Appalachian as the term for the land that lay north of Florida. And over time, that term morphed into the name of the region of present-day Appalachia. Went way north of Florida, up into Canada. This is all happened in the early 16th century. And that makes, Appalachian one of the oldest surviving European place names in the U.S., or, Appalachia. So that's where the term Appalachia comes from. Spanish interpreted as meaning anything north of Central Florida. How come I keep choosing to say Appalachia instead? Now I'll address that. Some people definitely think that saying Appalachia instantly signifies you as an outsider. And I would say for most parts of the region, that's right. However, other people think that you saying Appalachia signifies you as an outsider. There is no complete consensus on the pronunciation among people who have lived in Appalachia for multiple generations. It can vary inside the same county, even inside the same city. As a broad generalization, people from the northern part of Appalachia are more likely to pronounce it like I just said, while people from the central and southern parts more likely to pronounce it Appalachia, especially in rural areas. While no official large-scale census has ever taken place, I think that more people overall, say Appalachia. An internet poll does agree with me.
It's a gun. Oh my God! It's a gun.
And this is the oldest pronunciation for historical.
Oh my dear God!
Appalachia credited in most.
You gotta build those thunder thighs and those hips, baby.
Also used, but didn't show up in those dictionaries until much later. Dictionary.com, my go-to guide for most pronunciation, issues outside of hearing native speakers talk on YouTube, actually lists 4 variations: Appalachia, 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 and Appalachia. Fuck's sake. Appalachian Americans, an active Facebook group with over 230,000 self-proclaimed Appalachians who want to preserve their region's culture. Now I got my mouth all twisted up. They responded to a survey on how to pronounce Appalachia, and 76% said that Appalachia.
You should stream that, though. Time to open shop. Remember, you are all wonderful and amazing people. Love you all. Love you too,
I find that interesting because I feel like most emails I've gotten are from people who say, the only way.
Same, though. Same.
When my daughter Monroe heard me work on this
episode, have you seen the Gundam with the fucking?
She couldn't
oh man, with the fucking cans.
She's never heard.
Let me see.
She spent her
childhood. Let me see if I can give you an example. Draw you an example. Hold
Why does anyone even fucking care how this word is supposed to be pronounced? In a word, tribalism. So
save, so I don't forget. Save.
And who's an outsider? And there have been historical moments where making that distinction has
draw
actually
you a fucking example, like.
Era, how you said a town or a
also, I kind of just want to draw boobs.
From the area or not.
Kind of just want to draw boobs.
Are you a local?
I want to draw. I want to draw the perfect lady
and some moonshiners. For another example, during, say, a coal miner strike, are you a local on the side of the miners, or are you some fucking Pinkerton sent in to bust some heads?
Yeah.
Knowing who's from where still matters to a lot of people today. Here's an example of that from a user on Quora. All right, I'm a southerner from the Appalachians, so this is my area. Everyone I know from this area, family, friends, locals from my part, down to the people all the way to the end of the range, the natives, all pronounce it as follows: Appalachia and Appalachian. How you pronounce this word has more meaning to those of us from the area than just mere differences in dialects. This is one of the words used to immediately identify you. If you pronounce it as Appalachians or Appalachians, or one of those trying to actually pronounce the ch and the ia, by trying to hint at the I and make the double A sound as an apple found in the spelling of the word instead of saying it as described previously above, you have instantly given away your status as an outsider. And natives will mark you mentally as not one of us.
Oh, fuck
there you go.
Appalachia,
I think Appalachia wins with Appalachia as an acceptable substitute. And I will say Appalachia because, that's how the word is primarily pronounced where I'm from, in the Northwest. And because for this region, I'm an outsider, as far as Appalachia. I should present myself as one. So now that we have all that shit cleared up, sort of, it's fucking crazy, right? How these things develop. Nothing I choose, and no justification will satisfy everyone. What is Appalachia?
Yeah.
Geographical and cultural region of the eastern United
I
States.
like this.
It's the area
Like
that
this.
surrounds the
Like
Appalachian
this,
Mountains,
Fox.
which help define the
Like
territory.
this. Like
Appalachia stretches from southern New York.
I
northern
don't
parts
have
of
a
Alabama,
fascination
Mississippi, and
with
Georgia.
boobs. I have
According to
no
most,
fascination
It's
with
made of
boobs.
420 counties across 13 states
Like
and spans about 205,000 square miles. The region's approximately 25 million residents live in parts of Alabama, Georgia, Kentucky, Maryland, Mississippi, New York, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, and all of West Virginia. Fuck yeah. West Virginia not dicking around when it comes to Appalachia, not just dipping their toes in. They pushed all their cultural chips into the poker pot. No area of the
big
US
old
east of the Mississippi has ever felt more like the
bazunga.
area I grew up in, north central Idaho, like parts of West Virginia, specifically Huntington. So far away from where I grew up, but when
Bazingas.
I was there, it felt like home. The Appalachian Mountains themselves actually
I don't
stretch
give
all
a
the way from
shit
Canada
if
to
they
Alabama,
feel like
but the
we're
cultural
the
region we call
outsiders.
Appalachia
I
traditionally
fucking
only
want to
includes the central
go.
and
I
southern
love it.
portions of the range.
Always
The named ranges that make up the
older than the
Appalachian
sea,
mountain range
younger
basically cover
than the
the entire east coast, from
mountains,
Chickasha and Notre
like a
Dame range in
breeze.
Quebec,
Country
the White Mountains of New Hampshire,
road,
Catskill Mountains of New
take
York,
me
Blue
home
Ridge Range in southern Pennsylvania,
to
the
the
Carolinas, and there's
place
a ton more. The Allegheny Mountains,
I belong.
Pennsylvania, the Great Smoky Mountains, the
West
Cumberland Mountains, the
Virginia,
highest elevation in the
my,
Appalachians
my,
are the northern
my,
division.
take
Its
me
name is
home.
Mount Katahdin,
Oh, country road,
5,268 feet.
I
New
hear
Hampshire
those
is Mount Washington,
voices in the morning,
6,288
on and
There are
calling.
other pinnacles in the White Mountains, rising above 5,000 feet. And in the southern region, peaks of the North Carolina Black Mountains, Tennessee, North Carolina Great Smoky Mountains rise above 6,000 feet. The highest summit, Mount Mitchell, 6,684 feet. A large distinctive geographic
know.
feature of the Appalachian
What do you
is
think,
the Great
Fox?
Appalachian Valley.
What do you think?
The
Do you
Appalachian
think
Valley
think
includes
I'm
the St. Lawrence River
getting there?
Valley in Canada, the Kittatinny,
I don't
Cumberland,
think I'm getting.
Shenandoah,
I
and
don't
Tennessee
like
Valley.
it. All right, I don't like it.
In terms of geographical features, waterfalls, streams, rivers are common throughout
I
much
don't
of
like
the
it. Hold
Appalachian
up.
system. Appalachian, Jesus Christ.
Uh.
Generally temperate and humid, the climate of the Appalachians presents a sharp contrast. No surprises there, given that at least geographically, Appalachia stretches basically the entire East Coast.
What is it? Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is old there, older than the trees. Younger than the mountains, blowing like the breeze. Growing like the breeze, country road, take me home to a place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads, all my memories gather round her. Miner's lady, stranger to blue water. Dark and dusty, painted on the sky. Misty taste of moonshine, teardrop in my eye. Country roads, take me home to a place I belong. West Virginia. What's a norm? like this. I want to draw a Gundam. I want to draw a Gundam with big cans. Leave me alone. I just want to draw a Gundam with big old boobas. Not for a friend or anyone else. For me. For me. I hear her voice in the morning, how she calls me. The radio reminds me of my home far away. Driving down the road, I get a feeling that I should have been home yesterday. Oh, yesterday. Country roads, take me home to the place.
One thing that most of the areas do have in common is heavy clouds and haze.
West Virginia.
Smoke and haze nourishes the abundant plant life in the river system.
Mountain
Plant life
Mama.
includes forests, conifers, sugar maples, buckeyes, beeches, ash, birch, red and white oaks. North, farther south, is hickory, walnut, poplar, sycamore, chestnut. All those, plus around 140 species of additional trees found in the southern mountain region. I've driven through so much of it, and so much natural beauty in those mountains. So green, rocky, tree-covered crags, quick and clear mountain streams. It is gorgeous.
It
In
is
terms of animals,
beautiful.
bison, elk, and wolves.
If Fallout
However, elk are returning to
76
northern Appalachian
has
mountains,
told me,
Appalachian
has
mountains, while
shown
caribou
me,
and moose have never left the northernmost areas. Scattered throughout other
it's
areas,
fucking
black bear,
beautiful.
white-tailed deer, wild boar, foxes, raccoons, beavers,
just want to
other
draw
numerous
a
small animals,
Gundam
perhaps
with a
cryptids,
big
like the rocky branch giant
bazongas.
rape beetle. Maybe not that one, please God. Maybe the whirling whimpus. Maybe, of course, the sheep squatch.
Oh
Name,
yeah, the
geography,
sheep
basic
squatch,
known flora and fauna,
which is
plant,
actually
animal
not
count
well
covered.
known. I
These
looked up
briefly,
Alabama's
get more into some of the human history, culture,
Alabama's
Obviously,
version
Appalachia,
of
home to
like
American Indians long before
shit
Europeans were
that we
from the
have.
name comes from. Various tribes, including the
And do you know what we
Pentecost,
have?
Mohican,
We have the white siren.
Susquehanna, inhabited the northern half
That
of the Appalachians
is
for centuries before European settlement.
basically what we have.
Cherokee were the primary tribe. lived in
That's
Hunt.
what
There were many
we
others,
have the
like,
white siren
Creek.
and we have the white
So originally, European
Sasquatch.
settlement was primarily confined to the East Coast. Interconnected trails,
And I'm
trade, and
like,
exploration
ah,
would
that's
soon
fucking
bring settlers
boring.
into the heart of Appalachia. Once the British were
Fucking
defeated
boring.
in the Revolutionary War, Americans were free to colonize the interior of the country, and they did so with gusto, in the spirit of manifest destiny. We went over that concept at length in the Oregon Trail stuff.
Yep.
U.S. deciding, that expanding westward was God's will. God wanted Christians, white Christians, preferably men, family straight men who loved puss, but not too much, get into adults and whatnot, take everything they could for the glory of America. That concept wasn't part of a national campaign like it would be in the early and mid 19th century, but it existed culturally for all practical purposes. You wanted land at the end of the 18th century, cheap land, lots of it. You headed west into Appalachian, you fucking took it from any non-U.S. citizen in the West. Before European settlements, there were over 50 Cherokee towns and settlements in southern Appalachia connected by a system of foot trails, many of which later would become wagon roads. Then, as listeners of
Does
the Trail of
this
Tearsuck will remember,
have
Cherokee other
anything to
tribes,
do with my
driven out by
comic?
warfare, government-sanctioned
Absolutely
forced eviction. until the
fucking
mid-19th
not.
century. Even after a large
Is
amount
it
of tribal
something
removal, the
that
rugged
I
region
want to
is still not
draw
going to be settled
with
easily or
gusto?
simply.
No.
The Appalachian Mountains were the first
I just
formidable
didn't
barrier
like how
early
I drew it
pioneers
the
heading
first
west.
time.
A
I
precursor
should be a
to
good
the
enough
even
fucking
more formidable
artist
Rocky Mountains
to
come later.
immediately
Size and
fucking be
complexity of the
able to
Appalachian
fucking
mountain
draw
range, rugged courses of the many streams and rivers,
a
dense
big-breasted
forests, difficult to
Gundam.
travel
I'm
into
just
throughout
saying,
much of the area. The wilderness of
I should
Appalachia
be good
was a
enough
frontier for exploration and living in
to
the
do it.
late 18th century. Daniel Boone, one of my mom's
That
nicknames.
is
Daniel Boone,
my
1775
that
expedition
is
to
my
Virginia's Cumberland
internal
Gap into Kentucky,
brain
established a settlement route for
of
settlers
just
moving
being
west.
like, I should be able to
One of the
fucking do
first
this
folk heroes
on the
of
fucking
America's pioneer.
fly. without
Founded
looking
Fort
at anything.
Boonesborough, one of the very first U.S. outposts.
'Cause
along
I
the shore,
remember
the west
gunning
side
them.
of the Appalachians. Because the Central Appalachians, modern-day Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Tennessee, had more spacious water gaps that enabled people to pass through more easily. These areas, once properly discovered, once word got out, attracted the largest numbers of early settlers. Many of these people were German and Scotch-Irish, went into the interior of
It has
Pennsylvania. They
everything to
migrated
do with
down
my own
the Great Appalachian
personal
Valley and
want.
parts of present-day Virginia.
I should be
Tennessee.
that good.
But they found out that the area was rich in lumber, mineral resources, animals for fur trading. But despite the early arrival of the lumber industry and the opening of the coal mines, some areas of Appalachia would remain isolated until early in the 20th century. Roughly a century into the settlement of Oregon, California, Utah, etc., parts of West Virginia, other areas of Appalachia still real rugged, not real settled. Notably, the mountain areas in southern Appalachia, where rough terrain made building roads damn near impossible, it developed a distinctive culture. This culture became characterized by handcrafted wares, ballads, folklore. This culture became
Gundam
what the
with
area known
Booba
as
time.
Appalachia would
I
become known
know.
for overall. Hog folk, dog folk.
You fine, dude.
Yeah.
Just do your thing.
The culture of Appalachia consists of art, crafts, food, myths, folklore, multiple ethnic influences, African, German, Native American, but mostly known for none of that. Mostly characterized by the hillbilly stereotype. And that stereotype did not magically appear out of nowhere. It has very real roots. The groups I just referenced all blended together into a cultural melting pot that essentially defined Americana as we know it today. I didn't mention the biggest ingredient in that pot by far, possibly as high as 90% of Appalachian settlers in the 18th and 19th centuries were Scots-Irish, aka Scotch-Irish. Isn't that fucking crazy? 90%. The overwhelming majority were descendants of Ulster Protestants, whose ancestors had migrated to Northern Ireland from the Scottish lowlands. Many had been supporters of William of Orange, aka William III, Protestant King of Scotland, England, and Ireland, affectionately known as King Billy among the Scots. When former King James II invaded Ireland in 1689, William's followers, known as Billy Boys, hid out in forests along the hills for sneak attacks upon the enemy. These fuckers were a wild bunch. Right? Some later 13th, early 14th century William Wallace blood still running through their veins. Freedom! Right? Those guys. When they came to America, New England was already full of British settlers, and these so-called hillbillies settled into the wilderness of the Appalachian mountain range, where the land was cheaper, where they wouldn't be bothered by some uppity, posh Brit fucks. One notable person, and a Time Suck alum, his parents were hillbillies, dude who was plumb full of hillbilly blood himself, Andrew motherfucking Jackson. They said a long time ago in Andrew Suck, Scots from the Highlands of Scotland, called hill folk. Many of those hill folk, also called as Billy Boys, as I said, these terms combined into hillbilly boys. That term eventually shortened to hillbillies. And that name followed these immigrants to colonial America. And these hillbilly immigrants were not nobles. They were not highfalutin merchants and whatnot. They were largely poor, fiercely self-reliant, with an innate distrust of the government after decades of fighting the English and Catholics. And that is where the Appalachian cultural stereotypes such as family loyalty, rebellion against authority, a passion for self-defense gave rise to the image of hillbillies as wild, reclusive mountain men. A lot of that hog folk, dog folk, clannish shit is real. Some of those wild-eyed fuckers are my ancestors that I spoke of in the Andrew Jackson Suck. I didn't have the 23andMe results back then yet, but now I do. They say I'm 55.8% British and Irish. Only 20% hangy-bangy Swedish, Norwegian. Gotta be more. It's the way the genes express themselves in each person. I wouldn't be surprised if roughly 100% of the 55.8% of me from the UK is all hillbilly. My direct ancestors, like one generation above, still very passionate about self-defense, reclusive, rebellious, distrustful of the government, just any large organization, corporate America, the church. My dad kept a loaded gun in every different room of our house the last few years I was in high school. Super worried about the possibility of intruders coming in and stealing the only things he had of value, which would have been the guns. He had tax issues because he didn't trust the government.
I love that. The only things of value, which would be the guns.
Always have some version of, we'll drive to this remote location if trilateral forces.
I love that. Oh, they're going to take my shit. They're going to take every bit of it. The guns. So I need the guns to protect my shit.
Land and trade gold, I guess. I have uncles with very similar dispositions. My dad's no longer paranoid like he used to be. Doesn't try and start fist fights with people anymore. But he used to have, a lot of hot blood in him, a lot of hillbilly, a lot of quick temper. And so did most of his brothers. They'd fight, fist fight. Grown men sometimes. Between family members and strangers alike, they'd fight. Generation before my dad, even wilder. My grandpa was like a boxing champion, and his I don't know, it wasn't his unit in the Korean War, but in some region. And he was a pastor, also a real feisty dude. Very, very feisty. Most of my friends have thought I'm the wild and crazy one of the bunch, and I feel like most of my hillbilly ancestors would be very disappointed in how comparatively tame I am. Right? Why am I not out there fucking punching people? This group of Scots Irish, these true hillbillies, people like most of the branches of my family tree, they are the basis for the modern, wary-eyed, banjo-playing, dirty feet-having, remote cabin in the woods. You ain't from around here, are you? Backwoods stereotype. These people are not the only group that settled in Appalachia and helped create the culture. Important to note, major part of the culture, but not the only part. German immigrants, who are often referred to as Dutch by hillbillies because they came from Deutschland. One of my ancestors, not real solid with the book learning. Another group had a huge influence on Appalachian culture. They primarily settled in northern and central.
God damn it, that's where I get that from. Because I call people from Germany Dutchman, and I'm like, where the fuck does that come from? Oh, it comes from Appalachia. I'm in Alabama.
Log cabin from external elements like rain, snow, sleet, or keeping heat, inside, cool air inside in summer, like caulking. Their cultural identity was so strong they did not
I
assimilate.
can't solve the riddle of an artist's own mind, but I feel that too. It's hard to patient. Gotta appreciate the circular.
Alpine towns like
with these,
North Carolina, Helen, Georgia.
Like,
both those towns came later than the Scots.
I'm a good artist. I'm gonna say it right now. I'm a good artist.
And
Germans,
but they did tend to come over after the Scots.
I gotta fucking make a good-looking Gundam.
Less harshly in America.
I'm not gonna make some half-ass garbage Gundam.
By many British colonists.
I'm a fucking artist, and I deserve better.
Hot-headed. Maybe not the best qualities in a neighbor. Another interesting but rarely discussed Appalachian.
I deserve the best.
Particularly people from
goddamn
Finland
Gundam
and Sweden, boingy boingies. They brought with them woodworking skills, which gave rise to log cabins.
Also,
areas cut so well they didn't even need any chinking.
Also, folks,
no spaces left between.
I watched this video on drawing this one artist, and he says there are 5 tips that you need to learn that people say as art professionals and need to stop saying as art professionals.
Regional multiracial group originated in southern Appalachia.
I put it on my I put it in the Discord.
European,
so I was like, that's interesting. And he's a very good artist. So,
most notably,
like
banjo. Yes, the banjo, the stringed instrument central to bluegrass.
Practice smarter, not harder. You only have a certain amount of time in the day to practice. Don't overextend yourself. Don't
of course, because I have an online triple doctorate.
Don't just keep practicing all day. 10 hours of work doesn't mean anything.
Banjo history lesson.
Because
no instrument is associated with.
You're just gonna burn yourself out, not make yourself better. Just.
Oh yeah. Oh, here we go.
Just one.
Yeah, go on. Come on.
Yeah. Draw smarter, not harder. Also don't draw from imagination. Draw from realism.
And African slaves
or from your favorite art from different things. Don't draw from just your favorite artist.
Then proliferated during the days of slavery with early versions.
You will cultivate a style, and but the best thing to do is not cultivate a style, but be able to be a master of all styles.
As early as 1769, white minstrels
start from realism and then work your way into other people's styles. So that you can easily switch from one style to the next.
The white minstrel performer became famous for his proficiency on the banjo. Some historians consider Sweeney the first musician to use the drum-like configuration.
So it's like,
excuse me, of the modern-day banjo, though other authorities dispute that claim.
and
While
I was
Sweeney's
like,
portrayal of African Americans obviously appalling and by
learn
today's
from a
standards,
master.
Rightfully culturally annihilated. to that
He
day.
makes
He
money
contributed a lot
professionally to be
the
an
popularity of the
artist.
instrument.
You
That
know,
would influence a lot of subsequent
would think that
American
he
music.
knows a little bit
He's the
more
first
than I.
performer to use the banjo in a professional setting.
Don't
Wasn't
burn
the first
yourself
to play
out
the
on
fifth string,
art.
but he popularized it.
Try to
Along, other
learn
players added
faster,
fifth string,
better.
shorter from the banjo, typically used to produce a drone note. Sweeney
Dutch
inspired other
is the
musicians
German
to take
word
up
for
the banjo,
German.
even worked with
Dutch,
Baltimore
the
drum
word
maker
for Dutch is
produced
Netherlands.
banjos for sale to the
Ah,
public. And a lot of people bought and played these hillbilly harps. Almost all of them around Appalachia. Not sure if anyone actually calls them hillbilly harps, but I do hope that term catches on now, and I'm giving proper credit. And the Civil War then became the true catalyst for the instrument's popularity. The conflict brought people from throughout the nation into close contact, exposed many to the banjo for the first time. In some regions, the instrument had been familiar only in barrooms and racetracks before the war. Fuck yeah, bro! Fighting, racing, some goddamn hillbilly harp. Let's go! Let's go! Come on!
banjo. Fucking love the banjo, by the way.
That's some heavy metal banjo harp. Played by a guy in a mountain man beard, dirty cowboy hat, overalls.
Do love
and I
the
don't think anything
banjo.
else.
I just wish people stopped.
Perfect. White musicians in Appalachia began adapting European folk songs and fiddle tunes to the banjo, resulting in the traditions explored and modified in the 1940s and the folk music boom in the 60s. Many trace the source of much of modern original American music, the combination of fiddle and banjo. Bluegrass originated in the 1940s in Appalachia. Bluegrass has its roots mainly in traditional Scottish and Irish ballads and dance tunes. So interesting stuff, right? And in the summer of 2018, the next evolution in banjo music was born. You may remember that is when the air banjo debuted. Check out how I can spice up that dueling banjo jamboree you heard earlier with some solid next level air banjo licks. Bang dong bang dong dang ding, ping tong 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 tang tang, ping 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 tang ping, ting tong ping to the ping tong tang, ping tang tong tong tang, tang tong bo tang to tang tong tang tong tang 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 tang, don't tang tong tang tong tang tong tang tong tang tong tang tong tang. Huh? Did you picture a fucking old man barefoot dancing in the dirt? I bet a few of them couldn't even help themselves. Listen to this episode. Be careful if you're driving. Listen to some of these episodes because I'm sure many of you felt compelled just to dance with joy. And that was going on. Anyway, before moving on, one of the sources I found for the history of the banjo
a little
included
bit
some,
better.
Appalachian banjo
Now,
jokes. I'd not heard these before. Why would it?
and a little bit more
Now, I
beat
don't
on
have to
the
be the one to
size.
experience them.
A
Alone.
little bit more
Here you go.
precise.
What's the difference between a banjo and a lawnmower? You can tune a lawnmower. Come on. What's the difference between a dead skunk in the middle of the road and a dead banjo player in the middle of the road? There are skid marks in front of the skunk. All right. You get it. How many banjo players does it take to eat a possum? 2. 1 to eat it, the other to watch for cars. Come on. One more. What do you call 100 banjos at the bottom of the ocean? A good start. Going back to African American Appalachian influences now. Not only did they bring the banjo, but the people of the Afro-Caribbean diaspora, those fancy ass words, also introduced foods such as sorghum cane, sweet potatoes, black-eyed peas, watermelon, and peanuts into Appalachian cuisine. Kentucky-based writer Frank X. Walker coined the term Appalachia in the 1990s as a means to bring awareness to the cultural influence of African Americans in Appalachia. All these cultures, mostly Scots, Irish, but with a bit of German, Scandinavian, African mixed in, blended together to form Appalachian culture in the 1800s. So what else characterized Appalachian culture? First, religion. Christianity long been the main religion of Appalachia. Religion in Appalachia characterized by a sense of independence and a distrust of religious hierarchy, stemming from early immigrants' Protestant roots. A lot of non-denominational churches. Some 18th and 19th century religious traditions still practiced in parts of Appalachia, including natural water, aka creek baptism, rhythmically chanted preaching,
There we go.
congregational shouting, snake handling, and foot washing.
Fucking
Don't need no
snake
place out here
handle.
for God. This here rattlesnake. Bring me the law just fine. Don't tread on me. Power of the law, protect me from the serpent. While most church goers in Appalachia attend fairly well organized churches, affiliated with regional or national bodies now. Small, unaffiliated congregations still common in rural mountain areas, and some of these congregations have for sure helped fuel certain hillbilly stereotypes. Snake handling, that rare Christian denomination, it did rise in Appalachia. Born in the mountains of Appalachia. Not common in Appalachia. Way more people do not handle snakes there than do, but still more snake handlers in Appalachia than any other part of America. Snake handling began in near Chattanooga, Tennessee in 1910, when Pastor George Hensley said he was commanded by God
those
to take
are
up
some
serpents.
fucking cans.
Funny if you did hear a voice, but it was just like a neighbor pranking, not just some dude outside his window.
Good thing I know somewhat realism. Every once in a while, I make time to make a
Hensley helped spread
semi-realistic.
this style of worship throughout the
I
region
never
by the
do.
1930s. It
I
became
can
so
play
popular
banjo
by
a
the
bit.
By the 1940s,
The
most state
arpeggio
legislatures in
technique
Appalachia
is
had
similar
banned
to
it.
classic
There
guitar.
have been a rash
Given
of
the
deaths.
finger picking
Pastor
style,
Hensley
I'ma
himself
just
died
chill
from a
though.
snake bite.
What?
Being bitten
You're just
roughly
gonna
400
chill?
fucking times. Over the course
No,
of so
don't
many,
chill.
terrifying sermons in
Tell
ministry.
us more about the
Another defining hallmark of
banjo.
stereotypical Appalachian culture.
I just
the
wanted
hillbilly
to have
dialect.
a femme
This again does not
fatale
come from nowhere.
Gundam.
Most people in Appalachia these days do not
I just
speak with
wanted
it,
a
but a lot of folks
Gundam with
do
big
still have
old
that classic
fucking
redneck accent.
cans.
This distinctive dialect
Bro,
is directly related to Old World Scottish
I
dialect.
can't have a Gundam
much stronger
with
Scottish
the
influence
big
than other
fucking
American dialects. It does
cans.
come from somewhere. Appalachian hillbilly is America's, Scottish accent. Check out this little clip from a 2004
My
Appalachian
Gundam.
documentary called Mountain
Don't
Talk.
worry. Don't worry,
Featuring,
Fox.
and I
I'm
shit you
modeling
not,
with you.
Popcorn Sutton and Jim Tom.
My model
Hendrick.
is
Popcorn
very
and Jim Tom.
exclusive.
Yeah. Woo! Bingo bango.
Don't you worry.
I call them cars.
It's an exclusive market of specifically my stream. Very exclusive market.
And I call them cars.
Hell yeah.
Cars, cars. Call them tires.
I call them tires, and I call them tars. Yeah. Oh, folks, like to talk about their tires. I'm like, no, it's like a tars. The
Oh
real
gosh,
rural central
I just
Idaho
remembered
accent,
I need to
very
draw
similar.
something for my brother Cass.
Very natural.
The moment I heard
Also, what are the
femme,
odds that
I
either Popcorn or
just
Jim
got
play around
reminded.
banjo?
Oh, okay.
100%. I mean, at least one of them has to play right, or dabble in moonshine, or have a killer recipe for squirrel stew, or all the above. Rural
I just
isolation, not to
wanted
be demeaning, but
big
a real lack of formal
tittos.
education as well hardened this
I've
dialect
also
for many people
seen
in Appalachia.
Gundam porn,
It's poor folks,
which
accent,
is
a
a lot of people drawing Gundams with
real
big old
than it is
tits.
to maybe sound uppity, overly educated, like an outsider. Fear of the halls of
And I'm
academia.
like,
Seen a lot
okay.
recently with the rising distrust of science, see flat Earth.
They like
and many other
masked
conspiracy
ladies.
groups. No, that's
They
nothing new.
love them masked
Not always about
ladies.
merit, right? The poor and uneducated have been manipulated, oppressed,
But,
fucked over by comparatively more educated elite from most of human history. Feudal Europe didn't work out real well for the peasants. English kings,
I
by and
think it
large,
will.
didn't make life grand for the Scots-Irish peasant. So distrustful
But my opinion.
of formalities. A plain, full of slang and formal way of speaking has become a badge of honor for many poor groups of people throughout history. Hillbillies being one of them. Speaking of education, let's address this
also.
aspect of the Appalachian hillbilly stereotype. Much of the region's history, education in Appalachia, has in fact lagged behind the rest of the nation. For most of the region's history, there hasn't been much perceived need for formal education for a population oriented towards farming and other industries. Early education in the region evolved from teaching Christian morality and learning to read the Bible in small one-room schoolhouses that convened only during the months when kids not needed to help with farm work. Reading the classics, learning deductive reasoning, appreciating Greek philosophy or world history, not big priorities for the popcorn, Jim Thompson. Not when there's farming to be done, a hillbilly harp jamboree to be had, and some squirrel meat to get eaten. Ha! Eaten, they would have outsider, get on out of here. To get ate. I'm sorry, I said it wrong. After the Civil War, mandatory education laws and state assistance did begin to help many larger communities begin to establish graded schools, high schools, later universities. Are the Appalachians still uneducated? An educational gap between Appalachia and the rest of the nation, once considered wide. I don't have exact stats for it since these stats just weren't collected in the 18th and 19th centuries like they are now. That gap is still there, but is shrinking. Following stats come from the results of a report included in 2019 by ARC, the Appalachia Regional Commission. 87.2% of Appalachian adults aged 25 and over have earned a high school diploma, very similar to the U.S. average of 88%. The share of adults ages 25 and over in the region with at least a bachelor's degree rose by 2.5 percentage points since 2010 to 2014. Now exceeds 24% compared to the national average of 32%. However, in central Appalachia, the heart of the mountains, places like West Virginia, the share of adults ages 25 and over with at least a bachelor's degree sits at just 15.2%, 18.3 percentage points lower than the national average. So a lot of work still to be done. Why less education? I explained, with the jobs, but also, part of the reason poverty. Less people having enough money to continue with their education. Appalachia, historically and today, comparatively poorer than the rest of the U.S. In the 1960s, Appalachia had the highest poverty rate and percentage of working poor in the nation. Roughly 1/3 of the region's population living in poverty. According to the ARC's 2010-2014 poverty rate report, poverty rates across the U.S. 15.6% compared to 19.7% in the combined Appalachian regions of Alabama, Kentucky, Tennessee, Virginia, West Virginia.
Yeah, Alabama is no longer fucking filled with idiots, but yet they act like Alabama's the one that's fucking filled with dipshits. Like, don't you worry.
Number for the region taken as a whole.
We're not that dumb.
37,000.
We are pretty dumb though,
which is only just over 80% of the U.S. average per capita income. That's a lot less. The average person in the U.S. making, just over $3,800 a month. Average person in Appalachia making $3,100 a month. Appalachian to Kentucky pulling just over $2,500 a month. Dude's named fucking Jim Tom Popcorn, probably pulling in about $50 a month. JK, those dudes could be fucking killing. I don't know. I just want an excuse to say their name. Prior to COVID-19, the Appalachian region was seeing improvements in income and poverty. See how it shakes out now. Median household income increased 8% between 2010, 2014, and 2015 and 2019, with increases reaching at least 15% in almost 60 counties scattered throughout the region. Despite these improvements, Appalachian homes still only pulling 82.6% of the nation's average median household income. But why is there more poverty overall in Appalachia than in the rest of the U.S.? One of the oldest and most controversial explanations for Appalachia's underdevelopment in both education and income is what some scholars call the culture of poverty. Developed in the 60s, social scientists wanted to explain the disparity in Appalachian's income. The culture of poverty theory holds that Appalachian culture, with its fatalistic outlook and encouragement of laziness, is ill-suited to the modern economy. Under this theory, the solution to Appalachia's poverty is simple. To change the mountains is to change the mountain personality, sociologist Rupert Vance put it. Culture of poverty explanation has been widely criticized by Appalachian studies scholars for drawing on and reinforcing stereotypes of Appalachian people as being isolated, lazy hillbillies. I'm guessing Popcorn and Jim Tom, not fans of this theory at all. No one puts in a harder 8-hour shift than fucking Popcorn. The culture of poverty explanation also informs J.D. Vance's argument in Hillbilly Elegy, which he describes as a book about a culture that increasingly encourages social decay in the context of regional economic decline. Another popular explanation of Appalachian underdevelopment is what's called the resource curse. This one makes sense to me. The idea that places with a lot of natural resources are likely to be poorer because resource industries like coal mines, they dominate the local economy and prevent other economic sectors from growing. Appalachia is a place with abundant resources like coal, minerals, lands, timber, forest, right? Main jobs, lumbering, mining, farming historically. None of these jobs need a high school or high education. Employers don't decide the job based on education level. A diploma has not been a priority in job finding in this region for much of its history. Many kids at school age, drop out of school to help their family work.
Right.
I think that is an interesting theory. I would not have come up with that explanation on my own. It makes sense to me. If a good living wage comes easy thanks to abundant natural resources, and extracting those resources doesn't require a lot of education, well, that removes a lot of incentive, for that education for a lot of people. You can make $60,000 a year right out of high school working in this mine, or you can go to school for 4 more years, take out a bunch of loans, and then maybe make $60,000 a year doing something else. You can make $100,000 a year as a union lineman for a utility company, no college needed, never have to not be called Popcorn, or maybe make $70,000 a year as a social worker if you have your master's degree and you have a supervisor insist that you do ditch the name Popcorn. Another theory to explain regional poverty is the internal colony model. This is very interesting, I think. Developed in the 1970s to provide a political explanation for Appalachia's poverty. The internal colony model likens Appalachia's relationship to the rest of America to that of a colony with its colonizer. Under this theory, out-of-state companies come into the region, exploit rich natural resources, corrupt local governments to ensure their control, leave ordinary Appalachian people with very little control over their local economic circumstances. Rich and educated taking advantage of the poor and uneducated. That narrative, that's been around, ever since some people figured out how to be fucking educated and got rich. The Rutherfords and the Ebenezers exploiting the fucking Jim Toms and the popcorns. So if Appalachians are uneducated or undereducated and comparatively poor, it's not entirely their fault. So why does much of the media choose to focus on the poor and uneducated when there are plenty of other people living in the region? Maybe because it's fun to do that accent. I mean, come on. It's a fun way to talk. I do fucking love doing it. That doesn't seem to be the reason scholars point to here. The rise of the Appalachian hillbilly stereotype figure in the modern national consciousness began in the 1960s during poverty tours, political parades with stops in rural central Appalachia that President John F. Kennedy took. Russian journalists followed. During this period, Appalachia became synonymous with rural white poverty. The tours failed to show the diversity of the region. The journalists just focused on the impoverished. And once interest was shown in poor Appalachian hillbillies, some media members started to spin shit to sell more ads, right? Same old story. Exaggerate the narrative to increase sales, push some propaganda.
All right, back to building Gundam thighs. Here I come, thighs. Thighs. I like thighs.
Kids as impoverished, dirty. They weren't. They were just kids just having fucking fun with their mom. The photograph taken without her permission. Images like these were used by media makers whenever subsequent presidents stated they wanted to end poverty in America. And that linked Appalachia in the modern consciousness to poor.
So much for a break tonight. How are you feeling, Go-Go? Like I woke up and felt anxious, so I started streaming.
Women in shift dresses, holding babies in one arm, cooking on a wood
like I just literally, I had a weird dream, and I could not go back to sleep.
Uneducated poverty.
So I was like, okay, all right,
34, private
my brain,
arts colleges, 4-year schools in the
my brain just woke itself up
4-year schools, not in that association.
after a weird dream.
Public universities as well, plenty of masters and doctoral programs. West Virginia University, one of many of Appalachia's public institutions, Go Mountaineers, offers doctorates in biomedical science, clinical and translational science, biomedical engineering, and more. I just got 2 WVU doctorates last week as a fucking prize and a box of Cracker Jacks. Come on.
You want him to do so much you can do anything?
Just a few of many.
I've been there.
There are cities as well. It's not all just rural.
I have
Pittsburgh,
been.
the biggest city in Appalachia, 2.3 million for the metro area.
I could not go to bed.
Successful artistic people have come out of the area.
And now my brain's all over the fucking place.
Willa Cather, just a few
my brain's
Appalachian
all
authors. Andy
over the
Warhol,
place.
Philip Pearlstein, Robert Qualters, some incredible Appalachian artists. Dwight Yoakam, Wiz Khalifa, Chet Atkins, Loretta Lynn, Crystal Gale. Just a few successful musicians from the area. Steve Harvey, Brad Dourif, Jennifer Garner. Just a few entertainment personalities from Appalachia. And I could go on, but you get it. The backwoods stereotype doesn't come from thin air, but that stereotype does not define all of Appalachia. Not even close. Plenty of diversity in a very big area. Also, new woods and places. Weird, creepy cryptids to hide.
I had an alarm set for 12 a.m. for my D&D group. I slept through it.
Born in Appalachian mines, raised on folk stories, rooted
partially. Wait, you had a D&D group at 12 a.m.? Oh,
telling tall
tales. You never tell me about these things. You never told me that you had a 12 a.m.
More real than the Rocky Branch giant rape beetle, perhaps. That's fine. Now that we have a better understanding of the culture surrounding these cryptids, real or fake, let's meet some of them in today's Time Suck timeline.
Strap on those boots, soldier. We're marching down a time suck.
I'm sorry, Papa.
Let's start way back at the dawn of the 13th century.
Maybe next time.
Before Europeans arrived.
You can do your D&D.
According to a possible Cherokee legend, this is disputed. Around 1200 CE, a great battle was fought between the Cherokee and Catawba Indians at Brown Mountain. Ever since, mysterious lights have been spotted in the area. The lights are thought by some to be the souls or ghosts of tribal maidens, still searching for their men who died in battle. One of the many theories about the mysterious Brown Mountain lights.
Yeah, Monday nights,
Brown
but
Mountain.
meh.
Sounds like a
Meh.
destination for a
Merde.
Cleveland Steamers MC run. Okay, guys, let's make a run for Brown Mountain, just on the backside of Yellow River. I remember playing in that golden water as a kid. Mom used to say I liked the water so much I'd ask to take a shower in the river instead of in the tub. Can you believe it? I'd say, Mom, can you help give me a golden shower before we ride over to Brown Mountain to find that train tunnel?
The past couple
Golden
weeks were
showers
canceled.
exploring Brown Mountain Tunnel with Mom. That's about as good as childhood as any guy could ask for, if you ask me. Anyway, I'm Toots Martinez. I hope you get to check out my Outlaw Motorcycle Club chapter. I'll refocus now. In the 1730s, when German immigrants began to settle around the area, that would become Frederick County, Maryland. These German immigrants allegedly began to encounter something called a Schnellergeist, meaning quick spirit. The earliest incarnations of the creature mixed the half-bird features of a Greek siren with the nightmarish features of demons and ghouls.
My poor
Later reports
baby.
by the end of the 18th century would describe this beast as half-reptile. It would become known as the Snallygaster for some reason. Stories will evolve to rumors of this beast swooping silently from the sky to pick up and carry off victims, suck the blood of its victims. 7-pointed stars, which reputedly
My
kept the
poor
Snallygaster
baby. My
still
poor
can be seen,
sleepy puppy.
painted on local barns in the area. More
On the other hand, I slept for about an hour, and then I got up because I had a dream. I had the weirdest dream.
Of North Carolina, saying that they are in plain
I had such a weird dream.
that is instantly disputed. Mountain folk don't want to hear no science vapor mumbo jumbo about no monster lights. 1797, writer Benjamin Barton writes about the Cherokee legend of the moon-eyed people. According to Barton, human-like beings once lived in central Appalachia that were called moon-eyed people. Their eyes saw very poorly during the day,
Dream?
excellent
Yeah.
vision at night.
I had a dream where I was in bed with some man, and I don't know him at
Early
all.
settlers who heard about the moon-eyed people speculated they were either a different race,
And we were just chilling, nothing sexual. Just I don't know why I was in bed with him.
Welsh people, perhaps, coming over
And then
before Columbus.
I was
the
given
Georgia Park
my
Division of the Department of Natural Resources,
my
the
switch,
Margaret Fort
but my
Mountain,
switch
east of
was
Chatsworth, that mentions
fucking
legends about a
made out
wall
of
on the mountain
fucking weird
there were
angles.
stone piles without
So
border on the
like,
mountains thought to be the remains of the fortifications.
it
of
looked
some
kind of
ancient
like
people.
this.
The moon-eyed people.
Not
Black
this.
says these
Not
people are said
this.
to have been unable to see during certain phases
So
of the
it
moon.
kind of
In one of these
resembled
phases,
this
Creek people
right
annihilated
here.
this race. Some believe the moon-eyed people built these fortifications on the mountain. Back in 1797, Benjamin Barton cited Colonel Leonard Marbury, an intermediary between the government and the Cherokee, writing, Cherokee tell us that when they first arrived in the country which they inhabit, they found it possessed by certain moon-eyed people who cannot see in the daytime. These wretches they expelled. Probably wretches. What do they do? In his book, Barton infers that the moon-eyed people were ancestors of albinos, encountered by Lionel Wafer, a Welsh explorer in the early 18th century. And there have been, there are moon-eyed people in other regions of Appalachia too.
Just it kind of resembled this.
Legends in Ohio. Author Barbara Alice Mann, who identifies herself as Ohio Bear Clan Seneca, suggests that a moon-eyed people of Cherokee tradition were Adena people.
Kind of like that.
Merged with the Cherokee.
And I was like, oh man, this is
Adena
probably like
existed,
something from your country, you know.
Oh no. Built
Say like talking about like because he's Asian, and I'm like, what? Why would I say something like that?
Bearded white-skinned people living in America long before the arrival of Columbus. Who are these people? No one knows. But I feel like there's a decent chance that Popcorn, Jim Tom, might have some moon-eyed blood running through their veins. Skip ahead to July 21st, 1806.
Yeah, I don't know why I said that. And then I had a weird origin story for Wolverine.
Ever recorded in North Carolina. First few years of the 19th century, residents around the Rock reported a number of highly unusual sightings.
For Mary.
Begins on July 31st,
For Mary.
When sorry, I think I said 21st earlier. It is the 31st. Very important. Those 10 days mean everything, but it is the 31st. When 8-year-old Elizabeth Reeves, whose family lived in Buncombe County near Chimney Rock, told her older brother that she had seen a flying man on top of Chimney Rock. Her brother refused to believe her. When she persuaded him to go look, young Morgan Reeves saw not just one, but thousands of people. He really upped the ante. Flying through the air around Chimney Rock. People the Reeves children saw were described as beings clothed in brilliant white, ranging in size from infants to adults. Well, they were generally human in
Thank you
shape.
for your
Children could,
snuggles. I
now make out
love him.
distinct features.
I
There was
love
no
my
clear
boy.
differentiation
He is so
in
handsome.
age or gender to some of them.
But
I'm not sure how they could tell exactly what the infant to adult range. But anyway,
after
these angels,
that,
flying moon-eyed
a
people, other children
really
called their mom,
awful
Patsy Reed,
cowboy
came
movie,
running.
and then
Allegedly also saw this shit.
they were
All in all,
also
6
trying
people saw the
to,
apparition.
with
Elizabeth Morgan,
Wolverine,
youngest Reed's daughter,
tried
Polly,
to
as well as the neighbor, Mr. Robert Pearson,
tame My Little
and an unnamed
Ponies
African-American
to
woman.
be war
According to the
horses.
witnesses, the crowd of beings
And I was a
rose
part of
atop the
it,
chimney
and I
rock.
was like,
Then,
what
3
is
members
going
of
on?
the crowd rose higher than the others, hovered, and then led the congregation of shining beings up through the air and disappeared into
Because
the heavens.
intelligent war
Right?
horses
Counted
would
the
be
strange
really
apparition,
neat.
or
And I'm
apparitions.
like, yeah, that
And then a
would
few
be
weeks
really
later, the
neat, but
Raleigh
what are
Register
we doing?
Gazette cited again, and
These are
Edward
My
August,
Little Ponies.
Edward Augustus Kendall travels through the northern parts of the United States in the years 1807 and 1808. And for 5 years, no one would spot these fucking weird flying people. Then in 1811, different witnesses now see 2 armies of these
My
fuckers
Little War Horse? Yeah.
riding tiny winged horses. Not kidding. Fighting a fierce battle in the air above Chimney Rock. Over the course of several evenings in the summer of that year, multiple witnesses in different locations around Chimney Rock who claimed to see 2 opposing bands of cavalry riding winged horses, tiny winged horses, circling each other in the sky. God, if they only had cell phone cameras back then. On the final evening, these 2 armies, I guess, finally engaged each other in a massive battle. They clashed in the sky over Chimney Rock. Pretty weird. You know, they just flew around thinking about fighting up in the air on tiny flying horses for a couple days. How tiny were these flying horses? I don't know. They're just described in sources specifically as tiny. Not small, tiny. Maybe that's why it took them a couple days to put the battle together, right? I like to picture these horses being the size of like Pomeranians.
But
the
yeah,
warriors are
I
regular
was thinking
size. So
about,
it kind of looks like
I
that
was
old,
thinking about
poster image
like
of, like,
what
a
I'm
circus fair,
doing.
right?
I was like, you know what? I'm gonna draw.
So hard not to fall off your tiny winged horse. So hard to balance. You know, you have a jousting stick or a sword or, I don't know, gun or something. You're trying to fight. Sheesh. Probably just took them a couple days to get real comfortable riding those tiny ass little saddles. These special cavalrymen were allegedly armed with swords. The witnesses said they could hear the distant sounds of clashing metal, the groans of the wounded. The battle lasted around 10 minutes, at the end of which the defeated army retreated and the victorious army disappeared into some darkness. Where did the darkness come from? The fucking wormhole open up in the sky? How many tiny horses were hurt in this sky battle? More importantly, how much moldy rye bread was eaten by these witnesses? It sounds like some hallucinatory ergot poison stuff. Newspapers across the state carried reports of the strange battle. A public meeting was actually held. Love it. In Rutherfordton, North Carolina, which is a cute-ass
I have to
little
work
town,
in the morning, and I have a 20-piece
houses surrounding
prime
downtown.
chicken order to
Public
do.
speculation
Fuck
soon settled on the
that.
idea that the battle was a divine vision of highlights from the past, from the Revolutionary War. They had a public meeting about all this. I think it's there's a universe of tiny horses.
Hey, Floof.
And sometimes the tiny horse universe gets caught over into argument. Now, come on. What are you talking
How's
about,
the
Jim Tom?
floof?
It's obviously reenactors. It's obviously
How is
ghost
the floof?
Revolutionary War reenactor. No, it's angels. And there's some. Listen, when horses go to heaven, they get shrunk. I don't know what the fuck they were talking about. I did get sucked into a fucking travel video for Rutherford.
200 pieces of chicken sucks ass. It does.
Cool coffee shop, cool microbrew, museum, ice cream shop, friendly people. Only an hour from Asheville. You got me, Rutherford. You got me. Rutherfordton tourism people, you hooked me in. I think your tiny sky horse story is total bullshit. But I do love your town. These weird visions, not actually cryptids, I guess. Let's jump to a creature story next. Kind of. The 1850s would see the Bell Buzzard. Maybe not so much of a frightening cryptid, more of just a bird. Fucking bell around its neck. But maybe a magical bird. Probably not. Cryptid-ish. The Bell Buzzard was a fearsome creature in American folklore, frequently cited as an omen of disaster.
Always with these omens of fucking disaster.
Otherwise depicted as just a ordinary buzzard that has a bell. Bell Buzzard originated from actual accounts of turkey vultures with bells tied to them. Bell Buzzard story circulated principally throughout the southern U.S. and it's the origin of the phrase "not enough sense to bell a buzzard." Fucking never heard that phrase ever in my life. I guess it means you're stupid. Reports of buzzards with bells appeared as early as the 1850s. Yeah, North Carolina, Virginia. While sightings of the Bell Buzzard
I'm
likely
hating
caused
work.
multiple buzzards, eventually the determiner the would standardly replace a or plural noun. I'm sorry, or plural form. Prior to the 1880s, the Bell Buzzard would also be sighted in West Virginia, Delaware, Georgia, South Carolina.
I'm making
however,
a
it would be the
tarot
Bell Buzzard's
card.
appearance in Brownsville, Tennessee during the yellow fever epidemic of 1878 that first connected the animal with natural disaster. From then on, the Bell Buzzard legend grew to take a more ominous tone. Sounds like sometimes when times got tough, some assholes made them tougher by tying bells to buzzards, bringing people out. Like something I would have done or would have wanted to do in my younger days. By 1885, the Bell Buzzard's range would expand to include the states of Maryland, Ohio, Kentucky, Mississippi, Texas, even New York. While most reports simply made mention of a sighting, those that elaborated further
Yeah, my schedule starts at 5 p.m. today.
One of my favorite phrases. A harbinger of doom.
But surprise messaged me like an hour ago, and my shift started at 5 in the morning.
Newspaper article headings such as a bird of evil omen, disaster fear with coming of Bell Buzzard, made it clear to readers that some fucked up shit is on the horizon. A reference by the Delaware Ledger on August 4th, 1883 read, "We most sincerely hope that the Bell Buzzard that has been so
oh my god, those corgis are cute.
Our exchange will not locate in this section. It might be the forerunner of color.
Flu.
Unreal. Late 19th century journalist, legitimately worried
about
buzzards.
Fuck, that sounds awful.
Small town Nebraskan paper in 1884 simply noted, a buzzard with a bell on its neck is frightening people in Maryland. They take it to be the angel of death. Years later, an article from May 5th, 1900 reported that 3 Georgia veterans, J.L. Gerald, H.C. Davis, G.K. Smith, while stationed in Tallahassee, Florida, did put a bell on a buzzard in 1863. And that was the Bell Buzzard that everyone was seeing. It was a prank. Hilarious. It is possible that this started everything. Buzzards can live up to 25 years. They can have quite a range where they go. The article elaborated that the buzzard it captured at Fort Gaines, Georgia, was the same bird due to the alleged similarities in the bronze bell and a leather collar used. All right, maybe. Let's hear about a cooler creature now. In the Hagerstown, Mail, from March 5th, 1871, residents were warned about a creature called the Tennessee Wild Man, lurking in Piney, McNairy County in West Tennessee. Piney? Whenever I hear that word, I think of an old song. Long-time suckers know it. Sing along if you want to. Well, look here now, I got some pig. There's that pig I already licked out of my woman's beard. Well, look here now, with a full belly, I made a baby with a woman on mine. And the governor's wallet we got. Yeah. Old Jersey Devil. Time set cut.
Yep.
Another wild ass cryptid tale. Wrong Piney for this story though. This wild man supposedly approached women with wild, horrid screams.
PM and AM are 2 different times of the day. They are.
He also ran with swiftness that defied both men and dogs. A wild man could outrun a hound. It's a speedy sumbitch. Full article read, and I will read this in a stereotypical hillbilly accent, complete with a banjo sound bed for dramatic effect. We learned that between Saba and Cranesville, what is called Piney in McNairy County, Tennessee, strange and frightful being has been observed for several weeks. He's said to be 7 feet high and possessed of great muscular power. His eyes are unusually large and fiery red. His hair hangs in a tangle and matted mass below his waist, and his beard reaches below his middle. His entire body is covered with hair, and his whole aspect is most frightful. He shuns the sight of them, but approaches with wild and horrid
I'm gonna catch a nap before I have to be awake for a day, baby. I love you.
Sometimes with great caution.
I will. I'll get more sleep. I love you. I love you.
Astonishing swiftness.
I
Leaping a tall
love
fence with the ease of a deer.
But you'll get Wednesday off, so it's all good.
Man and dog.
You're working today, but you'll get Wednesday off, so that'll be good.
By attempting to carry them off, as well as by his
kisses.
And the whole country around Sabi is in consternation. Citizens are now scouring the woods and are determined either to capture or drive off.
Love you.
Cryptid, pervy,
I love you.
Both.
I love you so much.
Riding the Rocky Branch giant rapier is his trusted perv Steve. Sounds like a hairy reverse of the last week's subject, Paul Bernardo. Maybe he's fucking creepy daddy again. Who the hell was this wild man? Some believed him to be a former member of a local town who had either gone insane or is fleeing some kind of conflict involving humanity. Okay, all right. But how does that explain his pound-beaten speed? Maybe they only used old fat dogs to try and run him down. I don't know. Same year, 1871, a wild man supposedly rounded up by a squad of citizens near Morgantown, West Virginia, 327 miles from Piney, Tennessee. Fucker probably jogged down to West Virginia one day. Described as half man, half beast, covered in rags with long, brushy hair, giving him the appearance of a gorilla or than a human being. This wild man said his name was Thomas Foley, a native of Ireland, of course. Probably Scots-Irish. Fucking hillbilly, living in the woods. Foley said he lived in Connecticut for some years before fleeing for the wilds of West Virginia, where he had been living off the land, no structure, for 2 years. So he said, when someone from the search party brought him home, dressed him in nice clothes, said that he escaped, bolted for the mountains, tearing his clothes off as he ran. So maybe a cryptid, or maybe just a super weird dude, likely very mentally ill. 1877, party of gold miners traveling through the Globe Valley in Caldwell County, North Carolina, encountered another wild man. Although they only got within 40 yards of this man. One miner claimed this peculiar specimen of humanity appeared to be a giant, 6 foot 5 inches with a funnel-shaped head and 2-inch long dark hair covering his body. Okay, now we're talking. That thing, maybe not a hillbilly, although some are known to get hairy and not have the most traditionally shaped heads. When this fellow spotted the miners, he pounded on his chest before turning, bounding off into the woods at the speed of a deer. The party tracked him with guns drawn to a cave deep in the mountains.
Why would you?
Found bones of
My big
scattered about.
Oh,
He'd been living.
I love my Mia. My man's leaving, guys. He needs all the kisses. He needs all the kisses, and he needs all the love.
Getting bigger, hairier somehow. More Tennessee wild men sightings followed 2 decades later.
He needs all the love.
Forest and Stream, an outdoor magazine.
My man needs all the love.
Published a sketch of the wild man.
He needs kisses. He needs hugs.
Creature with talon-like fingernails.
He needs both.
Tusks instead of teeth. And hair and beard to his waist. And I think maybe this is still Thomas Foley. 187 miles, 19 years from that Highlander's last sighting. Of course, he has talons on his fingers and toes. He hasn't clipped anything in 27 years. He has tusks for teeth because he's been fucking eating rocks. He's adapted to eat rock when he gets hungry. So much calcium in his system. 4 hunters encountered this naked wild man in the forest of East Tennessee. After following him back to his lair, they attempted to seize him and take him to Cleveland. The man used his brute strength to overpower the man and run. And a posse returned for this wild man, did capture him, supposedly sent him to an insane asylum, where, according to the report, he now reposes in comfort. God dang it. They locked old Tommy up. Seemed like he was doing so well. Clearly not a cryptid here, just another mentally ill mountain. 2 more cryptid-adjacent sightings, and then back to a real monster. Sound like more Brown Mountain Light stories come in 1897. Joseph Lovett, who lived next to Lovin's Hotel, said he had first noticed the lights in 1897 and took no interest in them. Didn't hear anyone else talking about them until his neighbor C.E. Gregory began trying to draw public attention to them around 1910. What were they? They didn't know. Strange lights flickering around, sometimes in the trees, sometimes floating above the trees, where no man, nor train was known to be. Brown Mountain Lights were featured in an episode of The X-Files. Field Trip. 21st episode of the 6th season. Came out in 1999. Vince Gilligan co-wrote that episode. The creator of Breaking Bad. The cause of the lights in the X-Files series, a mysterious hallucinogen caused by fungal spores.
Yep.
Kind of like magic mushroom. Maybe alien in nature, though. Shrooms can make you see some strange lights. Now for another wild man sighting, a big bastard. February 8th, 1889. New York Times reported the following. Chattanooga, Tennessee, February 7th. The citizens of Walker County, Georgia, a few miles from this city, are very much excited over the existence of a genuine wild man who haunts the mountain region of the county. He is described as being of gigantic stature, covered with a thick growth of hair, and carries in his hand a huge knotted stick. He looks as if he might be the twin brother of Barnum's wild man, and is fierce and untamable. This modern Orson has been seen by several parties. One gentleman, bolder than the rest, encouraged the creature in a lonely part of the mountains one day, not long since, and at a safe distance, endeavored to strike up a conversation. A perfect shower of stones.
Fucking hate drawing hands.
And thinking discretion, the best part of valor.
I hate
tracks in the dangerous neighborhood.
God,
so again, maybe just a fucking weird dude. Maybe not a cryptid.
I hate drawing everything. I suck at everything.
Oh, definitely cryptid. February 1909, an article claimed that a man had been seized by the snallygaster. Proceeded to sink his teeth into his jugular, drain his body of blood, before dropping it off along a hillside. Fucking proper monster. Sick, bro. The story was carried prominently in Middletown, Maryland's Valley Register and soon spread far and wide. So much so that the Smithsonian Institution offered a reward for this thing. Not kidding. Even 51-year-old current president Teddy motherfucking Roosevelt, famous as a big game hunter, reportedly considered postponing an international trip, this is while he's an active president, to personally hunt this beast. Holy shit. I'm well aware that the seeds of war may be being planted in Europe at this very moment, gentlemen. I will travel to the German Empire shortly to talk to Emperor Wilhelm II. But first, I have a snallygaster.
That is an interesting fact, though.
And once it followed snallygaster
that'll be very interesting. That'll be nice.
Woman claimed that she almost got abducted by this dragon-like beast. Farmer claimed that snallygaster roosted in his barn too, laid an egg the size of a barrel. Holy shit! What that egg would taste like? Scrambled up with a little bit of milk, butter, salt, and pepper. Probably delicious. I love eggs. I bet I would love a snallygaster egg. Snallygaster Benedict with some Wild Man Hollandaise sauce. That sounds gross, actually. Also, a man in Casstown, Ohio, wrote a letter to the Valley Register telling of a strange creature that flew over his area making terrible screeching noises. Described as having 2 huge wings, large, horny head, and a tail 20 feet long. God dang. They morphed from a fucking siren demon to a dragon over the past century and a half. That's impressive. Mutating out there in the forest. Another sighting in Frederick County occurred in March 1909 where 3 men claimed to have fought the creature. Hell yeah. Outside a railroad station for nearly an hour. That's a long-ass fight. Oh, I'm sorry, hour and a half. Excuse me. Longer fight. Chased into the woods of Carroll County. Bet they couldn't catch it. Every day you come face to face with a fucking monster dragon demon thing. Afterward, no more sightings of this mysterious creature for the next 23 years. 1910 marked the first appearance of another Appalachian.
I'm cheating.
The whirling Wimpus.
I'm fucking cheating.
This is quite the fever dream. According to lumberjacks who spotted the creature in eastern Tennessee, the Wimpus.
Oh no, they bend weird.
Body,
no.
Enormous front feet and tiny legs. Small but powerfully muscled. And it gives this Tasmanian devil-like creature the ability to spin very quickly like a top. It is the spinning that gives this thing its name, the whirling Wimpus. And that's its primary hunting mechanism as well. A Wimpus will allegedly use its strong arms and rapid spinning to beat victims into a pace. It is like a Tasmanian devil. It likes to hide next to a trail, apparently, then pop up, stand on its little hind legs, and then just fucking whirl, whirl, whirl. Any person or animal coming up on the trail could get sucked into a fucking vortex this thing makes. And then the pressure of the vortex will turn its prey into syrup.
I'm cheating,
and then the
Fox.
Wimpus will slurp up the
Fox,
blood
I'm
syrup.
cheating.
Seriously, that is the legend. I feel like I put more thought into the Rocky Ranch giant rape beetle.
You know what?
Than
No, I don't care. I don't care.
Or just the tail.
If somebody's like, those hands look very familiar. Yeah, because they're fucking.
If the lone hunter made the mistake of venturing out into the woods alone in the morning, didn't return before sunset.
I'll probably add a
small isolated areas
extra.
They were the
there just to make it not the exact. I'm not tracing. I'm not tracing. I'm tracing. But shush.
The Wimpus would devour every last bit of them. According to these lumberjacks, search parties would come across large footprints left deep in the woods, filled with small pools of thick tree sap. This was the good evidence that their buddy had been fucking syruped by the Wimpus, had been whirled. Search party would listen to, when they saw this, these syrup tracks for distinctive buzzing sounds that the Wimpus would make when it whirled. We agree that these lumberjacks who came up with the story were so fucked up when they did. A lot of moonshine went into that legend. This next creature is even weirder. This might be my favorite. Also in 1910. 1910 book, Fearsome Creatures of the Lumberwoods. Lumberwoods. Would describe a creature from Pennsylvania known as the squonk. The squonk is of a very retiring disposition. This is the description. Generally traveling about at twilight and dusk. Because of its misfitting skin, which is covered with warts and molds, it is always unhappy. Hunters who are good at tracking are able to follow a squonk by its tear-stained trail, for the animal weeps constantly. When cornered, an escape seems impossible, or when surprised and frightened,
I draw everything myself. You know what? I
So it sounds
get
like it
I
might
get a
literally,
pass.
You know,
I
describe
get a
something. Yeah.
pass.
It,
There's only
it
a
cries
few
'cause it's so
people that
sad
can
and
draw
ugly.
hands like
Sometimes it's
fucking
ugly cries of
masters.
yourself to death.
And then they're
That is the
like,
weirdest, saddest
you know,
interpretation
you
I've
just
ever
need
heard.
to play anymore.
Later retelling patterns of squonks
And
were
then you can
slowest
draw
on
hands
moonlit nights
like a
because they would try to
mascot.
avoid seeing their ugly reflection in bodies of water.
And
In
it's
addition
like,
to
fuck
warts and
you.
moles,
You know what? Fuck
you
you.
know, later on in their mythology, the creatures were given webbed toes, but only on their left feet. That creature sounds like it was made up by a 1910 version of me. Now we're in 1913. Another explanation for North Carolina's Brown Mountain Lights is tossed out after another reported sighting. Account of the lights dates from September 24th, 1913, as reported in the Charlotte Daily Observer. Described mysterious lights seen just above the horizon every night, red in color, appearing punctually at 7:30 p.m. and again at 10 p.m.
It's okay, guy.
Distributing the information to Anderson
I've
Logan,
had
an old and
to
reliable
trace
resident.
sometimes too.
Locals asked their congressman for a government investigation, and the U.S. Geological Survey employed D.B. Sterrett, dispatched to the area, quickly finds that the headlights
I thought I
of
was
the
a good
westbound
enough
Southern
artist.
Railway's locomotives would have been visible
But
from Love and
it's
Hotel. The
okay.
train schedules he consulted left him no doubt.
Okay.
These were the cause of the lights that were being reported. But, as I reported,
Every artist
on episode
trace.
116, Scared to Death, in July of 1916, these lights would still be spotted despite local flooding pausing train service to the area for several weeks. So, not satisfied by the train light explanation, Brown Mountain was featured in an American pulp magazine, The Argosy, telling people the lights were UFOs. And many started to believe the mysterious lights were aliens. Lights are reported as being white, red, yellow, orange, and blue, described looking like large balls of fire to small candlelights, anything in between, and from floating near the ground to rising up high into the sky, and they are still seen today when the trains are not running. All right. Late 1920s now.
Yes.
More
Ba-da-na-na-na-na.
sightings. Fuck yeah, bro. Where's that demon dragon siren thing been? Because the gap in sightings, some now assume that the lifespan of a snallygaster is around 20 years. And the new snallygaster is the child of the one from 1910. That makes me think, why would they assume only one would exist at a time? Did they reproduce asexually?
Yeah.
One snallygaster give birth to a new one, clone, then die? Once again, snallygaster back in Frederick County, Maryland.
Yeah, I think that they're just
chicken,
fucking idiots.
another small animal. Farmers are thinking this snallygaster is a huge pest. Man, sounds like this snallygaster a bit smaller than his dad mom. Snatching chicken. Hard times for a demon dragon.
It's okay, dude. Everyone has their
showed up because of prohibition.
There are days I don't
Moonshiners
even want to touch an instrument. Feels
reported
low.
to have fanned the fear flame
Maybe
of the
Nesbitt.
snallygaster.
Still say
Enough
it
to
sounded
scare
great, or
government
at least
agents away from their distilleries. Also, tried to explain the sounds that came from their stills at night.
It's not about being in a funk.
Sounds began circulating with disturbing
It's not
regularity.
about being in a
As
funk.
the noises became more common,
I just can't draw hands.
This time it has razor-sharp teeth, occasionally alongside huge octopus-like tentacles. Getting scarier again. And it'll
I
swoop down and
suck at
snatch
drawing
grown-ass men,
hands.
drag them off at night. So is it a little chicken snatcher or is it a big dude grabber? Baltimore Sun published some articles, as did the Washington Post. These articles reference in sources, not given dates, so I don't have them to share. Thinking about what they may have read, like, made me think about like a breaking news broadcast about this thing. Hello, people of Baltimore. Here at CRPD News, we just received a report of another area snallygaster attack. The demon dragon was spotted in the backyard of Agatha Nichols.
Snallygaster is in Fallout 76.
Princess before she walked out and yelled at it. It then whimpered and flew off. Mrs. Nichols told a CRPD reporter that it looked tired and hungry. It seems that this creature is of the chicken snatcher variety and not the man-grabbing type. So, keep your pets inside, your chickens cooped, and rest easy, Baltimore. Stay tuned for more news at 11. The more articles that were published, the more pressure came to catch or photograph the snallygaster. National Geographic even prepared an expedition to capture this thing on film. Trying to avert a panic, the Baltimore Sun reported the snallygaster was dead in November 1932. I love that people were apparently starting to panic. Are everyone's bags packed? We gotta go. Grab the dog. Get in the car now. We gotta get the 9 o'clock train to Boston before that demon dragon returns. Oh God, it's one of the big ones. On the paper, a shadowy photo of the dead creature.
It's all good.
Accompanying a questionable account of how it drowned in a vat of whiskey.
I know. We gotta watch out for the chicken snatcher, guys.
The report stated that the federal prohibition officers inadvertently blew up the still for the carcass to be examined. And then when Prohibition ended a short time later, stories about the snallygaster dropped off. 1934 now marks the arrival of another true Appalachian cryptid, the devil monkey. Hell yeah. That's a way better name than the whirling Wimpus, even though that thing is scary. Now, but if I'm going to an old-time wrestling match, I'm going to put some money down on the Wimpus or the devil monkey based on name alone. For sure, going to pick that devil monkey.
Devil monkey
This Saturday
does
night
sound
at
good.
the Allegheny County Fairground, it's the whirling Wimpus versus the devil monkey. Monster versus monster. Wimp versus chimp. Can a banana-loving Satan monkey withstand the twirls and whirls of a little-legged vortex syrup-loving Sasquatch kind of thing? Who wins? Who spins? Find out on Saturday night at the Allegheny County Fairground. We'll sell you the whole seat, but you'll only need you get it. The first reported encounter with this reportedly swift, dangerous predator occurred in 1934, South Pittsburgh, Tennessee. According to reports which were allegedly published in national newspapers, eyewitnesses described a mysterious beast that could leap across fields with lightning speeds.
I'm drawing
To jump great
the
distances
Yule
up to
goat.
20 feet, according to some accounts, have led some to speculate that these animals may have something in common with kangaroos. Or
The Yule goat,
they're not
you
real at
know.
all, made up by lunatics. Or that. Related to kangaroos or related to the whirling Wimpus. I'm going to be honest. I'm very open to the paranormal. The most I've ever been since I was a kid. But no super strong contenders so far out of the creatures for something real in my mind. Right? I'm just not feeling it quite yet. Hey, Dan. David Hancher Childress here. Go, Chris. Applying the paradigm of the known to the unknown just isn't a fair way to evaluate cryptids. The world of science, through experimentation and exploration, has redefined what is known many times over, which has led to incredible discoveries which have cured diseases, sent man to the moon. To use about two examples, the whirling Wimpus, while foreign to your mind, may fit in perfectly with the rules followed by fauna of, say, parallel universe, overlaying our own that science has yet to discover. So you believe in the whirling Wimpus?
For what it's worth,
No,
I think
that's nonsense.
that's a
But
really
keep
good
an open
looking
mind
hand,
for
way
the rest
better
of
than
it
I could
going
do.
forward.
It's just
Thank you.
tracing.
That was actually really good advice.
It's just
Okay, cool. Yeah,
tracing.
no, I'll
It's
just,
not.
I'll just
It's
show my
not
joke out,
like
until you.
not the
you can
most
hit.
incredible hand. It just I traced it.
Oh, he didn't even plug his new show on A&G. Maybe it's Giants or anything. That was a really nice.
Maybe it's Giants.
children's
That
show.
is something that I,
Next monster. Dusk.
we need to watch.
September 12,
Maybe it's Giants.
1952. The first recorded sighting of the Flatwoods Monster occurred in West Virginia. The May brothers, Ed, 13, Freddie, 12, have been playing in their schoolyard, and their 10-year-old friend Tommy Heyer shows up. After the boys notice a pulsing red light streak across the sky and crash at a nearby farm, they run to grab the Mays boys' mother and hightail it up to the hill to check out where the light landed. Then a few other boys, one with a dog, shows up. Not sure why the dog detail is important. Doesn't come up again in the story. They ran back down the hill in fucking terror. Then another guy said he saw it. 7 Braxton County residents on Saturday reported seeing a 10-foot Frankenstein-like monster in the hills above Flatwoods, a local newspaper report said afterwards. A National Guard member, 17-year-old Gene Lemon, leading the group when he saw what appeared to be a pair of bright eyes in a tree. Lemon screamed, fell backwards. The news account said when he saw a 10-foot monster with a bloody red body and green face that seemed to glow. It may have had claws for hands. Hard to tell because of the dense, weird mist surrounding it. Like with Mothman, the sighting blamed on
But also, I can draw hands. What am I talking about? I can draw hands.
Ended up kind of becoming a low-rent Mothman. Locals in Flatwood
That's a hand right there.
Our welcome sign, which designated the town as home of the Green Monster. The town also
That's another
legend,
hand
in an annual Flatwood
right
Days
there.
festival, but no one really fucking cares.
What am I talking about? I
Flatwood's
do know
going
how
home
to
about
draw
20 people.
hands.
I'm guessing
Just not at the
not
right.
even all them show up for the festival. The Devil Monkey.
What am I talking?
That'll show up again in 1959.
Wait a second. I'm fucking
family drives through the
stupid.
mountains near
I
their home in
do know
Salt
how to
Lake
draw
City.
hands.
According to their account,
Just
like
I make
three
big fuck
scratch
ups, and
marks.
I want a
The boy's
very
daughter,
specific
Pauline,
condition.
describes the terrifying attacker. It had light, taffy-colored hair, with a white blaze down its neck and underbelly. Stood on 2 large, well-muscled back legs. Had shorter front legs or arms. A second devil monkey encounter allegedly occurred just days later in the same region. Several days after this incident, 2 nurses from the Saltville area were driving home from work one morning and were attacked by an unknown creature who ripped the convertible top from their car. That's fucking terrifying. Luckily, the nurses were unharmed. I have to wonder, is this devil monkey Thomas Foley? Come on, he escaped that mental institution sometime after 1896. He's over 100 years old now, continually mutating, growing stronger and stronger. Hail Nimrod! May we all live as long, but maybe not mutate quite as much as Thomas Foley, Irish wild man. In 1970, another creature appears, the Pennsylvania white Bigfoot, first spotted, or Thomas Foley again, assumed to be a cousin of the normal brown Bigfoot. Pennsylvania white Bigfoot, first spotted by a woman referred to as Annette B. According to Annette, the creature stood between 6 and 7 feet tall, with broad chest, long neck, coat of dirty white fur. Annette went on to describe its face, saying, its eyes were dark and spaced far apart. Its white hair covered the lower half of its face. There was pinkish skin around the eyes and forehead. It looked like its hair was a little longer on its head and hanging over its forehead like bangs. Bigfoot with bangs. Fuck yeah. White fur, like a yeti. It wandered way off course in the Himalayas. Maybe fell into a teleportation vortex or something. The next year, real different kind of beast appears. First media mention of Goat Man comes on October 27th in the Bowie, Maryland-based Prince George's County News. Sounds like a real pathetic superhero. It is Goat Man, able to eat much more than a regular man, and also be more sure-footed on steep hills and rocky crags, and kick pretty hard. Goat Man, no normal man. He's hairier and
I found one thing that I didn't like about building Gundam models. The very tight and deep spots that you have to put a tiny piece in doesn't help that I have fat fingers. Doesn't help that every single modeler also has 2 fat fingers. It happens.
Dog found decapitated in Old Bowie. The article
if you get an Warhammer, I would say orcs are the best. Because you don't have to give a fuck. There's so much flash on my fucking models, and you'll never fucking see it. You'll never know. Unless you're looking for it, you'll never fucking know.
Heard strange noises, saw a large creature. Tonight the dog disappeared. Also reported that sightings of an animal-like creature that walks on its hind legs were increasing along Fletchertown Road. Luckily, after this dog, it never seems to have killed anything else. Weird ass goat dude. Take one dog and fucking disappears forever back in the ether. A mysterious white creature seen in July 1973 in the TNT area of Point Pleasant, West Virginia, the epicenter of the Mothman sightings during that 66-67 wave we mentioned before the timeline. This creature would become known as a white thing, not the most creative name, or some people called it a devil dog. Not all creatures called devil dogs, I guess, necessarily appear as dogs. Lions, they can be big cats. One thing stays the same though. They're stark white with long, shaggy hair. I don't know, not sure that that's true. That's what I'm supposed to say. They move at lightning speed, sometimes on 2 legs rather than 4. Sometimes they seem to have too many legs. Their chilling screams sound like a woman being attacked or murdered. Whatever they are, they're bloodthirsty. They attack without provocation. Their attacks are so real, people actually feel the beast's fangs tearing into their flesh. When the attack is over, they're shocked to find themselves without any injury. It was all in their mind, maybe. Or they don't physically seem to hurt humans.
If you get an Warhammer, keep on pad.
Blood around. Never been directly witnessed, but assume one witness. 28-year-old man, when interviewed, would say that he saw a devil dog when he was 7.
Hammer.
That seems very legit.
Keep on
pad.
pad.
7-year-old.
Yep.
When it comes to accurate information regarding unexplained creature sightings, I mean, who can? Everyone knows that 7-year-olds report fucking facts. Nothing but facts. The kid was riding in a car with his family. 1973, when he looked out the window, saw a creature bounding down the road next to him. The creature was white with thick, shaggy hair.
As you can see, the Yule goat.
Said its head was about 3 feet wide. Okay.
I was thinking about drawing the Yule goat, and now I have the Yule goat.
Size explanations. The creature appeared suddenly alongside the car and floated through the air, following them for a few moments at about 65 miles an hour, and then gone. Until this next side. September 27th, 1973, 2 young girls. So, okay, fuck credibility. Standing outside in Beaver County,
Another reason that orcs are the best, the Alma-type moment. I would not use your boys, if you're going in a Warhammer, old Warhammer, maybe, because I have not, I don't have them. I have a rat army. I have a rat army, so I don't know. Maybe they're slightly different.
Creatures were seen standing in the same pasture, not far from this. One woman tried to fire her shotgun at them because when you don't know what something is, you fucking try and kill it. She missed, it disappeared. And right after it disappeared, a glowing orb appeared in the nearby woods.
It's real good.
I don't know.
It's like one of those Yule things. You know, the Yule goats that you see all the time.
Also 1973. Cryptozoologist, author Lauren Coleman, investigator reports of 3 black bushy-tailed giant monkeys said to have slaughtered livestock.
Made out of straw and hay.
Of livestock slaughter because of giant demon monkeys, devil monkeys.
I'm like, why not? I think it's real fun.
I investigated the case in depth. I interviewed the people who were very sincere.
Reloading. It's me, an orc. A normal-sized orc. Fucking so big, it's beyond belief. It's bigger than a fucking space marine. I am huge.
Over 40 books.
I'm large and in charge.
Other mystery denizens of the deep, and cryptozoology A to Z, the encyclopedia of loch monsters, Sasquatch, chupacabras, and other authentic mysteries of nature. Guessing. He and Childress know each other. Yet another new Appalachian cryptid would arrive on the scene in August of '78. The Grass Man, a.k.a. the Ohio Grass Man, a.k.a. Bigfoot, but different name. Maybe not a new cryptid, maybe a repackaged one. First prominent sighting of the Grass Man occurred in the small village of Minerva, Ohio. August 1978, grandchildren of Evelyn and Hal Clayton, along with their friends, ran inside screaming about a hairy monster they all saw in a gravel pit outside. That is interesting. A lot of people have seen it. When the couple went out to investigate further, they see the creature is covered in dark matted hair. Oh, sorry, the kids ran in first, and then everybody else sees it. I just read my own notes wrong. And they see this thing, dark matted hair, sitting in the fucking gravel pit and fiddling with discarded trash. And they estimated it was, around 300 pounds. So maybe a monster, or maybe just a large, hairy, sad dude sitting in the fucking gravel pit, sifting through some trash. Not knowing what to do, the Claytons fled. But then Grassman would return. One night, Grassman was seen peering at them through their kitchen window. Fucking sad gravel dude wanted a snack. Hal ran for his gun, but then this primate, or sad guy, was gone before he returned.
Yep.
The area was later investigated by police, although there was no sign of the hairy humanoid. Several faint footprints observed in the mud, and a terrible smell still lingered in the air. Smelly sad guy. Clayton's then saw the Ohio Grassman again atop a hill.
Red, why it's red? It's red because it goes faster. How does it go fast? Because it's red, oi.
Got a lady.
I did not paint my orcs like that. I painted them like hey.
German Shepherd was found neck broken.
I've already said this. They're fucking painted like beer, like beer cans, like different beer cans.
Well, people have speculated that Grassman is another species similar.
And it started with my blue rudder truck squig buggy, and I call it and I was like, it's Milwaukee's best. And I painted the other one blue. What is it? My fucking Dick Cheese McFuckface.
Even Ohio, where the Grassman is allegedly from, has
what is it called? There's a rudder truck squig buggy, and then there's the Snazwagon, the Boondocka Snazwagon, and I painted it blue as well. And I was like, yeah, Mad Dog.
BFRO investigator.
And then I just listed off beer things. I was like, yes, I shall paint them all in beer colors. They're all different colors. There's no like army consensus of like color of like color coordination. I didn't give a fuck about that. Gave no shits about that, and I loved it ever since.
After hearing it run away, the couple heard a loud howling sound. The witness stated he had joked with the boyfriend about a howling Bigfoot up until the night he heard the howl and had the sighting a few minutes later. What? Who jokes about a howling Bigfoot, then sees a howling Bigfoot? We've never even heard of a howling Bigfoot. Initially, the witness thought he was observing a telephone pole along the road as he left his mother's home. He described what he saw as being the color of a heavily creosoted pole. He approached it for an estimated 5 to 10 seconds. At a distance of approximately 25 feet, the creature jumped off a 4-foot embankment, ran across the road in 3 or 4 steps. He further stated that he nearly collided with it, as it was as close to 10 feet from the front of his Jeep. It was illuminated by high-beam headlights during the encounter, and he did get a good look at it in profile, and then slightly from the rear. He estimated that 5 seconds elapsed between when it jumped and when it disappeared into a field on the other side of the road. His vehicle speed during the encounter approximately 35 to 40 miles per hour. The road is a typical rural road in Ohio, 12 to 14 feet wide in pavement, with gravel shoulders to allow cars to pull off enough to pass each other. JW described the creature as being a very dirty, dark brown.
Heck, if it's good at Scrabble, I'm all for it. If it's good at a scrap, I'm all
described
for
the hair as
it.
coarse and similar to an Airedale's coat. His estimate of the height.
We're getting crumping, boys. We're getting stuck
The head had
in,
a conical quality
boys.
to it, but it was rounded at the very top.
We're going for a
Described
real
the posture
crumping.
as that of a big muscular man with a back problem as it ran over leaning forward. He observed the arms bent and pumping, and could clearly see that it had hands and fingers, although the angle of observation only allowed
I
him
can
to see
also
the
do a
top of
pretty
the
good
hands,
orc
which were
impression.
hair-covered. The witness says that the animal did not look at his Jeep during the encounter and did not see facial features or eye shine. Why would this thing look at his Jeep? Or why wouldn't it? That's kind of weird to me. Like, what kind of creature runs next to the Jeep but doesn't look at the fucking Jeep and posture of a large muscular man with back problems? I actually love that. It does paint a solid picture in my mind. Goes on a little bit more. His initial reaction was one of disbelief as to what he had observed. When he returned home, his wife stated he was visibly agitated. He immediately called his mother and told her to be sure that she locked the doors. He said her boyfriend mentioned that he should check the BRFO sounds page, and he stated that howls there were very similar. He decided to submit his report after listening to those sounds and completed the report during the same visit. Okay, so mom's boyfriend, regular on the Ohio Bigfoot Research Organization website. So that's why he was talking about a howling Bigfoot earlier and, really obviously wanted to see one. Okay, it's happening here. The area of the sighting is near a small city but is rural in nature with rolling hills, pastures, crop fields, and woodlots. There's a pond and a small creek adjacent to the site of the encounter. This area is located south of a cluster of reports in the BRFO database,
yoga.
including the
quite
Minerva
handsome.
monster incidents, discussion, and arrangements to do an on-site
Look at this
investigation or proceedings with
yoga.
the goal of having access to the property, hopefully in the next 2 weeks.
I remember having one on my Christmas tree. Do you?
Incredible. I don't. I find the witness to be a guy who wanted to see howling Bigfoot. We could have a cool story to share with mom's boyfriend who was interested in howling fucking Bigfeets. Bigfootuses. Who is Stephen P? According to BFRO, their website, Chief Administrative Officer of a unit of local government, consultant, and community effect. 1982 now. Moving on to more stories of Brown Mountain Lights. Morganton resident Tommy Hunter said he actually touched the lights.
Yule Chimera. The Yule Chimera is here. Bringing tidings and joy.
6 of the people were with Tommy.
I'm gonna set this up as my little avatar.
Maybe could be attributed to a phenomenon.
Set it up as my little avatar.
But I don't know. No one ever reaches out and touches ball lights. Stories of the Brown Mountain Lights, they do legitimately weird me out. Now moving up to the summer of 1987, the Pope Lick Monster. Good name. Stories had existed before this year.
It is I, the Goat Chimera. The Yule Chimera is here.
What's that say about me? According to those who report encounters
bringing tidings of joy and
part sheep creature.
merriment.
Beneath the Norfolk Southern Railroad trestle over Floyd's Fork Creek. In the Fisherville area near Louisville, Kentucky. Has powerful fur-covered goat legs, alabaster-skinned face, with an aquiline nose, that is a human nose with a prominent bridge, giving it the appearance of being curved or slightly bent, and wide-set eyes. Short, sharp horns protrude from the forehead, nestled in long, greasy hair. It matches the color of the fur on its legs. Why do these monsters always have to have greasy hair? Why can't any of them have nice, silky, clean-looking hair? According to some accounts, this creature uses either hypnosis or voice mimicry to lure trespassers to the trestle to meet their death before an oncoming train. That's a very specific way for this fucking goat piece. Other stories claim the monster jumps down from the trestle onto the roofs of cars passing beneath it. Still, other legends state that it attacks its victims directly with a blood-stained axe. Axe variation, very different than luring people to trains by tricking them. Also said that the very sight of this creature is so unsettling that those who see it while walking across the high trestle bridge will just leap off. So how did this strange creature come to be? One explanation is that it was simply a human-goat hybrid. That's all.
Yes.
Someone with a
Human-goat
weak pullout game,
hybrids.
fucking goat. Had a goat baby. And then it grew up to be a circus freak who vowed revenge after it was mistreated. So I'm going to say that's probably folklore. Pretty sure I would have covered this thing. The P.T. Barnum sucked. It would have actually worked in the circus. This creature escaped after a train derailed on the Pope Lick Trestle. Right? It's been there ever since. Another version claims that the monster is the twisted reincarnation of a farmer who sacrificed goats in exchange for satanic power. Okay. So both origin stories, pretty credible. It would be the Pope Lick train trestle that would become the site of a very real tragedy in the summer of 1987, perhaps because of this folklore. Sadly, possibly Jesus Christ, in part due to the legend of this monster, the train tracks became a spot where teens and young adults started to do bravery tests to show that they're not scared of the monster. And then numerous kids have died doing this. In the summer of 87, young boy fell to his death from the trestle after evading an oncoming train. 1988, 17-year-old boy, young man, hit and killed by a train. 2000, 19-year-old fell to his death after trying to get away from a train. April 23rd, 2016, 26-year-old tourist from Ohio died after being hit by a train while searching for this monster. Her boyfriend survived by hanging onto the side of the trestle. Just over 3 years later, May 26, 2019, Savannah Bright, 15, pronounced dead at the scene after she and another teenage girl on the tracks near the Pope Lick Trestle, possibly looking for this monster. If you go cryptid hunting, be careful out there. Maybe just stay the hell off a trestle. It has a fucking daily train service on. Now let's move to South Carolina. Meet another monster. In the wee dark hours of the morning, June 19th, 1988, teenage boy named Christopher Davis driving home from work. He blows a tire along the edge of Scape or Swamp near Bishopville. Gets out of the car to change the tire when he hears a sound like someone running, getting louder and louder. Suddenly, from the darkness, it emerges. Blazing red eyes, green scaly skin, long black claws on 3 fingers, staggering 7 feet tall. Thomas fucking Foley. Still alive.
Thomas fucking Foley.
Still mutating. Getting stronger. No. The boy jumped into his car for safety. Then the creature attacked the car, ripping off the mirror, gouging the roof of the vehicle before being able to speed away. Just 2 weeks later, another odd vehicle attack. Police were called to the scene of some vandalism. Car not far from the swamp had been attacked in the night. Fenders ripped off, antenna bent, deep scratches along the body, chrome trim chewed off seemingly. Over the course of the summer, several more cars in the vicinity of Scape or Swamp allegedly brutally attacked and chewed on. More people reported seeing an enormous scaly green man lurking in the woods and swamps. Police are called out. Sheriff made plaster cast the enormous 3-toed footprints left behind in the thick swamp mud. Thought about calling the FBI. Then thought, now they'll probably just fucking laugh. Then as the cooler days and nights of fall approached, no more attacks. Locals thought maybe the ceasing of attacks had something to do with the creature's scaly skin and cold-blooded nature because they thought it was a lizard man.
Goddamn lizard
have
man.
continued of the lizard man ever since. They sources on websites that are sketchy as fuck. There's been a smattering of automobile maulings, always within the vicinity of swamps near Bishopville. Okay, let's move on now to a probably definitely real cryptid, right? This one's just, it sounds real. Sheep squatch. If you want to be taken seriously in the world of the paranormal, you gotta talk nonstop about sheep squatches. One night in the early 90s, a car full of women making their way home after a family reunion near the TNT area near Point Pleasant, West Virginia. Snow on the ground, they crunching along the treacherous roads, just a few miles an hour, and that's when it steps out of the woods. Motherfucking sheep squatch. Witnesses described as being 7 to 8 feet tall, covered in shaggy white hair with the legs like a man. Described the face as looking like a sheep face, having horns like a ram. Sheep squatch froze when it spotted the car, then bolted into the woods, taking a cue from the mysterious beast. The women also hightailed it out of there as fast as their wintry conditions would allow them. So what is sheep squatch? Let's hear its epic origin story.
Sheep squatch was once Nathan Campbell, ordinary taxidermist working in Point Pleasant. While stuffing a sheep late one night, lightning hit his shop at the exact moment he was bitten by a Roanoke recluse. And the electrical charge combined with the spider's venom, combined with a little bit of showbiz, mutated Nathan's DNA, blending it with the sheep's, turning him into something new. Still mostly a man, but sheepier. Not as smart. Able to live outside longer. A lot more wool. hornier, strong hankering for grass and weeds, prone to follow anyone around him with any basic leadership charisma. Nathan Campbell died that night, and Sheepman was born! Or Sheep Squatch has no known backstory. Bummer. January 12th, 2016. Devil Monkey. Fucking back, bitches. He's left Appalachia. An anonymous witness claimed that he and his family entered the Chicago home to discover that he discovered what he asserted was a devil-like creature violently attacking his 6-year-old Labrador dog. The man further described this beast as being an unusual combination of monkey, wolf, and devil. Long fangs, monkey-like tail, extremely bright, glowing eyes. The man claimed that he remained calm enough to grab a nearby camera and snap a photo of the allegedly diabolical fiend. Apparently, didn't fucking care about his dog getting attacked. After the flash bulbs burst, the creature purportedly sprang to its hind legs and ran, nearly pushing over this lucky fellow and his family in an effort to escape the open door behind him. Where is the photo? Funny you should ask. He has it. He definitely has it. He's waiting for the right. It's still at the lab, and he's gonna listen. He's gonna have it. He's gonna get it soon. Let's move on to the next day. Back to Bigfoot type creatures. 2008 video appeared on YouTube that would quickly become known as the Pennsylvania White Bigfoot clip. I can't fucking find anywhere, so I'm guessing it's not awesome evidence. In July 2008, a local news station in Pennsylvania runs a story which talked about the white, possibly albino creature after receiving an anonymous email. It was said to be some sort of animal about 6 to 7 feet tall, covered in
Look
all
at
white
this.
fur.
Look at this chimera. This
mine reclamation site.
chimera.
And more people began to report sightings of a white juvenile Bigfoot in Carbondale area. Not just an adult Bigfoot, like a teen Bigfoot. Homeowners began to hear strange noises and disturbances in the woods. They were probably fucking beating off or something. One case, an unidentified man witnessed movement in his backyard, was able to capture some bizarre video footage. For 1 full second, the man filmed a large white creature that resembled the shape of Bigfoot. In the video, as the man's camera hits the creature's face, it quickly moves away. And while it would be easy to say it was just someone wearing a Bigfoot costume, commentators have said that the creature's body proportions are extremely large, which is not something faked easily according to them. According to the source we found for the story, the creature also has a defined brow ridge, coned head, hooded nose. The shoulders are extremely high, the arms are long. Most importantly, the video shows the object's face contorted as it runs away, which suggests that it may not be a mask. But then I watched this video that they linked to, and the description does not match it. It is 1000% for sure a fucking dude in a mask that is not even a good mask. God damn it, guys. Come on. I know you want to see it, but Jesus Christ. Despite only shitty evidence like this, belief in the Pennsylvania White Bigfoot continues, with many believing it is simply a Sasquatch that has aged. As human hair becomes gray and white as a person gets older, so as it is with the Squatch. Fresh evidence of the Lizard Man would come out in 2015. It was in the form of a photograph, the creature taken by a woman with her cell phone as she left church. And I've examined this photograph, and it is for sure a dude in a fucking shitty, cheap lizard suit. Get out of here. And I will continue with more recent Appalachian cryptid sighting stories from the past few years, but all the ones we found, they fucking suck in the last couple of years. Let's get out of the timeline and look at a couple more that are at least entertaining.
Good job, soldier. You've made it back. Barely.
The best thing about Yule that I can literally do this.
Over TikTok. Have you heard of the Appalachian knot deer? Seriously, that's its name. Knot deer. No one really knows what these things are. They're just definitely not deer, at least according to supposed sightings. Many people have had incidents where they found, that their paths are crossing with a deerish type thing. Maybe walking through the woods, driving home at night. At first, they think, yeah, it's a deer. Then on second glance, they're like, I don't know. It looks like a lot like a deer, but not exactly like a deer. Some people say the proportions are off. Others say that there, are maybe too many joints or not enough joints in the legs that would normally be in a deer. In a couple different cases, some form of knot deer that, have, the wrong number of fucking hind legs. Or maybe arms with hands in place of the front leg. On TikTok, as of last night before recording this, the hashtag #NotDeer currently sitting at 73.5 million views. I watched a few of these videos, and I wish I could have those few minutes of my life back. People claiming to see not deer, what I can tell, are people fucking too dumb to understand what goddamn deer looks like. Every single not deer I looked at, I was like, yeah, that's a deer.
Excuse me, David Hancher Children's here again. Go, Grizz. Are you mad at me for just not taking a lot of these sightings seriously, especially the not deer? No, not at all, actually. I wanted to take a moment to just tell all the idiots TikToking about not deer to just knock it the hell off. No one is ever going to take our cryptid claims seriously. If people are muddying up the water with a bunch of bullshit, pardon my French, not deer talk. You not deer believers are making the whirling Wimpus people look legit. So what should the not deer folks do, David? It's like I always tell cryptid newbies, to ever be taken seriously for cryptid proof we must watch, please don't act too mysteriously. Let's focus on catching a squatch. That was nice, Dave. That was cute. I like you today. Well, thank you very much. Hail Nimrod, and go Grizz.
Go Grizz.
Right, another pleasant children's experience, actually. Now let me explain what these not deer actually are.
Guys.
Most popular explanation for not deer, obviously first off, is just fucking regular deer. The people who don't understand deer don't understand how to identify. But also, it's deer with this, and I've seen deer like this, and it is sad, CWD, chronic wasting disease. According to the CDC, deer with chronic wasting disease may exhibit drastic weight loss, wasting, stumbling, listlessness, other neurologic symptoms, decreased interactions with other animals, lowering of the head, blank facial expression, repetitive walking in circles, or other set patterns. Excessive salivation, drooling, grinding of the teeth also observed. It is a fucking bummer to see these deer when you get this. According to biologists, outbreaks of the disease tend to occur every few years. Such conditions could create the perfect opportunity for repeated sightings of bizarre or strange deer. Not deer stories, just misidentification of deer. And sometimes, also urban legends told, just for people to, which I get. One more, Spearfinger. That's a fucking great name. This cryptid is more like an entity. Comes from a Cherokee.
Have you ever heard The Wicker Man by Iron Maiden? Yeah.
The Cherokee who once called the Appalachian Mountains their home. According to the legend, Spearfinger, a shape-shifting whip.
So you're supposed to burn
spear
the Yule goat? I fucking wouldn't want to burn a cute little Yule goat
immediately in the right,
or a Yule chimera. You can't burn us.
Whirling whippets.
But we do go up in flame quite easily.
Come North Carolina and Tennessee. They say,
look at him. Look at this. How could you say no to this cute little mug?
The mountain knight. Spearfinger had a taste for human livers, especially those belonging to Cherokee children. Eat. Parents used the legend of the Spearfinger to warn children to stay close to the village. Yep. One of these
how could you say? How could you ever burn this cute little mug?
The lands they could find fallen chestnuts in the winter. But Spearfinger would use these fires to locate their village. She'd come in the guise of an old woman, fooling Cherokee children into trusting her because she appeared to be a village elder. She would offer to brush their hair until they fell asleep. Then she would stab them with her finger to the back of their neck or heart, and then eat their liver, giving her mouth its distinctive red color. Scary monster. In a song that she would sing, she moved the mountains with her raven friend. Liver, I eat it. Liver, I eat it. That's the words. I'm guessing that phrase flows better narratively, song-wise, in the original Cherokee. So she most often appeared as an old lady. She could be anything she wanted. Another child, a friend, an animal. Maybe Thomas Foley. And because she was made of stone, no weapon forged by man could stop her. Only weakness was her heart, which she carried in her hand for protection. Her enemy, Stone Man, also ate liver. A lot of fucking liver eating back then. And he wasn't helpful to Cherokee either. She and Stone Man had powers to move rocks and boulders. Once, Spearfinger created a great rock bridge through the air to travel from mountain to mountain, angering higher beings who destroyed it with lightning. The remnants of the bridge remain visible today near her hunting ground, Whiteside, Jackson County, North Carolina. Just far to the south, close to the Georgia border. Known as Thunder Mountain, Whiteside offers some of the highest sheer cliffs in the Appalachian Range. Eventually, the Cherokee set a trap for Spearfinger, digging a deep pit, disguising it with leaves and sticks so she'd fall into it.
Is the Yule goat like Zozobra? Zozobra? I don't know what Zozobra is.
Cherokee warriors' arrows, however, had no effect on the stone-skinned witch, who taunted them with her liver-eating song. Right? Remember that classic ditty? Liver, I eat it. Liver, I eat it. I love how detailed and fucking weird this story is. Eventually, a titmouse came and told the hunters to aim for her heart. And then the hunters, not knowing the witch, carried her heart in her hand, aimed for her chest with an impact. And that didn't work. The hunters caught the titmouse and cut off its fucking tongue. In Cherokee folktales, the titmouse, forever associated with lying, only weakness was her heart, which she carried in her hand for protection. Her enemy, Stone Man, also ate liver. A lot of fucking liver eating back then. And he wasn't helpful to Cherokee either. She and Stoneman had powers to move rocks and boulders. Once, Spearfinger created a great rock bridge through the air to travel from mountain to mountain, angering higher beings who destroyed it with lightning. The remnants of the bridge remain visible today near her hunting ground, Whiteside, Jackson County, North Carolina. Just far to the south, close to the Georgia border. Known as Thunder Mountain, Whiteside offers some of the highest sheer cliffs in the Appalachian Range. Eventually, the Cherokee set a trap for Spearfinger, digging a deep pit, disguising it with leaves and sticks so she'd fall into it. And they set a fire to attract the mountain witch's attention. Soon, an elderly woman came along the trail, fell into the pit, revealing herself to be the witch. Cherokee warriors' arrows, however, had no effect on the stone-skinned witch, who taunted them with her liver-eating song. Right? Remember that classic ditty? Liver, I eat it.
I might have a
Liver,
Spearfinger in my story. That fucking rocks.
For her heart. And then the hunters, not knowing the witch, carried her heart in her hand, aimed for her chest with an impact. And that had worked. The hunters caught the titmouse and cut off its fucking tongue. In Cherokee folktales, the titmouse forever associated with lying now. Fucking titmice. You can't trust them. Finally, a chickadee came, landed on Spearfinger's hand, showing the hunters where she held her heart. The hunter severed her heart from her hand, killed the witch, earning the chickadee a better reputation among the Cherokee as a truth teller. Always trust a chickadee, never trust titmice. Got it. It's a very helpful story. Now, according to Cherokee legends, the bird perches near a loved one's home while they're away. You can expect a safe and happy return from travel. Titmouse shows up, fucking all bets are off. Cherokee eventually conquered Stoneman as well. Stoneman could not bear the sight of a menstruating woman, apparently. Okay? According to legend, the sight of 7 menstruating women would kill him. I get it. I mean, that's a lot of menstruating women to see all at once. Cherokee arranged 7 women.
I like the idea of a fucking witch holding her fucking.
Vomiting blood. He really hated menstruating. By the 7th, he'd fallen weak. The medicine man then pinned him to the ground, built a great fire over him. The man called for a bear and deer and all the animals of the mountains, but he eventually succumbed to the burning pile before they could get there to save him. Now, apparently, you can hear his cries echoing through the mountains at night as well. So, there you go. That story was a, nice reminder that we've come a long ways as a species when it comes to storytelling ability. That was a bunch of fucking crazy gibberish. I mean, it was interesting. If that was Stephen King's latest story, I would fucking throw it in the trash. Now, except that he'd finally run out of good tales to tell. Appalachian cryptids. Real? Fake? Let's recap all this insanity right now. Appalachian cryptids, holy moly, there are just so many of them. And if you want to hear about even more, well, watch Mountain Monsters, I guess. They have loads of episodes about creatures with even less evidence.
God damn it.
Surrounding them than the ones I mentioned.
Just fucking, we got better as writers. But I would love to use Spearfinger just because, like, having more witches in a fucking, in a story, in a fantasy story is real good.
The Black Wolf, Woman of the Woods, The Little Girl. Seriously, that's a recent episode. One entity just called Little Girl. They're running out. They're running out of cryptids to talk about. Next season, I think the entire season should be dedicated to the immortal wild man of Thomas Foley. There are a lot of these supposed creatures. Some say there's too many of these supposed creatures in Appalachia. Like, if there's so many species running around, why wouldn't we have any evidence by now? Some photographs people could actually share with the world, some actual cases where they've been trapped, not just fake trapped, like on Mountain Monsters. I don't know. Are they real? Probably not. At least 99% probably not. A couple stories, though, they could be real. I mean, why not? That's exciting. And the ones that are fake, well, they make for some good free entertainment, don't they? They make the world more interesting. Their stories make Appalachia more interesting. And it's already a very interesting place. The history of Appalachia's cryptids started back before European arrival with Cherokee, other Native American folk legends. German immigrants arrived in the area.
Zozobra is a giant marionette effigy that gets burned here. Oh, damn.
Spirits. Those spirits would eventually become known
I have never heard of it.
Snallygaster.
I have never heard.
Locals interpreted as,
but also every place is different, has their own traditions and whatnot.
Then the 1850s saw the Bell Buzzard, buzzard with a bell in its neck.
New Mexico.
That was a very successful prank. Next, there were reports of wild men.
I was like, wait a second, New Mexico.
That were probably just mentally ill guys living out in the woods,
not
or
old
Thomas Foley sightings, or maybe some
not old Mexico, New Mexico. You see. New Mexico has that New Mexico smell.
Or way to keep people away from moonshine. The whirling Wimpus showed up in the early 20th century as a way to explain loggers disappearing in the woods. And if anyone proves that thing is real, I'll fucking cut my own dick off on video. The squonk. Not sure why the squonk showed up. So sad. So sad. Come on, cheer up, little buddy. In the 1950s, the first sighting of the Flatwoods Monster occurred. And then sightings of devil monkeys, all kinds of Sasquatch you could ever imagine. The Goat Man, the Devil Dog came next. The Sheep Squatch, Lizard Man, Grass Man, the Pope Lick Monster, so many more. By 2017,
is it indigenous tradition? I don't know.
And lizard people are not real. There are no space lizards
hold
growing
up.
anything. Definitely
Hold
not
up.
this show. Gosh dang. And now for
Hold up. What's it called again? What is it called? Zozobra. Zozobra. Hold up. Let's look it up. Zozobra. How about the burning of Will Shuster's Zozobra? The burning of Zozobra is a unique cultural event staged annually by the Kiwanis Club of Santa Fe on the Friday of Labor Day weekend as an exciting and fiery finale of the last days of summer. Zozobra is a creation of Will Shuster, one of Los Cinco Pintores, a group of artists who made their way to New Mexico in the 1920s. Shutter's creation first burned in his backyard in 1924 as a 6-foot effigy, and over the years has grown to a towering 50-foot high marionette made of wood, wire, and cotton cloth and stuffed with hundreds of bags of shredded paper. Zozobra is a dark and eerie character, part ghost and part monsters. And since those early days, the people of Santa Fe, families and friends, new and old, have annually made their way to Fort Marcy Park, a few blocks from the historic St. Fantasy Plaza, to view this one-of-a-kind Labor Day Friday pageant. Okay. So it is definitely just in... It's very particular.
Top 5 takeaways.
Number 1, Appalachia is full of supposed cryptids. All sorts of varieties of Bigfoot, sheep spots, Sallygaster, the whirling Wimpus, and more. No end to what people have reported seeing in the mountains and valleys of Appalachia. Number 2, Appalachia is a diverse and fascinating region. Looking at you, Popcorn and Jim Tom. Combining elements of Scotch, Irish, German, Scandinavian, and African culture, but mostly Scotch, Irish, hillbilly culture, with Appalachia's relative isolation from the rest of the country, has led to a unique culture that can be seen in everything from its folklore to music, cooking, and of course, cryptids. Number 3, the banjo. While its popularity does come from Appalachia, the actual original instrument comes from Africa. Number 4, Appalachia. That is the primary and most correct pronunciation. Appalachia, mostly for northern Appalachians and outsiders like me. Number 5, new info in August of 2017, a wandering shaman mistaken for yet another cryptid, yet another variety of Appalachian Bigfoot in North Carolina. This Bigfoot sighting happened on Friday, August 4th.
Oh, that's very weird. I don't know why you didn't talk about
sighting, story we're sharing because
Fallout 76, which has all these cryptids. It has their versions of the cryptids, but it still has.
And wandering in the forest. As one does. When a group of hikers came across him and thought they'd run into Bigfoot. McGregor believes in Bigfoot just as much as the hikers he came across. Of course he does. The 36-year-old McGregor, who was on vacation from Minnesota, writes on his blog about his personal belief in Bigfoot, or the divine nature of Sasquatch.
The divine nature of fucking...
By dressing in sewn animal skins and by reciting a Sasquatch prayer, he is not insane at all, he has had several encounters with the beast. After seeing the sighting report on the news, he felt obliged as an honest citizen to come forward and tell the world this Bigfoot sighting is not real. This is an ordinary wandering Bigfoot shaman. Just a little bit of a pelt sacrament. McGregor, of course, his name is Scottish, says, if someone caused you to have an experience that meant something to you but wasn't genuine, wouldn't you want them to tell you? He's a weird guy, but he's got integrity. Before he came forward, but after his sighting, police in neighboring South Carolina were advising citizens not to shoot any big feet or Bigfoots. No one can agree on how to say the plural version, since you'll most likely be wounding a fun-loving and well-intentioned person sweating in a gorilla costume. Nice. Solid advice. But
also, don't just shoot animals. Don't just shoot animals.
Appalachian.
Ever heard of El Chupacabras?
Fuck yeah. Oh, buddy.
Hope you enjoy learning more about just a Pleasure Mountain monster.
Have I heard of the chupacabra? El chupacabra? One of the goat sucker. Kind of an interesting thing. If only I had a goat sucker myself. My days would be would be different. My days of I mean, I have a pup. He is handsome. I love him. But if I had a goat sucker, then if I had a goat sucker, that would be different.
Google Fi, a phone plan by Google. End-to-end encryption automatically secures calls between Android.
There's no place.
Speak. No. Well, speaking of horrifying things, today we're going to discuss the Bridgewater Triangle.
Well, first of all, I want to say it's so good to be
And
back in the
break time
studio.
now. Also, good enough for
It's nice to have you
redeem.
back.
I remember
Now,
the
if
seat,
that's
it
okay.
still has
Okay,
the
you can get
dents
the
for my
redeem.
ass
I'm not.
cheeks.
Yes, it
I'll
does.
draw
I-
it next time.
I know
Okay?
that it's like a memory foam.
Get the
it's a memory foam
redeem.
chair. It's
Put it on.
Yeah, it's
You
a
know where
steel
to
chair
put
that's
it.
not supposed to bend.
No, it's so nice to feel at home.
Yes.
You know where to put it.
All right. Well, don't make yourself that.
You know where to put it
comfortable.
steady.
Jesus. All right. Bridgewater Triangle.
Yeah, Bridgewater Triangle. It's a brand new paranormal spot. Well, it's basically brand new as of the 1970s.
If only I had a true
it is
goat
a
sucker.
triangle that is 200 miles.
I'm not,
I don't know what the term
maybe
is.
I
200 square
haven't
miles. That is in the
met
dead
up with
center
Nix
of,
in
Massachusetts,
IRL.
Based upon this,
Maybe
based
he
around
is
a
my
central
goat
location,
sucker.
called the
You know.
Hockomock Swamp, which is
Maybe he is
That's
the
not
goat
Hebrew.
sucker,
That's
and
not.
you
No,
know,
that's
I just
Indian.
need to
It's
give him a
Indian.
chance.
It's from the Wampanoag tribe.
Yeah, the Munka Wonka Chunka tribe. Yeah,
I just
all the
need to
way
give him a
from,
chance, but
Santa Classy.
I want it to work.
Montenegro. I don't know where Indians
If
are
he
from.
isn't the goat sucker,
They're
you
from
know.
here. They're from Massachusetts.
Yeah.
C'est la vie, as
and
they
this
say.
it's an incredible paranormal hotspot that has been known.
You gotta give love a
UFOs,
chance.
Bigfoot, other
Especially them goat
zoological
suckers.
creatures,
Yeah.
the thunderbird, gigantic snakes.
It's a real buffet, huh?
It's a real buffet.
Everything
Ghosts.
you want.
It's kind of
I am a
amazing.
child
and then Festival of
sometimes.
Satanic murder.
Satanic murder and
Like,
regular murder. Just
I,
murder.
I am
of
still
all kinds.
13
kinds
years
of murders,
old,
huh?
just being
Regular
like,
and regular.
Yeah, and
Get it?
diet. Yeah.
And so all of these events tend to take place around this
Get it?
swamp. And I think the swamp is the
I
breeding
know it
ground
will
for
be
all
done
this.
next
Swamp
time,
and,
like usual.
Falls River
Just
Forest.
tend to
Yes, and they say
want
that
to
there's
make
a
sure
lot of,
it's
and
okay
that
to
Greyhound, there's a
redeem it.
Greyhound racing track
that's
that they've
okay.
seen a number of ghosts, and it's really strange. 'cause
One
it's the
day
middle of what
I
is
will,
necessarily like a very
maybe,
inhabited spot.
maybe
But
someday.
it's another.
We'll
sort of-
find out.
It's kind of
We'll
like
find out
Stonehenge.
if
It's kind of like
he
there's
goat
another place in
sucker,
Vermont
if he
called
is.
the Bennington Triangle,
Good.
which people go disappear
We'll
in
just
all the time. There's
we'll
like
just
10
have
documented
to
disappearances
force
that
him to
happened in
change his
Vermont.
name from
And-
Nix
I mean,
to
can't you really just
Make
Chupacabra.
a triangle anywhere.
You can't.
Yeah, I feel like these people are really over you.
this
What
is
about?
how-
I want to see a crazy rectangle.
This
sometimes.
is how you sell a new paranormal
Yeah.
hotspot. You
I
gotta
see.
give it a thing. You call
Who
it Gates of
defeated
Hell,
the
you call it
Chimera?
the
I forget
Framingham
who
trapezoid.
defeated the
I don't
Chimera.
know.
The haunted parallelogram.
Who?
I would never go to a haunted parallelogram. That's awful.
Who defeated the Chimera?
You do. I want to go to this Greyhound though and bet on all the ghost dogs. That'll be amazingly fun. We should do it. We'll just get into huge fights over which ghost dog won
Bella,
because there were no actual ghost dogs. And you just
Fawn.
have to claim victory
Bella
first.
Fawn.
All right. That's good.
So let's just start with some history of the area. It's kind of amazing. So I heard this on Coast to Coast. There's a new documentary that's coming out about it called The Bridgewater Triangle. The only way you can see it is that you have to pay for a ticket that is a live stream of the live show that they show the movie at. It's retarded. It's stupid.
Just as simple as that.
Just
Huh?
download the movie. Just put it up so I can download it. But there was an interview with a man named Christopher Pittman, who is another paranormal researcher who basically helped define everything that's going on in the triangle. He categorized it out, and we're going to kind of hit you with the wave of information
Yeah.
today.
That's great. All right, Marcus. Well, what do we want
He's
to start
got
with
the
first?
Pegasus.
It starts with King
He
Philip's
has
War
the
way back in the
Pegasus,
1700s.
and he
Many
was
people say that
naked.
this was the most
He's fucking
brutal and bloody Indian war
gnarly.
in the entire frontier.
Fucking,
this is really
he
where,
only
like, the
wore a
evil
fucking
got
helmet
shat
and he
into
fucking
the
went
swamp,
against
right?
the Chimera.
Okay.
God
Technically,
damn.
it started before that. Like
Oh,
the Hockomock
man.
Swamp is known
This
as Devil's
naked
Swamp.
man
Isn't that what it
on
means?
his Pegasus.
And Clickalacky, whatever the name of their whatever's the name of their language.
He defeated a naked man
The Indians they
defeated
called
a
it a place of
Chimera. Oh
spirits.
man!
It was the white
Oh
man who named it
no!
the Devil's Swamp.
Well, absolutely.
No.
You know, that is the
It
thing.
was destiny.
You know,
I was to be defeated by a naked man on a horse.
Yeah, Spirit apartment building.
Yeah,
which is another thing. It's kind of like 227, but it's just dead Indians.
Right. That's very nice.
Every
That rolls off your
depiction
tongue. And you get
depicts
certain
him as a
joy of
naked
saying
man.
words. Dead
Indian.
Well, in the
He's
course
so
of this
powerful.
War, there
Okay,
were
messages.
amazing- That's an Indian. In the
Yay.
course of this war, there was an amazing amount of brutality happening on both sides. You had people being skinned. You had corpse mutilation. You had You had people with their arms hacked off.
Hashtag
you had the worst
Yule.
shit. But at the
And that was just Easter weekend. Hello,
Hey,
please.
Youngman.
So at the end
Yeah,
of the
this
war,
is what
though,
I
the
was
whole
going
war
for
ended
a
with
Yule goat.
the death of King Philip, which King Philip was a name that
Those
they
fucking
gave, that the white
halo,
men gave
those
to the
hay
leader
straw
of
looking
the
things.
Mothman,
Oh my
Mothman.
gosh.
Well,
Oh
they
my
really gave
gosh.
him a white name.
So
King
cute.
Philip is the whitest
And
of all
also
the
kind of
names.
Yeah,
creepy.
it's like all the slaves we
Kind
brought
of
over and started
creepy.
calling them, like Drysdale and Beckenshire, you know?
Tucker.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is my house slave, Macintosh.
He would go on to become a computer. We literally used his bones for parts of a computer.
The computer didn't work, but it was also scary to look at.
Yes. So mission accomplished.
So Philip was finally killed by John Alderman, who was what they call a praying Indian, meaning
Okay.
that he was a race trader and had converted to Jesus and had hooked up with this famous Indian hunter named Captain Benjamin Church.
Now they also the way they found them deep inside the Hockomock Swamp because the idea was that they knew that the white man was scared of going in there and they'd be like, "Oh, white man never come in haunted swamp. They're stupid white man. They don't know we have barbecues in here. We have a good time in the swamp.
Right.
They don't know this is a vacation spot for us." And they're, "Oh, here they come."
And then boom, he gets shot right in the chest.
You
I
all
told you to
have
stop
made a
paying
dark
bad
week
company
much
so loud.
brighter.
Boombox.
Aw, no
Well, it's not a party
problem,
without some bad
buddy.
company, huh?
Well, the
No
white man has
problem,
come, so
just-
truly we are now in
Ju-
bad
You know
company.
what always makes my day a lot better?
You're on the one. You are too funny.
You know what makes my day a lot better? It's you guys.
These are very, very funny Indian jokes. Very good.
So
You
after King
guys
Philip was
make
killed,
the
his
day
body
better.
was beheaded and dismembered. They
You know what
quartered
else
him.
makes the
They
day
picked
better?
4 nearby trees and
Yeah,
they
that's
tied
right.
Four,
Yeah,
they cut
that's
his body into
right.
4 pieces.
That's
and tied
right. See?
a part of his body onto
Everything's
4
gonna be
different
okay.
trees. The hand was chopped off. And was given to
Everything's gonna be
Alderman as a
okay.
Trophy.
Oh, okay. That's
and
a
the
cool
hand.
trophy.
Yeah,
And
it's a
he used
great
to do that
trophy.
thing at parties where he'd be like, "Nice to meet you," and hand it out, and it would just
Yeah,
be
yeah.
the dead hand, and he'd pull it out of his sleeve, and you're like, "Oh, another funny
Yeah.
joke."
No, he actually did
Booba.
kind of do stuff like that. What he did is
Yeah.
he took the hand, he
I'm
preserved
telling
it in a
you,
bottle
everything's
of
gonna
rum,
be
and he'd
okay.
take it around to taverns, and he would allow the owners to display it in exchange for free drinks.
That's
Hell
perfect.
yeah.
Well, there's that one. I'm sure that people took sips of this rum as well. There's that one.
Oh, the toe rum.
Yeah, the toe rum where you got to touch your lip to the dead toe, and then I guess you get more rum.
No, this is so he did all that basically to scare the population because the idea is that this was during like before America was started. They were like clearing out They were clearing out Native Americans so that we could build condos.
Well, by
this
the
is a
time
nice little history that you just. Before America was started, they were clearing out Native Americans so we could build condos. Hey, Daddy, tell me more about America.
All right, now Native Americans were these human roaches that used to live here before white people got here.
No, Daddy, why did I get an F in my history class? I told them what you said.
It's a liberal media-run school at Durin, child.
They said you were racist.
Well, by the time that all of this started, most of this tribe, most of the Indians in this area had already been wiped out by smallpox. And in fact, all of these operations, it was essentially a cleanup operation. And even with their dwindled numbers, they still almost kicked the shit out of us.
Yeah, because the white people we're scared in general. And so as soon as you start going like, like they're gonna like get into the swamp, it's scary.
Yeah,
I don't want to go there
absolutely.
because you see pictures of the Hockomock Swamp, and it's true. It's it is a nearly untouched piece of prehistoric landscape. There's like they said that they found another piece of history there is that a recent excavation found bodies that are rumored to be 8,000 years old.
Yeah.
It was a burial ground. It was a sacred place.
That's not possible.
What?
The Earth is only 6,000 years old.
Oh, Lord.
So that would be an impossibility to find an 8,000-year-old body. But
and they still find bones in this swamp all the time.
There's bones in the swamp. There's bones in the swamp.
Yeah, so it's just a swamp that's full of people bones.
Yeah, it is a gigantic like bathtub full of spirit goop.
Yeah.
All right. So
and as far as scaring the Indians go, after they kill King Philip, they put his head on a spike.
Okay.
They carried the head throughout the town, parading it, and in fact, they also cut other people's heads off. And they displayed the head of King Philip on the gates of a fort, and it remained there for 25 years at the very least.
Cool.
And so after all this,
that's
of
great.
course,
that's how I'd knock on the door. You grab the jawbone and you go dunk, 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 and you go,
Don't follow
hey,
the
how you
lights.
doing, buddy? And you're like,
Never
you
follow
got
the
it.
lights.
Philip.
You encourage your friend to push his nose, and then you're like, ding dong.
What if this
Ding dong.
was a
That used to be
fae?
guy.
That was
What
a
if
person,
this
yeah.
was a fey
No,
creature?
he feels like his flesh is like rotting off the bone.
Like
Oh,
it just comes up.
No, he's quite a pulled pork.
Just doing just like a little wooden
This
doll.
is gonna be great.
Just
So speaking of trophies, the biggest trophy that they took
Just this
from King Philip
little
was
tappy
his
feet.
wampum belt.
Now, there's a
This
lot
is
of people.
not real stuff.
This is
What's
true.
a wampum belt?
This is all true.
So Anawan,
there's a-
his like second in command, when
there's
King
a light
Philip was
little
murdered,
hello.
basically he kept the insurgents
The
going,
light little
and Anawan
wave.
was finally discovered and murdered. And so his wampum belt that he had, that was basically
I had a boss battle like this
one.
one.
The story of their entire tribe.
I see.
And there's a lot of people who believe that this wampum belt
Yeah,
disappeared.
it sounds like
and
a
that
Shin
because
Megami
it's
Tensei
gone,
game if there ever
that's
was
why
one.
this activity's been taking place in the Bridgewater
So
Triangle.
It's a belt that continues to tell the story that is going. Do you gain weight with the history?
No. These people were
theoretically
skinny.
no.
These people didn't wear clothes. They didn't even need belts. All right, it was just like wearing a homecoming sash.
Are you Native American, Henry? Because you're describing yourself.
Yes, I wish I was, because then I'd be at home.
That's a bacon sash.
I could live in a tent.
Yeah.
You know, I got feathers on my head.
You'd be like, "Oh, this sweat lodge is so hot," and they're like, "It's the winter and it's freezing."
Hello,
You're just
Tracer.
It's just good to get the toxins out.
Hello,
but no,
blue snow.
but during the making, a really fun story that was during the
I'm not
making
a
of the
tracer.
Bridgewater Triangle. They were talking to this man
I'm
named
not a
Joseph
tracer.
DeBondre. I believe.
DeBondre.
Let me get his name correct. Joseph DeAndrade.
I just was having trouble
Joseph
with that
DeAndrade,
hand.
that
And
he,
also, I
basically, they
changed
were
it up a
speaking with
little
Joseph
bit.
DeAndrade, who like heads up this paranormal research center in
Miss Silly
Massachusetts
Pants.
that's been
Look at
studying the
that.
Bridgewater Triangle.
Look at that.
And
Not
they're
the
talking
same
about the wampum
hand
belt,
as
and
that.
he was just like, yeah, there's like some
Oh,
talk that
look
maybe if this wampum belt is returned to the Bridgewater Triangle, all the activity will stop here, and then the whole power of the set shut off. Like all the lights blew out. And so they're like,
Nope,
okay,
you are.
they replaced all the batteries.
Ever
and then they
played
started the
Castle
interview again, and
Crashers?
he's
The
just
right
like,
thing.
So maybe we should be working
the right
on
thing
finding
was
that
a sock
wampum belt
puppet.
and bringing it back to this triangle as if he was talking to Anawan.
Also,
and the
in
lights went back out again. And, like,
the new
right after they changed
Psychonauts
batteries.
game, they
It's
had
cool
a sock
thing.
puppet battle.
You like it's not real. I'm not even suspecting that it's not
It's
real.
the
There's no
same.
way
Nope,
this was a
you are.
micro-budget
It's the same.
documentary
Why
being
must
made
you
by
do
a bunch
this,
of
floofy
half-wits.
stuff?
I mean, I kind of want to see the.
Why must
Energizer
you
Bunny,
do
like,
this?
you
I
know,
encourage you
run his
every
way
day.
past the set.
I encourage you every time you come to my streams. And you
They were sending it back over to England at the time.
How could this Oh
And they
man,
say that this theory is why there's so many instances of depression, insanity, suicide, murder, tragic car incidents, drownings, all kinds of horrible things. Very real life horrible things happen in this area, but we're not going to get to those just yet.
No, those are the good ones.
That
start
is
with
the juicy.
So let's even just begin where. So
it was
this
it
place
was
is a
far
hot
less
spot for every single thing
comical
we
in
cover.
Psychonauts.
Everything that we cover, it appears in the Bridgewater
I
Triangle.
think it
It's
was
kind of
very
amazing.
funny.
So I'll start with UFOs.
Psychonauts 2,
If you've
very,
listened to this podcast
very
long
silly.
enough, I mean,
I haven't beaten that
you
game.
probably have a
I should beat that
personality
game.
issue. But you also
I should beat that game.
know by now that what we've learned is that in spots like this, there's
I
many
don't know
kinds of
why I
activity.
just
where
stopped.
there's elves, there's UFOs.
I
Where
don't
there's,
know. I
there's,
just
Stonehenge, there's
say
UFOs. Where
to
there's
that
the
tease
pyramids
and you,
with gigantic,
trade,
galactic batteries built by aliens. You're going to see UFOs because
SMH.
they're going to be charging.
What is
sit there.
SMH?
You know what I mean? That's where the
Schma-
wireless energy comes from. You got sound
Schma-
technology.
Smash.
There's a lot of stuff.
There's a
you
whole
could
bunch
really get into it.
of real things out there.
But the first
I'm
documented
just
UFO
a
sighting in the
Yulga.
Bridgewater Triangle took place in
I'm
May
just a goat.
1760. It's 10 o'clock in the morning now.
I'm just
oftentimes
a
they said they saw
chimera.
a sphere of fire. What you
I'm
have
just
a
a
lot in the
Yule
Bridgewater
chimera.
Triangle.
Shaking
Which
my
again, I mean,
head.
they talk a lot.
Okay.
You know, like there is the truth of swamp gas because there's a lot of sediment and dead bodies that are all in the bottom of the hot
I'm
swamp.
just
swamp
a
gas is a gas that
chimera.
makes you trip balls.
I'm
basically.
just a
Basically, they make you
little
trip balls
wooden
or it
man.
ignites in the air because static electricity in the clouds.
Right.
Like in the beginning of storms, basically farts will come out of the
Earth
swamp,
farts, yeah.
and then it will just set on fire in the night. And someone will be like, "Oh, it's an alien."
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they're
That's
just
real.
stupid.
Or
It's real, or it's an alien.
Yeah, you never know.
So in 1760,
Who are we to judge?
We're not judging type people. You know?
I ain't no Judge Judy.
That's right. Until we become Judge Judy, then we can't judge.
So according to historical records, a UFO emitted light bright enough to cast a shadow
Shaking
in the
my
bright
head.
sunlight. They'll salivate the
Ah.
object oddly enough.
You
was
need to
heard
see Sock
sooner
Puppet
at the middle of
Dragon.
the course
This
than it
was
was at the
back in
beginning.
Newgrounds days.
Isn't
It's
that something?
ridiculous.
That's a 1760 UFO
Oh
sighting.
man,
But
I
a lot of them, they were
remember
like, I feel like in the
Burninator.
1760s there were even more
I've been in
blasé about seeing UFOs.
a stress
They were just
moment.
Like,
It's
Dog's
okay.
fingernail.
It's
sometimes
okay.
it's just some dumb
It's
answer.
okay. You can
but
you
it's been
can poke
happening
and
forever
prod
and
it.
ever.
You're fine.
There is two undertakers were
You're
driving a cottage
fine.
from West Bridgewater.
I know
in
you're in a
1908 to the
stressful
center of
moment.
Bridgewater when the
I know
incident
you're in a
occurred. Shortly
stressful
after 3
moment,
a.m.,
and
they
thank you
described
for
the object
coming
as
in
looking
for
like an
checking me
unusually
out.
strong lantern,
I hope that
about
I'm
2.5 feet in
making you
diameter,
giggle at the
illuminating
very
a large
least.
object resembling a balloon bag. They
I'll
watched
try
it
to be
for at
good.
least 40 minutes, which is a
I'll
long
try to
time
be
to
good.
watch a balloon bag.
It is a long time.
What is a balloon
just-
bag? That's just
I-
a balloon, right?
I just
It's
wanna,
okay, friend.
see
You
the
can
guy
tell
who was
me.
talking to his wife, and he's like, "You wouldn't
You
believe it,
know,
honey.
you
I
can
put a
tell
lantern on
me.
a stick, and now it's way up there in the sky, and it's illuminating a larger area than we've ever illuminated before."
Undertakers are freaking out.
You're making
People
me
are
giggle.
freaking out. They think it's an alien.
By the way, I googled balloon bag, and apparently it's a bag to carry balloons.
I always try to make people giggle. I know that
That's
life
great.
is
So this is
stressful.
the first site in
And
1760.
the days get
That was
harder.
1760, and then
But
no,
it's
this was
okay.
1908. This is 1908. A couple of undertakers saw this. They watched it for 70 minutes. Though one newspaper reported that all of the balloons in which ascensions are made in this state.
But I believe in you.
Not a
Because
lot
this
to
is
do,
a time
huh?
where people, you were
And
counting
also,
balloons in
it's
fact, and
almost
hot air balloons was like taking the train.
Christmas.
A dangerous way to get from place to
I
place.
don't know if
because
you
you're just in a
guys
basket
celebrate
with some
Christmas.
drunk shooting flames
But it's
into a giant
almost
balloon. You know what I mean?
Christmas,
That's- To me,
guys.
it's really scary.
That is insane.
You know,
yeah.
and we already trust the people that we trust
Where
to drive
Santa-
our trains, which are, largely
Where
the
Santa did
recently
a Christmas
hospitalized.
miracle.
Absolutely. So I mean,
I'm
there's a
dead
lot of
inside.
trust.
Nothing making me
Undereducated
laugh.
and overtired.
Oh.
So it really started bursting in the 1960s. Of course, UFOs were the whole country
Well,
was UFO crazy,
everyone
especially
went
after
nuts.
Roswell. And
I'll
then
try
this
my
was also
best.
the same time as Mothman. This the
Well,
1960s.
War of the Worlds was coming out and things like this. Radio was really.
But that was in the 1930s.
I try my best.
That's a long before
long
this.
before. This has been
Well, this is
The
Xmas.
50s.
What's that?
You would just kind of look at all history like a big
Christmas
blur.
is a day
It's
of
sort
joy,
a drunken
and where
movie, but no, I mean, in the grand
Santa
scheme of time,
became a
Henry,
saint.
It's true.
I would not say that 20
And
years is
Santa
very
became
long
a saint
It's true. No,
by
there was just so
doing
many, there
a
are many, many
miracle.
UFO sightings. But
You
here's
know
another
how
one.
he did a
There's
miracle?
bunch in a row. 2 huge UFOs were seen landing near Route
He
44 in
literally
Tauntaun
brought
in December
kids back to
1976.
life.
And we'll learn about Tauntaun.
That's a
Tauntaun,
Santa
the crazy,
miracle right
insane,
there.
Insane asylum. that
He,
was totally haunted.
it's called Santa
no,
and
I
the
don't believe
Pickle
it.
Barrel.
I know.
So
it's
in
kind of crazy.
Greece,
You know, they're
when
so
old
peaceful.
Saint Nick was
March 23rd,
was a
1979,
something
2
else,
newsmen from
he
WHPH
went
saw an
and
object shaped
he
like a plate from a
and there
peaceful
was this
diamond
ogre,
amid a
this
mysterious
evil
green
ogre,
substance at
and
the junction
he
of routes 24 and 106 also in Tauntaun.
chopped children
in
up
January 1991, a green
and
flying disc
put
was
them into
seen in
pickle
Bridgewater
barrels
moving
with his
slowly and
friends.
silently in an altitude of about 50
My
feet,
God,
illuminating a
Santa
large area with
was
a powerful
pissed.
spotlight. You
So
see this over and over again. A lot
Santa
of times,
brought
which
his
you hear a lot
fucking
in,
cane and
UFO
brought
sightings, where they saw
his
2 objects go up in the sky,
fucking
merge together,
army
shoot back
of
apart,
small
spit
army of
droplets of light
12
out
to
of themselves, and
18
then shoot up into the sky.
riding
And, like, there's a
soldiers
lot- they said that,
and
like,
went to
people
these
seeing, like, red lights
and went
doing
to
geometrical
these
patterns,
ogres
just kind of doing
and
crazy
beat
shit,
the
and just being like,
ever-loving
"Planes don't move
shit
like
out of
that."
them.
Like, they all say. I mean, you don't know. You don't know how planes
And
move.
then-
But
Well, we know how planes move.
You see,
and
but, you know,
then-
what about a special plane?
Yeah, what about like a
That's a UFO.
Santa took all
is
the little
actually
parts,
We're talking about government special
took
claims,
all
though.
the little parts that made up the children that were chopped up into little itty bitty pieces, and he brought them back to life.
We all say shadow government, but the government calls it the government.
Yeah,
Because they're making the rules that the rule players have to follow. Yeah,
These soldiers sound
a 20-year-old George
lot like
Lucas saw UFO in his hometown,
Jutnar.
Bridgewater. According to the local newspaper,
I don't get
the
any
Sunday
gifts.
Enterprise.
You get the gift of the goat.
It was moving all around.
I'll be streaming, and a few other people will probably be streaming. And if you want, I can try the stream with somebody
There's
else.
nothing specific. No one got raped, it seems like. No,
Try to get everybody together for a Yule time, for a wonderful Yule time.
But no, there are countless UFO sightings. It's a hotspot for it. And the other thing it's a major hotspot for is ye old Bigfoot, also known as the Boston ape dickhead. I don't know what the actual term is.
The Boston ape dickhead.
Yeah.
I've heard that. I've heard it described that way.
I'm really afraid that a lot of these sightings were just Ed Larson from when we were doing shows in Boston. You know what I mean? Just wandering over there. Because it's always like looking over and just like, I saw a bear man. And he was sucking on a natty light and talking about all the Allman Brothers.
Yeah.
It's like Ed Larson? It's like he couldn't have been a man because he was too much bear to be a man.
Well, this does seem like an
In
area
Norse
where
mythology,
Sasquatch would hang out, though. These swamplands, very
I guess so.
Jotun,
very
or
many
in the
places
North,
it's very
normalized socially spelling the Old Norse
Here's a
Jolfin,
similarity I noticed as far as
plural
swamp apes goes,
Jolnir,
that a lot of
is
swamp
a
apes,
type
much
of
like the swamp
entity
apes in
contrasted
Florida,
with
the
gods and
smell
other
of the skunk
non-human figures,
Yeah,
such
they
as
all
wolves.
say they had the swamp apes
Entities
were
themselves
stinky.
ambiguously
so
defined,
This has been happening over and over. In 1970, many people saw
variously
a hairy
referred to by
7-foot tall
several other
monster.
terms.
that's
Okay?
fun.
They are sometimes referred living in specific
not that hairy,
geographical
that's the problem.
locations, although
Sometimes
the
standing upright, but sometimes
giant
running
is
off on four
sometimes
legs.
used to
Footprints were found
gloss
in
the
mud,
word
and
Jotun.
for 2 days and nights,
Its
Bridgewater Police
apparent
and Massachusetts
synonyms,
State Police with attack
some
dogs
translation.
staged a hunt
Okay.
for giant
All right.
bear, even though bears
All right.
have been extinct in
Fun.
the area for a long time because they killed them.
Okay.
I mean,
From
this
nothing.
would be the time to go commit some petty crimes.
So they're
You know,
No, there's
all the
opposite
local law enforcement are looking for a fucking
of-
skunk cape. You know, this is
they're
Rob
the
Rob.
so many people-
opposite
Many years ago,
of-
hunting a man in 1978 shot an animal that looked like a bear. After the shot, the
Of the
boys also heard
gods.
a cry that seemed half animal and half human. Like,
but they are not
"Oh!"
ice giants.
Yeah, that's
like,
about right.
Oh,
They are not
ow,
ice.
Ouch.
Are they the
Ow.
ice giants?
No,
Oh,
we shot a man, dog, bear.
is that a man dog bear?
Some
Yeah,
people's
you never know.
depictions of
And they
these
found- they
assholes are
found bloody
fucking
hair on the-
radical.
One of my,
shit, though.
but one of my favorite
Gotta
sightings was
say.
two police officers. I'm just trying to find the
Ooh.
year for this.
Like that
Two
one.
police officers, I believe it was in 1971, were sitting in their car outside of the Hockomock Swamp doing paperwork, and literally they felt
Uh-huh.
My laptop died.
paperwork.
Like, bruh, my laptop.
We were blowing each other,
Last
smoking
thing-
joints, drinking
It
whiskey.
sucks.
It's 1971.
Wish this year,
I mean, it was all
would
just
end.
about
I don't
being
get any
around,
gifts.
having a good time.
Yeah,
The
what
last
if having these
days,
mustaches
like,
if we didn't
bruh,
blow each other?
my
They
laptop
literally
died.
felt the whole car
There's a big problem
lift
at
up,
work.
boom, boom,
That's the
boom.
last
They
2
turn
days
around,
for me.
And they saw just
Ugh.
an animal just like look at him, and go like.
The closest way to glean it in
Just like run
English
back
is
and
giant,
forth.
but it
You know,
doesn't
like,
really
"These
do the
damn
term
skunky ape
justice.
bears
Yeah, they're not
are playing
they're
around
not
with our police, and
giants.
We're gonna give them a tick.
Very different.
And
I can't do a Boston accent. That's why I keep sliding back into the South.
I know, Floof, that things haven't been going your way, but you know,
That's
sometimes
bad
life
Ted Kennedy.
life isn't perfect.
Holy
Oh,
Lord.
yeah, come here,
I
there,
don't know.
Bigfoot. He comes
I'm
and he
trying
plays
my
with my
best.
police car. I'm gonna
Floof, I
give
don't
him
know.
a summons.
I hope
Yeah, that
everything
good
gets
Boston?
better.
No, it's terrible.
Am I not going to be in Goodwill Hunting 9?
No. I don't even think they're gonna make it.
I'm
They're not gonna
sorry.
go past 7. Don't worry about it. You're gonna be just fine. Yeah. So this Sasquatch shook up their car a little bit, which seems like the one thing about the Sasquatch. He just seems to be a friendly giant, doesn't he?
He really does.
There's been no reported death.
What they say a lot of times is with Bigfoot, it's like there's another story of Bigfoot stealing a guy's fish.
That's fun.
Yeah, the guy, he like found a fish, he looked up, he said something kept following me and I knew it was big. So I took the boat down a small creek to a dry hill and kept moving. That was Joe Baker. You know, it's like, and then Joe Baker, it's like saw it. He finally said it was a shadowy hair-covered giant. I knew it wasn't a human because when I passed by me, I could smell it. Smelled like a skunk. Musty and dirty. I can live in the dirt.
Busty and nutty? Is that what he said?
Musty and dirty.
Oh, I see.
Nutty.
I thought I heard busty and nutty, but maybe I just haven't jacked off in a while.
That's all you wanted.
Tell me more about busty and nutty things.
If you saw that in an About Me on OkCupid, you'd be like, you, Amanda, are going to be my wife.
Yes.
Yeah, and then there are a lot of other cryptozoological
Cryptozoological
sightings,
Crypto
including a giant birds,
zoological.
Thunderbirds flapping around.
What's this Thunderbird all about? I had
It's just a big bird.
It's a huge bird. Is it
Just a big bird that
Some
also.
people say they could be pterodactyls. Their wingspans are about 8 to 12 feet long, and it could be something like much like the Loch Ness monster, or
like an ancient bird,
or like an ancient bird. And as we all know, the birds did descend from the dinosaurs.
Yeah, so it's quite possible. There are big birds.
Yeah, the condor is quite large.
You know,
condor is very big. Yeah,
something could have gotten caught there. You know, there's the sightings of watching thunderbirds fight each other in the sky, and then there was
Are there any cryptozoologists that camp out there on a regular basis? I mean, this seems like
they did for this documentary.
Okay.
I'm gonna take a nap.
They
No.
saw nothing.
All right.
You know.
Hope you have a good nap.
It's just hard. They hide. You know, they can sense cameras. So, so they're like, no.
Sorry for being heavy. Winter is upon us up here. People are dying like flies around me this week. After a lot of bad news, I called my parents and told them all I want for holidays is for my family not to get dead. Please be safe.
Horses outside of a farm.
Please be safe, everyone.
Again, all of this
Please
stuff
be
is pretty
safe.
much directly
Genuinely,
in the center of this triangle.
you know,
like there's stuff that happens.
it's
like,
the holiday season.
You know, again, everyone always argues about what the actual boundaries of the
With the
triangle
Dickory
is. But
Dock.
it's pretty much all like right around the Hockomock Swamp.
All that jazz.
You see this shit
Guys,
constantly.
I genuinely mean it.
It's just strange.
Like, I
there's
genuinely
a lot
mean
of
it.
weird things
Like,
going
no
on.
funnies.
Like weird ape creatures. There's like weird.
We care
they were
about
talking
you.
about another weird
We
creature
love
called the
you
puck
here.
mudgee.
Don't think that we don't care about you, and that nobody loves you or anything like that. You guys are loved. You guys are wonderful.
Tall Indian man, like
Don't
Indian in the cupboard.
Put yourself down. I don't like hearing it, and I don't want to even give it a second thought. Like, you guys are amazing. You guys make this fucking channel. Without you guys, I would not have as much fun as I do here.
Captain Phillips, General Phillips. What's the
Like, you guys make it worth it.
King Philip.
Like, don't ever sell yourself short. You're important to me, and that's gotta mean something.
That he supposedly haunts.
Oh, okay.
And there's another place called Dighton Rock.
Yeah, Dighton Rock is particularly interesting because it's.
Let me finish Pukwudgie, and then we'll go into Dighton Rock, which is there's so much shit. In the Bridgewater
We
Triangle.
haven't even gotten to the satanic murders yet.
which is the good stuff.
Yeah,
that's the creamy.
Well,
It's always the creamy center of the Bridgewater
It's
Triangle.
good to start with a nice 40 minutes of not the good stuff.
Yeah.
And then we'll squeeze in the good stuff in the final 3 minutes.
No, it's just crazy that it all happened in one spot. The Pukwudgie would go around and they go like, "Hey, you got big tits?" And they're like, "What'd you say?" And he goes, and he like runs behind the house. There was I was watching an episode, this documentary thing of like independent ghost hunters like searching for Pukwudgies, and it was just this woman with no teeth smoking a cigarette. She's like, "That damn Pukwudgie came up, tugged on my dress, ran behind the house, all giggling like it's the funniest joke he ever did." And I was just like, I just think that it was a child. I just think it was
just a little boy with a big nose and big fingers.
Yeah, they describe
big
it. It's
ears,
like big nose, big ears,
smooth gray skin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Some people, some of the Pukwudgies are
Oh
described as smooth and gray. There was one man who said that he saw a 4-foot tall creature with a pot belly, big eyes, and the face of a chipmunk.
Oh, that's kind of adorable. Little Danny DeVito type.
You see, it sounds adorable in description. It would be adorable in a cartoon, but in real life, that's terrifying.
Well, I mean,
the thing just going like,
hey, how you doing? Hey.
They're just joking around though, lifting up skirts and things like that.
There, let me ask you. Am I the tiniest Indian you've ever seen?
Like, you guys are wonderful, stupendous. Don't put yourself. I don't like hearing it. I don't want to express it. You guys are amazing. Yes, life is not easy. Agreed.
Another part of the. It also reminds me of Melonheads.
But it's gonna get better.
Right.
It's a good thing to call a Native American to get a map.
I believe.
No, that's not. Don't never call a Native American a melonhead.
No,
Jesus.
a Pukwudgie. No.
Oh, a Pukwudgie.
Get out of here, you thieving Pukwudgie.
I don't even know why it's offensive, but I have to say that it is.
I'm a lawyer.
Well, that's the problem. What are these Pukwudgies, though? They do seem similar to trolls and elves and things like that.
No, again, another weird mystical story. There's a really. I guess I could read the folklore of where they come from, but it's long Native American.
If I redeem another strip,
we'll get back to Pukwudgies and
sketch.
even Native American folklore.
What you feeling?
What you feeling? Into another area of the paranormal that the Bridgewater Triangle has.
And there's also Dighton Rock, which is covered in petroglyphs. Some people say
what you feeling?
that what is written on this rock could be as far back as thousands of years
So
ago.
let me know.
Portuguese explorers, Chinese explorers.
There's a big conspiracy theory that the Chinese found America first.
Yeah.
And I guess set off fireworks here. I don't know what they did here.
Maybe they just didn't want to commit genocide.
Yeah.
Maybe they landed here and they were like, oh, these people are living
Is
here.
the old one saved?
We're gonna
Yes.
go. Yeah. We're
Maybe
gonna go
they
back to
were
our
cold.
beautiful continent. Yeah.
So now we're at
Of course.
the
It's also on even if it's not, it's also on the Discord.
Continue on for me.
Wonderful question, Ben.
So even if I
Glad
can't
we
find it,
stopped
I
the
can
entire show
easily
and
find it.
Derailed the flow of everything. To ask Henry what he had for lunch.
These are always compelling questions that always elicit quite emotional
Okay.
answers from Henry.
Let's get to this
Okay,
creamy
yay.
vanilla
I'm
section.
out.
Yes.
So the murders of the bear. Now we get into the real life shit. We get into murders. We get into satanic cults. We get into insane asylums. We get into prisons. There is so
2 days
much.
into
Let's
this
just
week,
start
and I feel
sweating. Marcus
absolutely
is sweating.
gutted.
Yeah,
Thanks to
visibly
all of
sweating.
you being here.
Here's just
Yeah,
a few
no,
of the
of
recent
course.
crimes that's been in Bridgewater. One woman was
You're
drugged,
awesome,
restrained, wired,
McChungus.
imprisoned in her own home for a month.
Just you
before
being here is
rescued
awesome.
In the
Don't-
span of
Did she deserve it?
Don't think otherwise.
You know, she probably did.
Pull it back, Henry. You're really
We
just
love
fucking
you being
going for the
here.
gut on this one.
It could be good. Maybe did a Puckwudgie save her though? That would be adorable.
We
if a group of
love you
Puckwudgies
being here.
get out of here.
I love you being here.
Come with me to this ledge. Come with me
You
to
got a
the ledge. I kick
wonderful
you over the ledge.
personality.
What you wins again?
Oh man, these Puckwudgies are becoming quite the villains here.
In the span of 2 weeks, and all of this was just last year, by the way.
This was last year?
All of these recent crimes, these are all last shit that happened last year. In the span of 2 weeks, there were 2 guys in 2 separate incidents that tried doing suicide by cop. There was a bomb threat called into the high school. There was a model citizen who was exposed as a serial rapist who had been on the loose for years. He was disguised.
Leave my Cheerios alone.
Don't know what that means, Henry.
Serial rapist.
No, you did not just
You
do
leave
that.
my Frosted Flakes alone.
Oh, the whole podcast is done.
Yeah, what are you? Who are you, Dennis Rader?
You leave my
BTK humor.
You leave my oatmeal alone, you rapist.
That is the worst joke in the history of podcasts. This is amazing. Don't edit that out. That has to stay in.
That's staying. Of course, it's staying.
It's in the flow now.
We have wonderful.
All right. So,
Yeah, so this guy, he was a state trooper that he would tell the people, listen, you're in trouble,
And a
you're
little
under arrest,
red
you better get in my car right now.
contrast color.
And once again, ladies and gentlemen, listeners out there, unless he shows you a badge, and unless you know that he is a cop, do not get in his car. Do not go anywhere with him.
The car has to have lights.
It has to be a police car. They're never driving a Pontiac, so just never get into one. I promise.
So that's the recent crime. Let's go back to 1874. There's been brutal murders happening, and in fact, there's a lot of murders that happen within families,
and a lot of bludgeonings. A lot of people getting their head bashed open with hammers and rocks.
That makes sense. I mean, there's not a lot of weapons back in the day that are very effective. I mean, nothing.
Knives and guns. It's been around for hundreds of years.
I mean, there was a
Ben.
in this murder they used a railroad
Ben.
spike.
I've got to do the background.
They found there was 3 people that were murdered. It was 2 brothers and a housekeeper, and the person that they eventually murdered was William E. Sturtevant, the actual nephew of the victims. And here's how he was actually caught. He was the murder suspect number 1, and he was ratted out by a parrot.
Oh, I thought you were going to say
again.
Pokemon.
Puckwudgie. No, the Puckwudgie was just next to the parrot going like, hey, you going to talk about it? You better.
Okay.
He slowly sounds
Well,
like
just
Zabulba
let me know.
from that terrible.
Hey, you want this slave boy? I get you
Slave boy. Yeah.
So the parrot was named Captain Kidd.
Oh my goodness.
And they brought the parrot in, and the
lost a
parrot
lot of
started
good people this year. The trouble with living is
and then made the
in a
sound of a
sparsely
death rattle.
populated place is that you know that everyone was a
turn on you.
Parrot,
and an
not like
elf.
a parrot. The last episode of the Roundtable, we talked about a parrot that fucking ratted on a
I do
drunk driver.
apologize for your loss.
He's drunk.
No, it's very difficult.
It's like Come on,
tough
Garrett, mind
times
your
for
own fucking
everybody,
business.
and also
Cora's lucky we
because
didn't make you an hors
where you
d'oeuvre
live,
yesterday, you fucking
probably
gross parrot.
around in that
And
area,
of course, Sturdivant
Kentucky,
being
around that
browbeaten by the
area.
parrot over and over again.
A lot of
It's
people.
just the desperate beating of that
It's a
horrible parrot.
rough time for you. I
I'd love
know,
to see a parrot detective.
but
Oh, you're gonna talk. You're gonna talk indeed.
He's got a terrible bedside manner.
Yeah.
Your son is dead. Your son is dead.
okay, it's gonna be okay. And you know
It'd be so
why?
aggravating. I mean, that's the
Because all of you
the irony about
beautiful
the parrot
people are
is
here.
The more you talk to it, the more words it learns,
Yeah.
and then it can just
Yeah.
use them against you.
Yeah,
It's tough.
no, stop talking to a
Look,
parrot.
Yeah, just shut up. Like treat it like an actual detective. Don't say anything to him.
Nothing.
Yeah.
So 1909, a few years later, Mariano Gennaro entered the bedroom where his wife lay in
So
bed.
what is he, English? Is he English? Is he Irish?
They all sound like
Mariano
hockey players.
Gennaro?
Jesus Christ.
Mariano, he had just bathed, shaved, and dressed in his finest clothes.
Every 6 months, an Italian must bathe and shave.
Oh, is that right?
So he walked up to his wife, who was lying in bed next to their infant son, and he said, "This is the last of you and me. We've got to die." And then he shot her in the
But
head.
how did it really sound, Marcus?
This is the last.
No,
I'm sorry for your loss.
No.
We
Oh, this is the last
must
of
have
This
this
is the
ring.
last of you and me. We have got
Good,
to die.
yes,
Always
Fluff.
cooking
Yes, Fluff.
ravioli and rigatoni, guys.
It's a
Of course.
spicy murder.
This has been the worst
I know that
show
you
for
guys
accidentally
have
ever
been
heard.
dealing with a lot.
It's the most fun.
Thank you for
I'm
coming
not even
in
sure.
and
Feel
just
free to be
telling us,
inaccurate. That's
you know,
what,
Yeah.
the more
I
inaccurate
understand.
I am, the more free I feel.
I know it, a lot of
Right.
people
Well, I'm happy you give
a lot of
yourself that
people
leeway, Henry, because it's
like
very
to
important for you to
say
give
stuff and all
yourself.
that, but like
So in 1879,
what Kentucky and all of the people that are
every
going
time.
through.
every time
You know.
led to the massacre of Henry Gunn at the hand
Typical.
of his own son Justin, who attacked his father with both a screwdriver and a hatchet.
Very cool.
After his father scolded him over his son's error of putting wet tomatoes in the root cellar.
This is the problem.
But don't put wet potatoes
How
in the
many
root
times
cellars.
do you have to tell somebody?
They spud out.
They spud out.
They start getting spuds all over them. Mold grows.
Yeah, you were just, that kid's going to ruin the whole root cellar.
That's amazing. I
Yeah.
hate this damn kid.
Yeah, fuck that kid.
That's why you don't want to. I'm not having kids. You know, they're gonna put lean cuisines
You know
in the
my big thing
refrigerator.
is, if I'm going to have kids, definitely not having a root cellar.
Definitely not.
Never a root cellar.
Frozen pizzas and the goddamn crisper. You know, that's the modern day equivalent.
So one of the
Hate
most
it.
recent murders, this one was in 2002. George Nardi, he lived with his...
Nerdy.
These are not people.
Hey,
Come
nice
on,
to
read
meet
down
you.
on it.
Name's Joe Nardi.
You know, we're not going to be
I
friends.
don't want my balls.
Well, you know, it's
Okay.
not an uncommon respect.
Okay.
So he lived with his mother, Deborah
Okay.
Bouchard. He killed her in a fit of
So
rage.
you want me
French for
to?
Oh, yes. Deborah Fatbudget
What?
can translate very well over here in the
Bouchard.
States. So it's Bouchard, yes.
He killed her in a fit of rage when she refused to make him
What you
dinner
need me to
that
do?
night.
A lot of food-related murders. here,
Many
huh?
food-related murders.
I mean, I'll do one right now. I've almost been on a food-related murder tangent 9 times a week.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's horrible to live with. So after he killed his mother, he immediately calls up his brother and leaves a voicemail, and all he says is
Man.
he's just laughing insanely, and he says, "You're not going to be able to spend Christmas with Mom this year."
that is a funny joke. That's a classic joke.
I just want to have one opportunity in my life to maniacally
Damn it.
laugh
Yeah.
like that. Well, just be like,
Yeah.
see you next summer. When I return on vacation.
Yes. No one knows why he laughed that way. You could just do that whenever you leave the room. Yeah.
And of course, he lived with his mother's corpse for 2 weeks.
Every time.
Oh,
Every
really?
time.
It's just nice to have her around. I miss my mom. You know,
Yeah.
and then you feel bad immediately, and then the whole time you're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, mommy. I'm sorry, mommy," and you keep putting aprons on her and I'm playing with her face and stuff like that.
Well, you never know what's going to wake her up. You know, that's the whole thing, guys.
Wake up, mommy! Wake up, mommy!
Yeah. Put her
Does this
makeup
wake
on.
you up, mommy? And then stick your finger up in there.
In where? Always her vagina.
Okay, in her vagina.
In your mother's.
That's more Gary Ridgway, but we'll talk
My
about that
testosterone
later.
is high.
Oh,
I shave
good
a lot. Grow so fucking fast. Oh.
And then
Ugh.
this is also last year. Authorities found what they said appeared to be partial human remains found in a burning barrel outside of Bridgewater State Correctional.
Now, all
Facility.
of this stuff is happening. Now, this is just regular murder.
Yeah.
What about satanic murder? Because it goes also like we didn't really touch on ghosts. There's other ghost activity that's like there's a white lady that's seen on a ridge. A white dressed lady, and also probably white of skin.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And so she was standing up on a ledge. They see her all the time. That's right outside of Hockomock Swamp. There's also this person known as the red-headed hitchhiker.
Does sound like it sucks.
Which is a red-headed boy that sits on the side of the road. You pick him up, and it's like you hear the story often.
Oh, he's a man with a beard.
It's a man, but no, there's a bunch of different stories. So it's like redheaded. There's like different time periods that he appears, and he's dressed in different styles of clothing. You'll hear this hitchhiker ghost story all the time of like, drop me over here. This is my home. It's like normally a girl, and she's like drop you off, and then she drops. And it's prom night. She's been dead for 7 years, But this redheaded dude.
But I thought I finally had a date to prom.
You'll never have a date to prom, and it's because you have braces.
Oh man, you probably should get rid of those braces though.
All cool guys have crooked, despicable teeth.
That's right. Get food stuck in them.
Oh, well, I guess I better go get my pliers.
And there's nothing to do to slow it down or make it weaker.
The redheaded hitchhiker would literally.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that you're going through that.
Is that you'll pick
I know
pick
it's
up the
difficult
redheaded hitchhiker,
time and stuff like
And
that.
won't respond to you, and you'll be driving and he won't respond to you, and then he'll turn to you and go, and then disappear.
Like a jump scare?
Yeah.
Like he's just waiting it out, like he's the director for Paranormal Activity?
Yeah, he's like Large Marge, but in the passenger
But in the passenger seat. No, but this is, so again, this is all happening in Bridgewater over the last 4 years.
Right.
But the concentration of satanic murders and the majority of the most gruesome murders, or at least where the bodies are found, that is in Falls River State Forest. Now, some people have a theory that, of course, Falls River State Forest is at the middle of some sort of vortex, some sort of evil place. But most people believe that it is because it is near many major metropolitan areas, and it's very secluded, and it's a huge. It's I think the biggest state park in Massachusetts.
Kind of like what we have in Long Island, which is either a serial killer. It's either a serial killer at work, or it's just everybody knows that's where you go to dump bodies.
Now you got to go down to the human dump.
Oh,
did you drop Veronica off at the human dump before you got home?
But the best part, they got a Dunkin' Donuts over there. No Indians. I love going to that place. And you go over there, you got Geno's. You got to hit Geno's. You got to hit Domino's. You got to hit Benito's. It's all over there.
Isn't that something? A lot of O's there, huh? Very. I mean, if you're
You know
a kid,
what?
this is the place to go.
I don't
to
like this background at all.
Right?
Absolutely.
This is where to
It's
go.
got the
I don't like
history.
this background
It's like you go to
at
Nashville
all.
to do country music.
That's right.
So the biggest, the most brutal satanic murder
That's a
of them
real
all was
respect.
Carl, the perpetrator. His name was Carl Drew, or as I'll get to in a second,
Outside
the supposed perpetrator. He was a pimp and self-proclaimed devil worshiper.
Hell yeah.
And these people made the distinction. They did not say that they were Satanists. They said they were devil worshippers.
Okay,
Which,
and what's the difference?
Satanists believe that that's the elevated atheism. That's the funny way of saying you're an atheist. But you also just believe in like, I have my own territory. I protect my own territory. I also respect that you have territory, and it's an individualist mentality where devil worshiping is like the idea. It's like they want to go to they want to summon the devil, and they think that he's a monster that you can conjure.
So if you're gonna play the board game Risk, don't play with Satanists because everyone's just gonna hang out.
Yeah,
your land is your land, my land is my land.
Yes.
But you play with some devil worshippers and war happens.
I think Satanists will still just play Risk. It's just a game. It's a game.
It is a game, but it's very real.
There's rules of the game.
Well,
play the game.
We're about to go to another war here, so let's not get into all that.
This is not Abe Lincoln's podcast or whatever your fucking your other political aware one.
So Drew was on the trial for the February 1980 murder of Karen Marsden, a Fall River prostitute whose skull and other remains were found in the wooded area of Westport in April of the same year. While he was on trial for Marsden's murder, he was also under indictment for the October 79 killing of Doreen Levesque. This guy was said to have killed 3 women. Prosecutors, they claim that Drew was called himself the son of Satan, and he killed the second girl because she was present at the murder of the first girl.
Oh yeah, you gotta turn around. You just can't see that. You gotta save your eyes.
Yeah. I'll go la 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 la. Every time I see something that looks vaguely like a crime, I just wrap my head in a scarf.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
I didn't see nothing. You know?
Oh, Pat
So
Lips.
the star witness of the whole thing, her name was Robin Murphy. She was an 18-year-old prostitute. She made a deal with the prosecution in exchange for her testimony. She would gain immunity from any and all crimes related to the Carl Drew case, which will prove to be very fucking intelligent later on. She said that she killed Marsden and was possessed by Satan when she murdered the young woman. So with Carl Drew, they were going for more of a Manson defense. And that the girl wasn't, which unlike Manson, they did not hold the girl responsible for the
basically
murder.
saying that, that he ordered her to murder him, but he didn't do anything himself.
Yeah. And so at the trial, Murphy said that she, Drew, and two others had driven this girl to the wooded area of Westport. They got out of the car, and Murphy started dragging Marsden through the woods by her throat and hair, being very rough with the woman. She also told Marsden to give Murphy a ring she was wearing, but she said, "No, I'm not giving it away." So Drew took her hand and cut her fucking finger off.
Gotta get that ring.
Gotta get that ring.
Just give the guy the ring.
Every kiss begins with K.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Every kiss begins with cutting off your finger to get that ring to then give to the lady that you love.
So he then after that, she started screaming to God so that God will punish you. Drew gets angry, grabs her by the hair, and just starts whipping her head on the ground until her throat, she hears a crack, her neck breaks. Drew handed her the knife. She cut the girl's throat. And here's what the prosecuting attorney said, like, the prosecuting, he says, "And what did you do?" She responded, "Cut her throat." And then after that, Drew tore her head from her body. She said that he just yanked it and then kicked the head off into the woods.
Oh, they should have put it on a spike like that Mr. Phil character.
Did he bend it like Beckham?
Go! Just a Spanish announcer just yells, "Go!" How long has that guy been sitting up there?
So after,
25 years.
So after he pulls the head off, he carves an X in the victim's chest.
Okay.
And then grabs blood, walks up to the girl who was testifying, and draws an X on her forehead while he was talking in some forgotten language that she had no idea what he was saying.
What was called gobbledygook?
I think it was gibberish, probably. And of course, she talked about seances that they had, that he would use the same weird speech. She said that she attended 10 cult meetings, and of which 2 of those cult meetings, people were killed. And she said the killing of Doreen Levesque was an offering of the soul of Satan, and so was the killing of Miss Marsden.
Yeah, there's also a story of a satanic cult being blamed on a bunch of cattle mutilations in all throughout the Bridgewater area. They found these cattle all cut up and basically like displayed out, and kind of not like aliens, because aliens, they're always like their anuses are cored out and their faces are like laser cut out, their eyes are laser cut out.
Anuses.
Anuses. Yeah.
For a moment, I thought that was like part of the eye for a cow. I was like, anus. I never heard. I was like, anuses.
Oh, he's being an asshole.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, you were just thinking like, boy, Henry's so smart.
Yeah. Is that by
He
like the
knows all
retina or the?
Never.
He knows all these things.
Never.
But they do
and
guide
that's satanic. And then Tauntaun State Hospital, right? What's the name of that?
There's one more pretty brutal murder.
All right, let's do it.
That some say is linked to this actual crime, because Drew, he maintains that he didn't commit any of these murders, and in fact, it was the girl who testified against him. And there's another investigator that worked on a lot of these satanic cases, and he believes that the girl was the perpetrator of the murders as well.
Yeah, and he was just kind of a part of it, and he showed up, and he was just like, "Oh, it's hot," because he thought that she was a hot Satan chick, but then they ended up being actual Satan chick.
I mean,
playing live beings in general is considered pretty cruel, even here.
Immediately get off. They're
What do you
always like,
mean?
"Girl, do you
We
not
all
want to do what? You
believe
just want
that.
to testify against the guy, even though you've admitted to killing 3."
I'd actually really like that. So okay.
Yeah. Oh, you're so cute. You're cute.
And there was another undercover cop that said that he had gone to a Satanist meeting in an apartment in Falls River, and that both Drew and Murphy were there. He said there were strange chants, "Hail Satan" announcements.
Yeah.
When they said when Satan was supposed to enter
Was
the
there
room.
dip?
I'm sure there was
I feel
dip.
like, I mean, like, but who brings it? You know, who's just like, "Oh, guys, I brought my artichoke dip." You know?
Yeah.
Hail
I would
Satan.
Hail Satan.
Hail
I
Satan.
would love to see Rodney forget the dip. He's like, "Oh, no, I've always
Cut
wanted
his
that."
balls off. It's like,
No. Well, you're the dip now.
So this other murder was this girl, Mary Lou Aruda. She was a 15-year-old cheerleader. She was found tied to a tree, badly decomposed. She had been there about 2 months. And the guy that
Did they have a
killed her,
pinata party?
They did not have a pinata
I'm not
party.
sure. Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't say.
That's called when you cut open you tie a girl to a ceiling, you cut her open looking for candy, and they're like, "Oh, there's no candy in here, just organs."
Yeah, there's never
Organs,
candy in the
yeah.
little girl.
Yeah.
No. And then you've been in a relationship with a girl for about 7 years. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, haven't gotten to that pinata party yet.
No, not yet. Not yet.
There is a lot of instances of people being tied to trees in Falls River State Forest.
There's a lot of trees. It's a forest.
Yeah, but you don't see that a lot in other places. Like, you don't hear about that a lot. Like, that seems... I mean, it's not exclusive to this place, but it shows up enough where it is.
But it's like how they
worth
call
looking at
sandwiches hoagies over there. You know what I mean? They call subs hoagies. So, they tie people to trees over there. It's Boston. When in Boston.
When in Boston, eat a hoagie and tie a chick to a tree. Is that right?
And this guy who was accused of these murders, he also maintained that he was being set up by a satanic cult. And here's where it gets interesting when you start getting into the satanic elitism of Massachusetts, is that he had requested that there were certain files be made public about satanic ritual abuse, because he was tried 4 different times for this murder. But the motion judge, who was also his trial judge, denied his motion to release these records.
So you're saying he's a Satanist, and that's why it's not because there was no evidence. That,
Right.
there was no actual there was no group photo of the satanic cult. There was no members charter. There was no newsletter. So he just got let off because there was no evidence. It's because he's a Satanist.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the judge is
That's
a
true.
Satanist.
Then that's real. Yeah.
The judge is
The
the
judge is the
Judge
same.
is
It's
the
all the
Satanist.
Kennedys are doing this.
Yeah, we all know that the
Yeah.
judges and the higher-ups in the higher echelons of government are all part of a Satanist conspiracy, otherwise known as the elitist satanic complex, which we'll get to even deeper
In another episode.
episode.
It's also known as the government.
The government.
And there's all sorts of other satanic stuff, like they find skulls out there. They find 666s painted on trees.
That's just kids been having fun.
Yeah, it does seem like kids having fun.
But it's all concentrated in the same area. There is that sort of debate. Is it the area, or is it like the chicken and the egg scenario? Is that does the reputation help make people come to commit crimes there? And then again, we were talking about the expected reality, where you show up and you expect to see stuff because you know it's haunted, you know it's an evil place, and it has this really weird history. I don't know.
Absolutely. I mean,
feel
you
there's something to it. Obviously, people are seeing something.
And there's
over and over again.
It is the house for. It's like you play football in a football stadium. So
Yeah.
there's always football going on because it's like they built the stadium for football.
Yeah, it's
so it's like they built these woods for demonic
possession. Yeah.
Although there is some argument to be made for putting negative energy out there.
I believe in that entirely.
Especially since the Bridgewater Triangle is home to a maximum security prison, a prison for the criminally insane,
Which also got wrapped in satanic practices.
Yeah, well, Tauntaun State Hospital is completely different from the Institute for the Criminally Insane.
Which I love that they even say that. I've never seen a place that's called an Institute for the Criminally Insane anymore.
It's
I think
amazing,
it's great. I would love to be in a place like that.
They should have just changed the whole trajectory and just put a theme park there.
Yeah.
The water park. Maybe even it out. It does seem like they're just throwing every single negative cliche thing about the world that we live in. Just in this triangle.
Yeah.
Just put it there.
Yeah, Tauntaun State Hospital, originally known as the State Lunatic Asylum. It's still there. It's still operating.
Also formerly known as the Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs People Organized Pen.
That's the Bongo House. Yeah.
Why is it called the Bongo House? Because everybody in there is Bongo.
You guys ever think we should change the name? Because it just leads to people being very insensitive about the medical conditions, about our mentally insane
Fuck
people.
you, Jermaine.
All right.
So the place is still open. Although not all of the buildings are open, they kept a few of the buildings open for now. It is a juvie hall.
Oh, that's good. That's where you put the kids.
Yeah, put them in there. I hope there's not a bunch of ghosts of lunatics in there.
Yeah,
that they
it's a
have to deal
home
with.
for violent, mentally ill children.
It reminds me of the kid. What was that? Sometimes they come back. That Stephen King movie.
Yeah, that was great.
Nothing but greasers in leather jackets go into this damn reform school.
Yeah, the beginning of American Horror Story season 2, where it's just like, Chloe 70s everywhere, just going like, "You want to fuck me? I'll fuck you." And then guys just being like, "You better not touch my water bottle because it's full of my semen. I got away from me." Flipping a quarter.
So you were upset people were drinking your water. So
It's my water semen.
So you came in it, but you're drinking it.
Oh, you bet I am. I like locally produced water.
Well, that's just your own semen.
It's local to me.
That is your own cum you're drinking.
So it's said that satanic rituals were also held in the basement of Tauntaun State Hospital.
Again, why not?
They said that the staff performed these satanic rituals on the patients. They say there are unexplained markings on the wall, and at night they say that there is a shadow man who haunts the halls of Tauntaun State Prison.
Very fun.
Or not State Prison, Tauntaun Hospital for the Mentally
Well,
Ill.
it could just be a janitor that nobody knows his name. You know what I mean? That could be the Shadow Man.
Yeah, let's just call him a Shadow
It's Shadow Man. That's Shadow Man.
that's Shadow
Come on, Shadow Man.
Also held a very famous inmate. It held Jane Tupan, who was a female serial killer, killed at least 31 people. She was the one that said, I wanted to kill more people, helpless people, than any other man or woman who ever lived. She was a nurse.
So that's a good job to get into.
Great.
Certainly not like a soldier. You know what I mean? There's like things you can do.
Well, I mean, women weren't allowed to be on the front lines. You know, the front lines of her war were in the nurse category of life. And if you do want to be a serial killer, as a matter of fact, countless serial killers. There's with the doctor over there in the UK who killed 77 people.
Oh yeah.
Shipman. I mean, being a nurse is a great.
It's a perfect way to kill people.
Yeah. I mean, it's a boring way to kill people, though. You just give them a bunch of morphine and
but
they
it's
die.
about just killing people. That's what it's about. These are not people that are like, turning them into like human mannequins. You know what I mean?
Right,
They're not like, trying to make dolls that look like their mother out of them. They're just wanting to see them go,
thank you.
Yeah, that's it.
There's also the Bridgewater State Hospital for the Criminally Insane. That held Albert DeSalvo.
Speaking of Boston.
There's also the Old Colony Correctional Center, which in a state, I didn't know this, Massachusetts has more prison inmate suicides than any other state. And out of that, prisoners at Old Colony Correctional in the Bridgewater Triangle are 3 times more likely to commit suicide.
I mean, they're also in Boston.
Anywhere else.
Yeah, Massachusetts is a bad state.
I mean, it's a rough place to be, and especially when you're in the loony bin like that.
Yeah, one guy hung himself. No, this is just a prison.
This is just
one guy hung himself by a bed sheet 6 months earlier. Another inmate took a razor to his femoral artery and neck. More recently, another one suffocated himself with a plastic bag. Another one hung himself after being denied his antipsychotic.
Well, that's the problem, is he was denied his antipsychotic medication.
Yeah.
And it seems like that's a thing you got to take all the time.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're psychotic. This is the anti-psychotic.
And here's some other.
Seems like this. The whole prison is like run by Dan Aykroyd's character, where he was just selling like a bag. It's a bag of glass for the kids to play with. You know, how are they getting razor blades? And maybe we should stop making our bed sheets into nooses before we give them to all the prisoners.
We haven't canceled that noose tying class in the adult education section of the prison.
I just thought it was important they learned to craft.
And here's some other weird, this is just kind of like, to wrap it up a little bit, here's some very strange small things from the Bridgewater Triangle. 3 of P.T. Barnum's most famous circus freaks came from the Bridgewater Triangle.
Really? And they're all well-adjusted.
Including Tom Thumb and the human skeleton.
Yeah, which is just a skinny guy and a short guy.
Yeah.
Well, no, Tom Thumb, he was like 1.5 feet tall, and the human skeleton was super skinny.
Maybe it was a puckwudgie. Maybe that's what we're talking about. Oh my God, the whole fucking village of these.
Come see the puckwudgie down here at the local crazy tent.
In 1906, the bones of a giant were discovered in Middleborough.
There were no Kissels over there, right?
No Kissels.
No, the Kissels hadn't landed here yet.
No, the Kissels are still ramping up to the 1940s.
Well,
back in Germany.
And the jokes.
Living their fat life. Just like drinking champagne out of a Jew's skull.
A Jewish person's skull, please. Thank you.
In Bridgewater Triangle, they found alligators, seals, emus, peacocks, cows, moose, bears, panthers, and mountain lions.
Interesting.
Yeah, quite a menagerie out there.
That's amazing. It's like a zoo. It's like Michael Jackson's house over there.
Is this what that movie was about? We bought a zoo? Is that what this is all about? The Bridgewater Triangle?
So this is just, in terms of concentrated activity.
I've got more.
All right, here we go.
The Bridgewater Triangle is host to the world's only shovel museum.
Shovel Museum?
Jesus Christ. Oh, that should be down in Washington, D.C. for how much BS they're making down there.
They're piling it on. What do you learn at the Shovel Museum?
Things about shovels.
All right,
Proper technique.
This right here, this is a birdseed shovel. If there happens to be piles of birdseed, you'd use a birdseed shovel.
It looks just like the snow shovel.
This looks like a chair, but in fact, it's a shovel. It's called a chair shovel. And over here, this is the Brenda Whitman shovel. It's
That's a
known
woman.
From that, no, this is her name is Brenda Whitman, but she can carry a lot in her big arms. She's quite the shovel.
So you just look at everything and call it a shovel. Isn't
Yeah,
that what
you're quite a good-looking shovel. You got on here on your shirt. There,
You know, I am a person. I paid good money to come here, and I don't want to be called a shovel.
I need you. We got a couple of heaps of stuff that we need to transport from one heap to another, and they're just the shovel I've been looking for.
It's like a terrible version of the movie Waxworks, where
it's just like you go to like
instead of getting made into wax,
go to
you're made into a
the
shovel.
food area, and it's just like shovels filled with iced coffee and stuff, and like people are getting all over themselves, and they're like, I'm really into the novelty of it, but I just keep cutting my lips on the sharp edges of these shovel cups.
It's just impractical to use a shovel for everything. Anyway,
not everything that has come from the Bridgewater Triangle has been horrible.
See, Shovel Museum.
Well, no, there's still one more thing that is fantastic that we can all appreciate. The Bridgewater Triangle is home to the chocolate chip cookie.
Chocolate chip cookie.
Yeah. Which was invented in the happiest of accidents.
What was the accident? There were
just some chocolate fell into some dough.
I was trying to murder my family, but I accidentally, I'm a baker, and I accidentally, while I was looking for the big knife, I swept a bunch of chocolate chips into some old dough I had.
And I said, I really messed it up, but, the cookies had to get made.
Boy, I really puck-wedgied this one up, guys.
Oh, man.
Get out of here, Puckwudgie. And this is like, he's like, you wearing a chocolate chip as a hat?
I'm going to make you a shovel, Puckwudgie.
Take my hat.
Oh, my goodness.
Get out of here, Puckwudgie.
Get out of here, Puckwudgie. And I believe we have to get out of here. Okay, so that's the Bridgewater Triangle.
It's an incredible story. Look up the Bridgewater Triangle documentary.
God damn it, my background looks fucking terrible.
Right now, I may not be able to travel to Japan, but that is okay because you brought Japan.
There's no place to.
The kids. Super hard.
It looks
bouncing up and down
fucking
our laps,
terrible.
But the professional
Giants,
kids
moon
know
worshippers,
you
and
don't sit
cannibals.
on the center
I grew
of
up in the
anybody's
north.
lap. You don't sit on the center of Gene
Them
Hackman's
are
lap.
probably
you
my
don't sit on the
neighbors.
center of Burt Lancaster's lap.
Cannibals.
Because you're going to get stabbed.
Can't trust them. They're everywhere.
You're going to have an orgasm, little kid.
Can't trust
Well,
them.
you're going to have a very interesting career as a mall Santa in 20 years. I'll tell you that. It's
I
gonna
don't
be amazing.
feel good about it.
Well, that's awesome. I'm so happy.
But also, I
Season 2
won't
of Your
feel
Pretty
good
Face
about
is gonna
any
be
of these
phenomenal.
backgrounds,
And I'm very
so
excited. For those
just
that don't know,
I've got to keep
Mr.
going.
Zabrowski has quite sensitive skin, so the entire time he shoots this show, his skin is literally falling off of his body.
It's literally on fire. It hurts. And I do it for you. I do it for the performance. I do it for the kids.
You don't do it for the money or like the
No,
fame or the
never.
recognition.
I'm gonna
the ego,
feel
nothing to
real
do with that.
bad because I
I
don't
do
know
it for
how
the
to fuck.
fans. And I do it just to be around, just little kids. All when they ship them in to work with us.
All right. Well, the reason that Henry has little kids on the mind today, we're going to be talking about some more. Let's call them I don't want to say sissy, flamboyant, sensitive monsters.
Sensitive monsters.
Yeah, monsters that children tend to look at as a children and say, "Oh, I love them," and things
Like the leaf one
Yeah,
just
things
looks
such as
so
unicorns,
good.
fairies,
But there's no
Pegasus,
fucking
things like that.
leaves.
Things that little girls love.
That's
Little
right.
girl monsters. It's unicorns. It's Pegasus, which is actually the true pronunciation of Pegasus.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That is true.
Pegasus?
Pegasus.
They keep cheating
and
like
we've got
that.
fairies.
Yeah.
And griffins. And we
I
got
love
all
the griffin.
sorts of stuff that we're going to try to make interesting today.
And we're going to nail it. And like
we're
we do
gonna nail
every
it.
damn episode, we're going to nail it. Marcus, as the brilliant mind that you are, and I know you've done a lot of research on unicorns the past week, which this is getting you flagged on a whole nother series of websites. A whole nother government agency is
Especially when
checking out your accounts.
Marcus sent me the email this morning of all the centaur porn, which is
Right.
just like Photoshop
What? I said
women to
nothing.
look like horse
Okay.
fuckers. They're like horse fuckers.
Yeah.
But they are horses.
So, that's great.
It's bizarre when the movie Zoo is traditional porn, and then there's centaur
I saw
porn, which
nothing.
is one step
We
above.
saw nothing.
I found centaur transvestite porn.
We saw
It was a chick horse with a dick,
nothing.
like a big
Of course.
dick.
Yeah, it's exactly what you said it was.
I just-
that's what that is.
I officially understand every old person.
I
like
just
every World War
want
II
it to
vet when
look
when we
good.
discuss like our lives now. I officially understand how their brains are just blown because like tranny
Just want it to
centaur
look
porn.
like
I'm just like, wait,
crisp.
what now?
My buddy Minnesota and I were privates in the middle of Italy. And I remember thinking about the American flag before going to sleep every night. And so we prayed to America. And then I pulled bits of him out of a tank tread. And you mean it fucking tell me that there are women horses fucking other women horses and they both have hard dicks? Yeah, Grandpa, fucking get over it.
Yeah,
you
get in
killed
the game.
Hitler. That was fucking 70 years ago.
And then the grandson calls him a bigot and a homophobe and a racist, and he's just like, "What are you talking about?" Come on.
All right, so let's do we want to take our stippity steps down the glittery path towards the land of unicorns?
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's clippity clock on over to Unicorn Land. We all know that the unicorn is a white horse creature with the long horn right out front. But did you know that
It's very white?
sometimes they're
That's
also
what's incredibly important about a unicorn.
I didn't realize. Do they have to be white?
Yes.
It's only in the
Oh,
presence of fear that
However,
true
they're not
courage
always
should.
horses.
True.
Sometimes they're goats.
Yeah.
So it's just a dumb goat with a big old toenail hanging out of the goddamn
A lot
forehead.
of the times it's their brain. It's like I imagine unicorns a lot of times are just like mutants. They were next to like power lines.
Right.
And, a lot of times they come out and they're struggling. So you'll see this like white goat-like creature with a big unicorn horn. And you're like, oh, it's magical unicorn. And then it'll be like, the dad is just like, kill it.
Yep, you got to. Or throw it all your empty beer cans and just watch it crunch, 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 and have a good lunch.
It can only be captured by a virgin.
Really?
Yeah.
So we can't do it, right? Because we've all had sex.
Yeah, no, there's no way we can go capture a bunch of unicorns, guys. We've gotten so many girls.
Lots of girls.
Yeah, we're not like I'm not a 32-year-old virgin guy. I'm not doing a podcast right now about unicorns. No, that's not happening.
My favorite is the famous traveler Marco Polo of Italy agreed that unicorn was only. He agreed that unicorns were only tameable by maidens, which means fat women from fucking Renaissance times.
But I mean, I believe if they were fat in the Renaissance times, they would be plucked many times over.
Yeah,
I think they were considered quite attractive. The larger, plumpier.
I think that's a myth.
No way! No one had food.
He's just talking about like maidens were just like women born with no eyes, or like just untouchable. Just be like,
hey, all right.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, don't touch old Greta. She was born without nipples. And I absolutely hate it.
Well, that's why, and then they were very happy when the unicorn wanted to have sex with them.
Oh, absolutely. So Marco Polo said that he saw a unicorn when he was traveling, and he described it as scarcely smaller than an elephant. They have the hair of a buffalo and feet like an elephant. They have a single large black horn in the middle of the forehead. They have a head like a wild boar. They spend their time wallowing in the mud and slime. They're very ugly brutes to look at. And it turns out he was just looking at a fucking rhinoceros.
Yeah, it sounds very similar to a rhinoceros. Hair of the buffalo, feet of the elephant. Isn't that something?
Yeah. It is fun.
Yeah, that is very, very fun. Sounds like the same way the doctor's going to describe your firstborn, Mr. Henry Zabrowski.
It looks just like my wife, Barbarina, back in Italy. Oh, I hate my wife. Big, sagging leather socks she's got in the front of her. I wish she was a maiden, but unfortunately, turned Irish.
Yeah.
But
unfortunately, I have to fuck her every night.
That's not so bad.
Well, Marco Polo was not the only famous explorer and conqueror to come across the unicorn. Genghis Khan, he decided to not conquer India after meeting a unicorn, which bowed down to him.
Hey,
he
buddy,
saw it.
I'm going to India. Hey, man, that's where all my food is, man. Don't go into India. I like all the naan.
Get out of the way, you crazy-looking beast monster.
I like the rice.
Well, all right, fine.
Yeah, thank you. This is also an episode in which every creature I imagine in my head sounds like, oh, Mr. Khan, don't come to India. Sorry, I'm so hungover.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah, I'm with you on that too, man. 3 for 3 right now.
Yes.
Genghis Khan, he decided not to invade India because he saw it as a sign from his dead father and turned his whole army back.
Isn't that something? So he just gave the unicorn all of the army's food, and then they were like, well, no more food to invade India. Let's go back.
Yeah.
Yes.
A beautiful So unicorns are symbols of peace.
Yeah, purity more like.
Purity.
Yeah.
And this is why they're white and they enjoy their virgins.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Much like much like Warren Jeffs, the leader of the Mormon cult. I think the unicorns might need to be in prison. They might be terrible pedophiles.
Oh yeah, and this is also another very Nazi sounding like fact about a unicorn. The earliest record of unicorns in Western literature belongs to Greek historian Ctesias. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Ctesias?
It's Tessius.
It's Tessius?
Tessius.
Nah,
yeah.
no,
Why you put a fucking C in there? Why is there a big C at the top?
He's just having fun with you.
I hate Greeks. No, I don't. I love the Greeks. I love the Greeks.
You love this is the first time you've ever backtracked on a sentence.
I like Greek people. I like them. I like their swarthy attitudes, and I like their cucumber sauces. In the 5th century BCE, he wrote that the beast had a white body, purple head, blue eyes, and a multicolored horn, red at the tip, black in the middle, white at the base.
Okay.
Oh, that sounds dirty.
It is dirty.
Well, like that, the purple head, red at the tip.
Oh, you stick it in there, it gets red in the bottom, man.
Black
getting all the way in there.
Yeah, it sounds like a real diseased meat muddler. I'll tell you that. That is one diseased dick.
You say meat muddler?
Meat muddler. Yeah, that's what I'm calling donks now. Meat muddlers. I'm down with it. So they're symbols of purity, and do they grant wishes? Do they give good luck? Do they just
fucking
stop?
nothing? They do nothing.
They do nothing.
They do absolutely nothing. The only place in which it said that, and yeah, really, even in the Bible. Now, in case you guys out there didn't know this, unicorns are in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
Not once.
Why not? You would put a bunch of other fake shit in there too, huh? You know, like a free lunch. There's no such thing as a free lunch.
Well, I mean, actually, in the Bible, there's multiple free lunches when Jesus made all the multiple fishes.
Yeah, but
I mean, really, that was just socialism.
The whole thing was fake.
Yeah.
Right? This whole thing, I'm surprised there isn't even a book. I'm surprised they even wrote it down.
So in the Bible, I did find the only people that I could find who seriously said that unicorns were real. I didn't find them on Yahoo Answers. I didn't find it on some stupid fucking blog out there. I found it on a Bible website. One of those websites. It's a Bible website that has to take everything in the Bible literally. So since they have to take everything in the Bible as literal truth, they have to acknowledge the existence of unicorns.
That's great.
I love to see them at the meetings like, so what about unicorns? Are unicorns real? Yeah.
They have to be now.
Yeah, I guess they are, yes.
You know the way that we hate the gays? Yeah. We have to believe in unicorns, which is really one of the gayest things that you can believe in.
Yeah.
One of the bizarre ironies of the Christian faith. Don't allow a man to lay with another man, but they just love a fancy unicorn.
Yeah, but right on the front of a unicorn when you go to the shoe store. You know what I mean? Just like literally pop yourself in there and make yourself a little bit of a bee plug with your fucking unicorn face. Oh yeah, totally. That's not gay.
A butt plug, a unicorn used as a butt plug.
It would hurt.
It would.
Certainly, like I don't need my coffee anymore.
I don't like it.
Yeah, I wish I was dead.
I would.
I don't like it at all.
I'd like to read a few verses from the Bible.
Oh, okay.
I'd like to read from Job, chapter 39, verse 9 through 12.
Oh,
I guess I will do it tomorrow and come at it with a fresh face.
Canst thou bind
I will try to do it with a fresh face tomorrow.
The valleys after thee.
I did not like it.
Now I would like to read from Numbers,
Khan was
a
very pragmatic leader. As had he been to the knee and paid tribute, they could worship whatever they want.
Right?
If they resisted,
what is it?
They would be destroyed. Yep.
How did anybody read this and just like choose?
He's very interesting.
That's from the book of Job. God was telling Job that he created all these
crazy,
awesome
but his
why God
craziness kind of makes sense.
Sick shit.
Sure.
But anyway,
okay.
I'm gonna hit this tomorrow with a fresh fucking face because
Yeah. People are
I gotta look at
people
how
aren't
to
gonna understand how cool
paint
this is for
background.
millions and millions of years,
Fucking-
but when they do, they're gonna have a black man playing it and really blow people's minds.
Fucking that
This is the kind of stuff
sucks.
that's gonna make people fuck.
And now this is from Numbers, chapter 22.
I might have to draw it
23,
out.
verse 22.
Fucking
God brought them out of Egypt. He had, as it were, the strength of a unicorn.
Ah.
This is from Deuteronomy, chapter 33, verse 17. His glory is like the firstling of his
No, I
bow,
might.
and his horns are like the horns of unicorns. With them he shall push the people
Cultural
together
note,
to the
you
ends of the
likely
earth,
held.
and they are the 10,000 of Ephraim, and they are the thousands of Manasseh.
Again, how do these savages who like the
That's
Bible
cool.
think gays are bad? They
Pretty
love
cool.
the gayest things.
Yeah, it sounds like whole Deuteronomy, but it
I don't
sounds
know.
like Duda under me.
I don't fucking know. I don't know what to do for this background.
I
Though.
mean, it is just the most fecal
Like, I like the
sounding thing
idea
I've
of
ever heard
it.
in my life.
I just
you wanna
don't
know-
have a fucking background.
It
And
says here
I'm
that the
fucking
reason why there's no more
completely
unicorns
out of ideas
also is
on-
because of Noah said no to
Night,
unicorns
Kai,
on
it's
the
4
ark.
a.m. and I need to sleep. See you next time. That's
No,
cool.
he's smart. He said, honey,
I
you're
was
gonna
gonna
put holes in
raid
the
somebody
boat.
anyway.
Like a
Thank you so
cloth sack
much.
on these
Put a cork on the top of the unicorn.
horn
Yeah.
to keep
Let's
it
see.
from
Who are we
poking
gonna
through shit.
raid?
Well, perhaps
Who are
Russell
we gonna
Crowe
raid?
will answer that
Who
question
we
when he
gonna
plays Noah in the
raid?
new blockbuster.
Real
of
Kazoo
the Hollywood
Gaming.
creative.
All
Well,
right,
if
the
you wanna
real
know some gay
Kazoo
Bible
Gaming.
verses,
Let's do
here's
it.
The gayest one for you. This is
Fucking
Psalm, chapter 92, verse 10.
fantastic.
But
Fuck
my horn
yeah.
shalt thou exalt like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
This is just, I mean, if you're at the Olive Garden, that's the only time you should be talking about oil. And more of it.
Oil. Because he's talking about pussy juice, right?
Or semen out of a freshly, squeezed young boy.
And there's
all these guys are
Thank
pedophiles. Everyone in the
you.
Bible was a pedophile.
I'm sorry that I'm literally.
There's a lot of pedophiles in the Bible, yeah. And one more. This one's
I'm
from,
mad at
Isaiah,
myself for
chapter
fucking
34,
failing,
verse
but
7.
it's fine.
Isaiah Thomas,
Be
right?
fine.
Yeah, this is the Isaiah. This is where he sinks the Bible and no one follows it because he did a terrible job coaching.
And the unicorn shall come down.
But thank you
with
guys
them,
for coming
and
in.
the
Thank you
bullets
guys
with
for
the
being
bow,
amazing.
And their land shall be
You guys
soaked
are
with
awesome.
blood,
You guys
and
are
their dust
fantastic.
made fat
So
with
thank you
fatness.
guys for
Made
being
fat
so
with-
cool.
With fatness.
I really do
How do
appreciate you
get fat with
guys.
fatness?
Hope you
Tacos and
guys have
burritos,
an
you strive
amazing
every day.
Oh my
You don't
goodness.
walk,
evening. If you guys have
you
any
drink a
ideas of
milkshake
like
to
what
calm down at night.
Well, as far as
Bill,
unicorns
but-
in the Bible go, just
Other than
just
that,
so you know, the absence
I
of
will
a
see you
unicorn in the
guys
modern
next
world
time.
cannot cause us to doubt its
Night-night.
past existence.
Of course not. No, absolutely not.
Has there ever been a-
Ponder the dodo bird. It doesn't exist today, but we